Hey, what's up? Welcome back to my channel where we code apps using Flutter. In this one, I put together a collection of some of my best app projects that teach you how to code completely from scratch. You can check the timestamps to see all the projects where we'll go through 9 apps starting from easy to hard. By the way, if you're a complete beginner, then you should watch my free beginner course first where I get you up to speed with the basic fundamentals. So I'll link that below, but each app in this course will start completely from scratch anyway, so you should be able to follow along from the beginning. I hope this helps you on your app development journey, and make sure to subscribe and leave a comment if you have any trouble with the code, so that me or anyone else can help solve the problem. Good luck, and I'll see you on the other side. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code up a minimal notes app with a very nice aesthetic design that has both light mode and dark mode. So I've opened up a new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function I'm running my app, and I've got this pages folder with the notes page, and it's just returning a blank scaffold, so you should just have a white blank app like this. Now the first thing we need to do is to import the ISAR database dependencies. So I'll link the documentation below, but this is just what I'm following. So we just want to grab all this and get the packages. So just then we should have added 3 packages. And I'm also going to add another one, the provider package, just for some simple state management. Cool, so what we just did is if you go to your pubspec.yaml, you should see these 4 things that we just imported. Cool, now let's create a new folder called models, and the first thing we have to do is create a model of the note. Let's start by importing ISAR, and let's create our class. So for the note, I just want to know the ID, and you can say isar.autoincrement. So this will just start from 0 and then go to 1, 2, 3 each time you create a new note. And then the most important thing for a note is just the text, which is a string. And I'm going to put the late tag here because we're going to initialize it later. Cool, so this is how you create a regular class. Now for ISAR, you're going to need to add this line, part note.g.dart. So it's going to be this exact same file name as what we had before, but we're going to put the G in there for generated. Okay, so this line is needed to generate the file, and then we're going to run this command. And we need to put a collection tag before this note. We're basically going to run this little command. So simply what we're doing here is we want to save some things in our ISAR database, right? Now, because I created a custom object like this note, and this will generate this new file for us, and that basically just allows us to store these notes in the database. It says do not modify by hand, so don't touch this, but this step is just required so that we can save our notes in the database. Cool, so now that we've done that, let's create one more file here called note database, and in here I want to have all of the operations. So the first thing we need to do is just to initialize the database. And then we're going to do the CRUD operations. So create, read, update, and delete. So using this, we can create a nice little note app. Okay, so for us specifically, we're going to create a note and save to the database. We're going to read some notes from the database, update them, and also delete a note. So let's fill this out. Now at the beginning, we want to have the ISAR object. And we're going to create the method to initialize all this. So the first thing is we just need to know the directory where we're going to save it. So at the top, if you just import the path provider, this was one of the packages we imported at the beginning of the video. And so this thing just helps us get the path directory for where all of this is going to be saved. So await ISAR open, and we just need to pass it the schema, which if you type note schema, this is just telling us the type of data inside. Cool, and for the directory, we can just pass it the directory path. Cool, so that's how you initialize it at the beginning. Now we also need to have a list of notes. So I'm just going to call this current notes, and it's just going to be an empty list at the beginning. And let's start off with creating a new note. So to make this more clear, I'm going to call it add note, and as a parameter, I'm just going to require a string that is a text. Cool, so final new note equals, we're going to create our note object. So once we created a new note object, let's then save it to the database. So we can say isa.write transaction, and we want to look for the put. Cool. And then after that, we want to reread from the database, okay, just to update the changes. So let's fill out the read method here. And again, to be clear, I'm just going to call it fetch notes. We can say isa.notes where find all. So this will just grab all of the notes in the database. So let's just clear our current notes and then just add it all in. Cool, and then now it's time for the update. So if I want to update a note, then I just need to know the ID, and we want to also know the new text. So let's firstly get the existing note by identifying with that ID. And if this note isn't null, so if it exists, then let's assign the new text. Okay, and then we can write the transaction again, isa.notes put the existing note. So this will update it. And then we can reread everything by calling the fetch notes method. And lastly, let's delete a note. So for this, all I need is just the ID. And then we can say write transaction, and then delete. And let's fetch the notes again. Awesome, so that's the CRUD operations for the note database. So remember this initialize method? Let's come back to our main.dart file, and we're going to initialize the note database. So firstly, we're going to do widgets flutter binding ensure initialized. And let's change this to an asynchronous function so that we can await the note database and initialize. Cool. Now to create the actual note app, I'm going to use Provider for some simple state management. And so I've actually made a separate tutorial on Provider, and you can check that out if you need, but I can show you here real quick how to use it. We've already imported it at the start of the video. So if you come to our note database, then we can say extends change notifier. And the other thing we need to do is just to go to this fetch notes, and I'm going to say notify listeners. And what that does is we're going to notify the widgets that are listening to these changes. So pretty much it will update on the screen. So just a little bit of setting up to do in the main function. When we run my app, wrap it in the change notifier provider. And in the create field, we want to create the note database. And then in the child, we can return my app. Cool. And then once you save that, it's probably a good idea to just kill the app and run it again. And now we can come to our notes page and start filling this out. So from here on out, I'll show you how to do the UI and the buttons and all that to connect our database so that we have a simple notes app. So I'm just going to start off with an app bar, just saying notes. And we're going to need a floating action button. So you can see it's that little button on the bottom right. And we can give it an icon. Now let's come up to the top here, and I'm just going to create those 4 methods real quick, the CRUD operations. And what this is for is to deal with any UI related stuff. So for example, like when we create a note and we click on this button, we want to show a dialog and have a little box here with a text field so that we can actually get input from the user. So this is all like the UI related stuff. So if you just save this and you run it and you click on that plus button, you can see it's going to open up this dialog box with the text field inside, and you can start typing in. And so now if you want to access what the user typed in, we need a text controller. And so if you look at the text field underneath, it says controller, and we can give it our text controller. Cool, now I think we're going to need a button. So if you go to the actions, let's have a create button. So if we click on this button on pressed, let's say context.read note database, and then now you can access all of those options from before. So we want to add note, and let's just give it the text in the controller. Cool, so this line we'll just add it to the database, and then let's give it a child. Now one thing is when you click this create button, we actually want to pop the dialog, right? We want to dismiss the box. So we can say navigator.pop, and that will pop the box. So now we have the ability to add notes into the database. We're going to need to read the notes so that we can actually display it on our screen. So let's fill out this read notes method and fetch notes. Sweet, so now that it's all loaded up, let's come down to the build method and access the database. And create the list of notes. Sweet, so now it's in current notes. We can now create a list view.builder. And we want to firstly get the individual note by going through each index like 0, 1, 2, 3. And then now we can return the list tile UI. Oops, I forgot to give it the item count. So that's just going to be current notes.length. Okay, let's try. So if I save this and I open it up, you can see that there's the notes. Now, one problem is it's actually not showing up on the startup at the beginning of the app. So in the initial state, let's read notes. And I think we can actually change this from watch to read. Yeah, that works. So what we just did here is on app startup, we can fetch the existing notes. Cool, so now we can add notes in. Now one thing that we should improve on is once we added a new note, we should clear the controller because it's still got the previous note in there. Sweet, now if you come down to our list tile UI, we need some buttons here. So on the trailing, I want to have a row because I want 2 buttons. An edit button and then a delete button. So that's going to be for the update note method. And so for the update note method, let's require the note that we're updating as a parameter. And let's pre-fill the current note text into our controller. And show the dialog with the text field. Cool, so this is very similar to the previous dialog box. So if you have any questions, just let me know below in the comments. We're going to clear the controller, pop the dialog, and that's pretty much it. And then let's just fill out the delete node as well. So for this one, we just need to know the ID, and then just go to the node database and then delete. Sweet, so now let's come back to our UI and create icon buttons. For the update, and the delete button as well. Okay, awesome. If you click on the delete, yeah, it all works, and editing works as well. Sweet, so now let's create a new folder called theme. And I want to have a light mode and a dark mode for our app. So for the brightness, we want to make it light, and the color scheme, I already chose the colors that I feel like is appropriate for light mode, so you can just copy what I have. But essentially, I want to fill out the background color with a shade of 300. And then you can have a lot of variations. So the primary color, the secondary color, and also I like to have an inverse primary, which is like the opposite color, so a very dark one. Let's copy this and create another one for the dark mode. And for this, we're just going to make it a lot darker. So you can use whatever colors you want, but let's try these numbers out. Let's create a new file called theme provider so that we can switch between the two modes. So firstly, let's say it starts off as light mode. And let's have a getter so that we can access what the current theme is. And we also want to have a getter method for if it's dark mode or not. So this will be helpful. So this is going to be a boolean where you return a true or false. So if you do this little check here, this one is going to check, is our current theme data equal to the dark mode? So this is going to return a true or false. And let's have a setter method so that we can set the theme. And mainly what we need here is just a method to toggle the theme. So if the theme data is light mode, then let's change it to dark mode and vice versa. So let's just add some comments here so that you guys know what this is all about. So if you come back to our main.dart file, remember we already have a change notifier provider for our note database. But I also want to have another one for our theme. So in that case, we can actually have multiple providers. So one for the note database and then one for the theme. And then if I come back to our material app, you can specify in the theme. Let's use our provider to get the current theme data. Oh, looks like we have a bit of an error and whoops, I forgot to give the child our app. Sweet, so if I save this, we can see some of the themes already got changed. Now, if I come to our notes page, which is the page we're currently looking at, let's decorate this up. So for the app bar, I like to make the elevation 0, so no shadow. And for the background color, I'm just going to make it transparent, so we don't really see an app bar. Because I actually want my title to be a custom title, so like a custom heading in this column. So let's say like notes. And let's just align this to the start. And let's just add some paddings and decorate this up. To make our app look a little fancy, I'm going to introduce a Google font. So let's just add that package in. And of course you can choose any Google font that you like, but I personally want to use this one, DM Serif Text. Cool, and remember how we had the colors in light mode and dark mode, right? So we can say theme.ofContext and then go to the color scheme, and then you should be able to see all of those options that we had from before. So for this one, I'm going to use inverse primary, right, which is that color. And by the way, I like to make the text not completely black and just make it like a kind of dark gray. So that's what this color is. And for this one, maybe we can just put a padding just on the left of 25. And if you come to our overall scaffold, you can specify the background. So go to the color scheme and let's just give it the background. So it should be like a light gray. Awesome, now time to add a menu drawer. So if you just give it a drawer widget, you can see on the top left there's that menu. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate this drawer out into a new component. And let's just call it my drawer. and just give it the background color. And we're going to have a column with a few different things. So first of all, for the header, it's always a good idea to use a drawer header. And let's just give it an icon. And before we fill this out any further, I want to just save this and come back to our scaffold. And let's just import my drawer, which is what we just created. Cool, so that's what it currently looks like. And let's come back to our drawer.dart file, and we want to have a couple of list tiles here. So one for the note and one for the settings. Now, even for this, because we're going to probably repeat some codes, I'm going to create a drawer tile as a separate component. And essentially this is just a list tile. And what I want to know between each tile is the title and also the leading icon. And actually also we want to know the on tap. So if you tap this, we can grab this function here and let's just require it when we create this widget. Sweet, so let's see what this looks like. If I come back to my drawer, we can say drawer tile, there it is. So auto import, and let's just fill this out. So one for the notes and one for the settings. Cool, and there it is. Now I think we could probably give some padding to the left. And we can just style this up to what we want. Cool, now let's fill out the on tap. So if I tap the notes tile, I just want to go back to the original page, which is where I'm currently at. So what I'm going to just do is we're just going to pop the dialog. So navigator.pop, and what that does is it's just going to pop the drawer. Now when it comes to the settings, we actually don't even have a settings page, so let's just create that real quick. And so if I tap on this settings tile, we want to firstly pop the menu drawer like before, but then let's also navigate our way to this new settings page. And let's just try it out. And sweet, we go to this new settings blank page. So now let's turn our attention to filling out this settings page. So just starting with the background, let's give it our background color. And let's just give it an app bar. And same as before, I just want the elevation to be 0 and transparent. And the reason why I still want an app bar there anyway is because I just want that little back arrow, those kind of leading icons there. Sweet, now in this settings page, all I really want is just a switch for the dark mode. So let's just put this in a row. And I'm going to use a Cupertino switch, which is the Apple looking one. So for the value, if I just say true for now, and we don't do anything on the on change, let's just see what it looks like. And yep, there it is. So that's the kind of Apple style switch. You can say true or false to make it on and off. So this value, let's go to our provider and we can access our theme provider and we can get the boolean is dark mode. So remember how we created that earlier? It's just going to return a true or false. Cool. So currently it's light mode, so it's off. On the on changed, if we flip this switch, what we want is to go to our theme provider and then just toggle the theme. Right, so if I click this, you can see now everything is dark mode. Cool, and that's looking pretty good so far. So I'm just going to decorate these texts really quickly. And let's space this out and wrap this in a container so that we can just kind of make this look a little nicer. And I don't like sharp corners, so let's make the border radius more curved. And this is looking really cool. Now in our components, let's create another one called note tile. And so for each note tile, I just want to know the text. And I'm just going to decorate this up kind of with those borders and the curved borders as well. So you can see currently in our node page, we're returning this list tile UI. So we pretty much want this, but we're going to just decorate our own custom one. So we're going to add some padding and some margins. And we have to add in the trailing section, we need to add those two buttons for the edit and the delete. So we're actually going to need to require those functions when we create this node tile. Awesome. So if I come back to my node page, we just have to fill out this node tile. So on edit, let's give it our update note method. And then on delete, let's give it our delete note method. Awesome. So that's looking pretty good. Now I just want to fine tune some of these colors. So if I come back to my theme, right, in the dark mode, we can actually click on a more specific color. So I actually want everything to be a little bit more darker. Yeah. And the tile itself, which is the primary color, I want that also a little bit darker. And so you can just play around with this to fine tune the colors to exactly what you want. Cool, so let's just make sure we can edit the note. And even this dialog box, right, it's a bit too gray for my liking. I want it a bit darker. So I think we didn't even give it the color, did we? Yep, so in this alert dialog, let's give it the background color. And same thing for the update note dialog. And yep, that color looks much better. What else? The floating action button on the bottom right, it doesn't look too good. So let's go to that guy. And I'm just going to firstly make it inverse primary. So you can see that plus button. And the background color of the actual app, we can make it secondary or primary. So yeah, just play around with the colors to what you want. Cool. Now, one other final UI adjustment I want to make is currently in our node tile, we can see both the edit and the delete button. I want to hide this in a little option, like in a little menu. So you see these two buttons here. I'm going to get rid of this row and we're going to have a icon button with the 3 dots, which I believe is more vertical. So yep, these 3 dots as the menu. So I want to make this much more minimal and hide some of the functionality into this little menu. So if I click on these 3 dots, I want to open up something, right? Now I'm going to introduce another package called Popover, which I made a tutorial on before. So you can check that out if you need more understanding on that specific package. But I can show you real quick how to use it because I think it's a really cool package. So Flutter pub add Popover. And what this does is when I click on these 3 dots, we can say show popover, there it is. And in the body builder, funny name, you can return the note settings, which we haven't created yet. So if I create some note settings, this one is essentially just going to be, currently, let's just have it as a red container. I just want to see what this looks like. If I come back to my note tile, let's import what we just created and let's click on these 3 dots. Sweet, there it is. So it opens up another little box and we can control the width and the height. And I actually want this to be opened up right next to those 3 dots, and it's probably because the context is getting kind of confused. So what you can do is just wrap this in a builder and it will just have its own context. So you can see now when I click on the 3 dots, the box opens up right next to those dots, which is pretty cool. Sweet, so if I come back to my note settings, let's decorate this up. So I basically want a column for those 2 options, which is the edit and the delete, right? So I'm going to have a column and we're going to have a gesture detector so that we can tap on these containers. Cool, so if I save this and just restart it, you can click on these 3 dots and sweet, there it is. Now it's looking a little scrunched up to the top, so let's center these text widgets and maybe we could style it up a bit. Make it bold maybe. And that's looking pretty good. Cool, so if I edit this, we can still update the note, but it looks like we should pop the dialogue as well. So if you tap on this option, then we do want to edit it, but just after that, let's also pop the dialogue. Or maybe before that. So let's see how this looks. Oh, I actually forgot to say an exclamation mark, which means it's definitely not null. Whoops, and it's a function. So let's try this and everything should be working like usual. Now one thing is this drawer, maybe we could change this icon because I don't really like that icon. You can change it to any picture you want. I'm just going to use a pen or an edit. Yep, let's leave it at that one. And that's looking really good. So we have a very aesthetic, minimal looking notes app with both light mode and dark mode. So I hope you learned something in terms of both storing the data in the database, but also the UI and design part of this to make a nice looking app. Comment below if you have any questions on anything. I'll come around and help. But thanks for watching and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Yo, what up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how we can code up this nice, sleek, minimal weather app by reading some API data. Now, just to have a clear picture of what we're about to do, I drew up a nice little diagram for us. So let's start off with our phone. Now, the first thing is we need to get the location of this device, and then we're going to give that information to a weather service class, which we'll create. And this class will handle most of our operations. So once we get the device's location, we're going to give that city name to the API, which is this openweathermap.org website. And then that will return us the weather for that city. And just before we give that to our phone directly, we're going to go through a weather model just so that we can get the relevant information from the weather. So I want to know the temperature and the conditions of the weather. And so we'll give that information to our app. And on a high level, this is what we're about to do. Go to this website, openweathermap.org, and we're going to get our API key from here. So all you need to do is just to sign in using your email and you'll be assigned a free API key. So we're going to need this key later on. Now I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and the first thing we'll do is to open up the terminal and let's add in some packages that we'll need. So the first one is the HTTP package. Then we need Flutter pub add geolocator and also geocoding. And finally, let's add in the Lottie package as well. So this one's going to be for some nice animations. So what we just did, if you didn't know, is if you go to your pubspec.yaml, this is the packages that we added in. Let's start coding. Now I'm going to delete everything below the main function just to create this from scratch. So I'm going to have my material app. And for the home, let's go to our weather page, which we haven't created. So I'm just going to create this in a new folder called pages, just to keep our code nice and clean. And then let's come back to our main.dart just to import this. And sweet, what you should have is just a blank scaffold. So this is where we'll begin. Now, the very first thing is to create a weather model. So if we just create a quick class here, if we think about any particular weather, let's say we want three things. I want to know the city name, I want to know the temperature, and also maybe the main condition, like if it's cloudy or sunny or whatever. So we're going to require this when we create a weather. And then we need a quick method here just to deal with the JSON file. So when we get our data from our API at OpenWeather, we're going to use this to sort of decode the information. For the city name, in the field of the JSON is going to be name, and then the temperature, we want to convert this one to a double. And also the main condition is going to be in the weather field, and then main. So this is our basic weather model. One last thing we want to do is to create a weather service. So this one will help us fetch the data. So starting with the base URL, so this one, just make sure to copy exactly what I have. It's just the Open Weather Map website pretty much. And then we need to have our API key. And then let's create a future method here called getWeather. And let's accept a parameter called city names. Now this is where our HTTP package comes into play. At the top, just import it as HTTP. And then now we can access the URLs from the web. So for this one, I'm just going to copy this in. So make sure to copy exactly how I have it. And basically what it is we're just going to the base URL, which is the Open Weather website. And then we're going to go to the specific city with our API key. So then we can just check this response. And so if we have a response, then we can go to our weather and then decode that information. And otherwise we have some error. Cool. Now we just need one more method here, which is another feature for getting the current city. So I want the app to automatically know where the device is. So to do this, we have to ask for permission from the user. Let's check the permission. And also if it's denied, let's ask for permission. And then, so once we got the permission from the user, let's fetch the current location. And then we're going to convert the location into a city name. Okay, sweet. So let's say the position. So we can use this to get our current position. Let's say the desired accuracy is high. And then we have to do a little bit of place mark work. And give it our positions latitude and longitude. Cool. Now the information I really want is just the city's name. So you can say the locality. Cool. Now I just want to return the city, but if it's null, which is what the question mark means, if it's null, just return a blank string. Okay, so we have these two methods that we can now come to our weather page and let's display it in our UI now. So the first thing is we need our API key, and let's just have a quick method to fetch the weather, and then maybe later we'll do the weather animations too. Let's create our weather service, and in this parameter, this is where you have to give your specific API key, the one that's free on Open Weather. So I'll put that one in for my one a bit later on. And then let's create a weather object here. And let's just have a quick method here to fetch the weather. Again, the first thing I need to do is just to get the current city, and then we'll get the weather for this city. So for the city name, if we go to our weather service, we can access our get current city method. And then let's try to get the weather for that city. And if that's all good, then let's set the state and let's just update our weather object. And also if we have any errors, let's just print it to the console. Cool, so at the top we need to give our API key. Let's just make sure not to forget that. So I'm going to paste my one in that we got from the start of the video. And let's just have an initial state, so when this app starts up, let's fetch the weather. Cool, now let's display this using our UI. So I'm going to use a big column. And I just want to display the city name and then the temperature for now. So if we go to our weather object, let's just display the city name. And if it's null, then let's just say like loading city. And for the temperature, this should be a double, like a decimal number. So I'm just going to round it to the nearest integer. And I'm just going to add this little degree Celsius sign. Cool, so you can see it's there in the corner. I'm going to actually center this column, and also the alignment I'm going to center as well. Sweet. So you can see right now it's just loading and there's no temperature. And this is because we have to do a little bit of extra work for the permission. So for the Android, if we go to the app source main, you can go to the Android manifest. And then at the top here, we just want to paste this bit of code to these two lines just to get the permission. So make sure to copy what I did. And that's for Android. For iOS, go to runner and go to this info.plist. And at the top here, we also want to just add in this NS location when in use, usage description. So you just need to add that little thing in. Cool, so I'm just going to save everything, and just for good luck, I'm just going to kill the app and restart it. And you can see there's our app asking us for permission to get our location. Sweet. So just test this on your device. It should get your exact location, and it's showing the temperature. Cool. Now just to make this a little bit more fun and aesthetic, I'm going to add in a animation. So if you go to Lottie files, you can get some nice easy animations here. So I'm just going to search for weather, and it looks like this guy has some cool weather animations that are pretty simple. So let's say we want the top 4, like the sunny, a rainy, a cloudy, and a thunder one. So you can have more if you want, but I'll just show you how to do it with a few of these ones. So if you click on any of them that you want, you can click download and get that JSON file. And so here I've got my project and then also the animation I just downloaded. I'm just going to rename this to make it more easier to remember. So I downloaded the cloud animation, and let's create a new folder here called assets and just drag all of your animations in here. So go to the Lottie website and download whichever ones you want. I'm going to bring in the 4 that I said I'm going to use. So the cloud, rain, sunny, and the thunder. And so in the actual project, and just drag the folder in. Sweet, and then if we come back to our code, we have to tell it that we're going to bring in some assets. So go to your pubspec.yaml again, and we're going to scroll down to the assets and just uncomment this and specify where you placed it. So we placed it in the assets folder. Sick. Now if we come back to our column in the middle, let's just put in the animation. So if you start typing Lottie, you can import it and specify where we placed our assets. So let's say assets cloud.json, and you can see there's the animation. We got the sunny, thunder, and the rain. Awesome. Now the animations are coming up fine. What we want is we want the animations to match the weather, right? So you can actually also get the condition, the weather condition. if I say main condition here, you can see right now it's clouds. Right, so depending on this main condition, let's display the appropriate animation. So let's come to the top and fill out this one last method called getWeatherAnimation, and we're just going to accept a main condition as a parameter. If the main condition is null, let's just return the sunny animation as a default. And so we're going to use a switch statement to deal with the different cases. Okay, and so if we look at the main condition and we just reduce it down all to lowercase. So I looked at the main conditions that you can have from our Open Weather API, and these are the possible ones we can get. So we can get clouds, mist, smoke, haze, dust, fog. So for those ones, I'm just going to simply return clouds. For rain, drizzle, and you also get shower rain, I'm just going to return the rainy one. If we have thunderstorm, then we have the thunder animation. And then lastly, if it's clear, then just return the sunny one. And by default, we'll return sunny. So I'm going to use just the 4 animations, but if you want, you can go back and try to find animations for all of the different conditions. But I think the 4 that we have can represent most of these. Also, now if we come back to our UI where we give the animation, instead of specifying just a specific animation, let's now get weather animation and we can give it the main condition that we have. So currently we can see it's clouds. So hopefully if I save this, we get the cloudy animation. Sweet. And that's it. That's the basic functionality on how to get the API data and create a very simple weather app. So now you can just decorate this up to your liking. I hope you learned something. If you have any questions, just comment below and I'll try to help you out. Thanks for watching and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hey, what up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code up a minimal habit tracker. So you can check off your habits every day, and the more you complete, the greener the heat map will be for that day. And if you do this over time, you'll get this nice heat map as a monthly overview. I'll also show you how to code it up in light mode as well as dark mode. Now just before we start coding this up, let's have a look at a quick diagram just to see what we're doing. So from our app, the main functionalities that we want to do is to create a new habit as well as editing it and deleting the habit. So we're going to do this in our habit database, which is where we're going to store these habits. So let's say, for example, we have habit 1, 2, and 3. Each of these habits should have a name, and also we're going to store a list for the completed days for that given habit. And then we're going to look at this data and then summarize it into a nice heat map and give it back to our app. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function, I'm running my app, which brings us to this home page, which I've got it in a folder called pages just to keep our code nice and organized. And this is just returning a blank scaffold. So you should just have a blank white app like this. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to just create a folder here quickly called theme. And let's just set up the light mode and dark mode colors first. So you can fine tune these numbers to your liking, but you can also just copy the numbers that I've got here. So I like to specify the background, primary, secondary, tertiary, and also inverse primary. And so these are just different shades of gray that I've selected. Let's also have another one for dark mode, which is going to be very similar to light mode, but just everything is going to be a bit darker. Cool, and then just to switch between the two modes, we need to create a theme provider. And so let's say initially it's going to be light mode. And then let's have a getter to get the current theme. And a boolean for if this is the dark mode or not is going to be helpful. So it'll just do this quick check. Is the current theme data equal to dark mode? This is going to return true or false. So this should be helpful for us later on. And then let's have a method to set the theme. And finally, just a quick toggle method just to switch between the two. So if the current theme is light mode, then let's make it dark mode and vice versa. Cool, so let's come back to our main.dart file, and in our main function, we want to use a change notifier provider, which, whoops, I forgot to import. So let's open up the terminal and let's add in this package, flutter pub add provider, just for some simple state management. So we can say change notifier provider and then give it our theme provider and then just give it our app. Cool, so if you come back to our material app down here, in the theme, we can specify, like, for example, light mode, or we can say dark mode. So we want to switch between these two modes. So let's just give it by using the provider, we're just going to give it the current theme data, which should initially be light mode, as you can see here. Cool, so if we come to our home page, which is what the app is showing right now, let's have a app bar and also a drawer here. You should be able to see, if you just save it, the little menu icon on the top left, and you can click this to open up your menu drawer. And so I'm just going to give it our background color, and in the middle, let's just have a switch so that we can go from dark mode to light mode. And I'm going to use a Cupertino switch which is the Apple style looking one, because I just think it looks pretty cool. So for this switch's value, we can give it through our provider, just if this is dark mode or not. And so this could be true or false. And so just depending on if we're in dark mode or not. And then if we tap on this switch, then we're going to go to this onChanged and then go to our toggle theme method. And if I just try this, then sweet, you can see we can toggle between dark mode and light mode. Sweet, now for our habit database, I'm going to use the ISAR database to store our information. Now I've already made a separate tutorial on how to use ISAR, so check that out if you need, but I can show you real quick how to use it. So firstly, let's just add these dependencies in. And we're going to create a new folder called models. And so let's create our habit. So if we think about a particular habit, let's have an ID and the habit name, and also a list of the completed days. So for the habit ID, we can just say isar.autoincrement, and it will just go from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as we create new habits. And then we're going to have a name. Let's give it a late tag because we're going to initialize it later on. And then also a list of the completed days. So in this list, the type is going to be a date time. And so just as an example, this datetime object is going to look something like this. So the year, the month, the day. So like 2024, first for January, and the day is 1. So for example, this is going to be the type of information stored in this data. Cool, so let's add a collection tag. And we also have to write this little line. So part and then habit.g.dart. So it's the same file name as this current one. So habit.dart, but we just need to put the G in the middle for generate. So we just need to run this little command, which we'll do in just a second. I want to create one more model just for some app settings, because I just want to store the first time that this app is launched, because we need to know the start date for the heat map later on. Same thing for this, we need to put the generated file and then run this command. And then it's going to automatically generate these two files here. And if you look, it says do not modify by hand. So don't touch this file. This is just so that we can save different objects like a habit in our database easily. Cool, now finally let's create our folder called database, and we're going to create our habit database here. And in here we're going to have most of our functionality. So I'm going to break it up into two sections. So firstly, let's grab our ISAR object, which is our database. And the first section is just going to be a bit of setting up. So a method to initialize the database, and also to save the first time that the app starts up, and also just a getter to get the first start update. And then the main chunk of this is going to be the CRUD operations. So with a given list of habits, we can add a new habit, we can read the habits from our database, and then we can update the habits. We can do two different types of updating for a habit. We can change the on and off, and also the name for the habit as well. And then finally, we can delete a given habit. Sweet, so let's just start creating this up. So starting with the initializing. This is just some setting up for the database. So first thing we have to do is to get the directory. And that's from importing the path provider at the top. So make sure you got that. And then we can say ISAR is await, and then ISAR.open. And then we can give it our two schemas, which was those two classes that we created. So the habit and the app settings schema. Cool, and then just give it the directory, and we can initialize through this method. Sweet, and for the sake of the heat map later on, we just want to have a quick method here just to save what the first date is when this app gets launched for the first time. If the existing settings equals null, which means it doesn't exist, then let's specify the first launch date to be datetime.now. So the first time launched is now. And then put this information into the app settings. Cool, so now that that's stored, let's have another method just to access this information, right? So we're going to go to the ISAR's app settings, and we're just going to return the settings first launch date. Cool, now that was just some of the setting up part. So let's come to our main.dart file and actually initialize all of this. So firstly, we have to say widgets flutter binding ensure initialized. And then let's initialize the databases. So this should be an asynchronous function so that we can await the habit database. And you can see initialize. And let's also do the saving the first launch date as well. Sweet, so now let's move on to the main functionality of this app, which is this CRUD operations. So starting with the list of habits, I'm just going to call it current habits. Let's create a method to add a new habit. So all we need in terms of the parameter is I just need to know a habit name. And so then we can create a new habit. We can save to the database, and then we can reread this from the database. So let's start off by creating a new habit and just setting the name to be this new habit name. Let's save it to the database. And then once that's done, we want to just read this again from the database so that we have the latest information. So this read habits we are going to create right now. So firstly, let's fetch all the habits from the database, and let's give this to our kind of local current habits list. And then we need to update the UI. Cool, now for updating, we have two different kinds of updating. The first one is checking the habit on and off. So the updating the habit completion. And for this, all we need to know is the ID of the habit. So I need to know which habit we're looking at, right? And also the boolean of it, if it's completed or not. Firstly, let's use the ID to find the specific habit. And then let's update the completion status. So if the habit is completed, we're going to add the current date to the completed days list. And otherwise, if the habit is not completed, then we're going to remove that current date from the list. Sweet, and then let's save the updated habits back to the database and then just reread everything. Cool, and the other kind of updating is just to update the habit name if we need to. So for this one as well, we just need to know the ID and then what's the new name. So let's find the specific habit first that we're looking at, and then let's update the habit name and then reread from the database. And lastly, the last functionality is to delete a habit. So for this one, I just need to know just the ID, so which habit we're deleting. And then let's reread. Cool, and that's pretty much all the code for the functionality for the habit tracker. So if I come back to my main.dart file, we have this theme provider, but I want to have another one for my habit database. So in that case, we actually can provide multiple providers. So the first one, I'm just going to give the habit database, and then the second one, the theme. Sweet, now if I come back to my home page, let's start decorating up the UI and creating our habit tracker. So starting with our drawer, which is what we have mainly here, I want to keep my code as clean as possible. So I'm going to put this in a new folder called components. And let's just import everything again. And then if I come back to my home page, then now I can just say my drawer. and it makes the code here look much cleaner. Sweet, so the first thing I want is a floating action button so that we can create this new habit. So let's just give it our appropriate colors. And I'm going to give it a plus icon, which is this add icon. If I press on this floating action button, then we want to create a new habit. So let's create that method up here. And so all of the methods that we're creating here is all for the UI related stuff. So for example, like showing a dialog box. So when I create a new habit, we're going to open up this alert dialog box, and we're going to have a text field so that the user can type something in, which means we're going to need a text controller to access whatever the user typed in. So I'm just going to restart this, and if I click on this plus button, you can see it opens up this little box and you can start typing something in. So in the decoration, I want to have a hint text just to clue the user into what they should type in here. I'm going to say create a new habit. And then in the actions, let's have a couple buttons. So I need a save button and a cancel button. So for the save button, let's get the new habit name from just the text controller, so whatever the user typed in. And then we're going to save the information to the database. So if you go to our habit database, you can see there's our add habit method that we created. And then some UI stuff, we just want to pop the box. So we just want to close it and also just clear the text controller. And so this one is going to be called save. And the cancel button is going to be similar, but we're just going to pop the box and clear the controller. Okay, so let's try this. So if I click on the plus, you can type a new habit and then save it. And I think it got saved, but we now need to display it on the screen. So let's go to our init state. So in the initial state, let's read the existing habits on app startup. So if you go to the habit database, let's read the habits. And then in our UI, in the scaffold, in the body, let's build a habit list. So firstly, let's get access to our habit database and get the current habits. And then let's return this list for the habit UI. Cool, so for the item count, that's just current habits.length. And we're going to go through each habit. So let's get individual habit. And let's check if this habit is completed today. Which it would be nice if we had a sort of helper method just to do this little task for us. So in that case, I actually am going to create a new folder called util. And let's have some habit utilities. So sometimes I just want to create some kind of little methods just to help us out with the code. And so this one, what I want is given a habit list of completion days, is the habit completed today. So remember, for each habit, we are storing the days that we've completed in a list for that habit. And so I just want to know if one of those days is today. So this is going to be called is habit completed today. given a list of completed days. So we're just going to look at today and then compare the year, month, day, and return if today is in one of those days. So we can come back to our home page and we can import this little method. And then finally we can return a habit tile UI. So for now I'm just going to give it the habit name. And this should have a bracket. Cool, now if I just save this, you can see there's gym. So that was the first one that we saved earlier. And we can add another one. Cool, now even this is getting a bit verbose, so I'm going to come back to my components and let's create a new file for the habit tile. So let's start off with a container and we're going to decorate it. And just depending on if it's completed or not. Let's say if it's completed, the color can be green, and otherwise it can just be like a gray color. Sweet, there it is. Now I think we could use some padding and some margins. And the corners are so sharp, so let's curve them. And for the child here, let's actually return a list tile. And so we can give it the text, and also for the leading icon, I want to have a checkbox. So this checkbox is for the on and off, and so just give it the is completed boolean. And we can fill out this method for the on changed. So it's requiring this function, so I'm just going to require that at the top. And let's come back to our UI, and you can see on changed. We want to check the habit on and off. So let's create that real quick at the top. So with a given boolean, and a habit, check this off. So let's update the habit completion status. And now let's save this and test this out. And you can see if I click on these checkboxes, we can turn it on and off. Sweet. Now one thing, I just want to make this look a little nicer. If I come back to my checkbox, let's also make the active color green. Yeah, I think that looks better. And one thing is, it's actually only tappable in that checkbox region when I actually want the whole tile to be tappable. So this entire container, let's put it in a gesture detector and fill out the on tap. So I just want to toggle the completion status in the same way. And so let's try this. Yay, we can click on the tile itself. Sweet, now I want to be able to delete and also edit these habits. Import this package called Flutter Slidable. And I've used this in other apps before, but you can just wrap this in a slidable widget. And I want the slide to happen on the end of the tile. So on the end action pane, we can fill out just some kind of motion, and we can have a couple of options. So I want to have one for the edit and the delete. So I'm going to require both of these methods. And so for the edit, I'm going to give it like a gray color with a settings icon. And similar for the delete, but let's make it red and a delete icon. Awesome. Now let's come back to our home page and let's just create the boxes for these. So when we want to edit or delete, we want to just bring up a quick dialog box. So just starting with the edit habit box, let's firstly set the controller's text to be the habit's current name. So we want to sort of pre-fill the text controller with the habit name. And then let's show a dialog box with a text field again. And we're going to have a couple buttons as well, so save and cancel. So this is actually similar to what we had before. So I'm just going to grab this and paste it here, and let's just fix some of this up. So just this method, so instead of adding a new habit, we're going to update the name. And so in our habit tile, if we click on the edit habit, then we can open this edit habit box. And let's do something similar for the delete. And so for the delete, it's a little bit simpler. We don't need to know anything except for just the habit ID. Okay, everything should be done. So let's just save that, and you should be able to slide from the end of this tile and access each of those methods. Sweet, and you can see I can edit and also delete. Now, one thing is some of this padding stuff, let's fix up. So this margin I'm going to get rid of around the tile and just put it on the padding on the entire widget. Yeah, there we go. And I also feel like the text could be white when it's active. Sweet, that's looking much better. So let's just go through and clean up some of this UI. So for example, like the app bar, I like to just make the elevation 0 and also just make the color transparent and instead make the foreground more visible. So now that we can input the data for our habits, let's lastly have a way to display this in a nice way. So we're going to use a heat map. So in your components, let's create a new file called heat map. And I'm going to add this package in. So flutter pub add flutter heat map calendar. So I've also made a separate tutorial for covering just the heat map specifically, so check that out if you need. But I can show you how to implement into this habit tracker now. We're going to return, if you start typing heat map, you can see there's our package, and we have to firstly specify the color sets. And so what this means is it's just going to be a map of colors. So like, let's say the first one is green, and then all of them are different shades of green. So let's make it more green as the number gets higher. And then we need to know the start date. So we're going to display like a list of days. So we need to know when is it going to begin. So that's why we collected that information before. So let's just require that as a variable. And the end date is just going to be today. And the other important thing is the data set. So you can see here, it requires a map for a datetime and an integer for the strength. So we're going to require that as well when we create this heat map. And just some of the other setting up. So the color mode, I want the colors. Let's make the default color secondary. We can control the text color. And so all of this stuff you can customize to your own liking. And I also want to make the scrollable and size 30. Let's see what that looks like. So if I come back to my homepage scaffold in the body, currently I'm just displaying the habit list. So now let's put that in another list view, and we're going to have heat map on the top and then habit list on the bottom. So let's build this heat map. So firstly, let's get access to our database. And the current habits. And we're going to return the heat map UI. So the feature we're listening for is to know what the first date is. And so once we know what the first date is, then we can return this heat map. And so for the start date, we can just give it the information. And for the data sets, for this one as well, I kind of want another helper method just to prepare the data for us nicely. So let's come back to that habit util folder. And I just want to prepare the heat map data set. So given a list of habits, I just wanted to convert it to like a nice map. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through using a for loop. Let's go through each habit, and in each habit, let's go through each date in the completed days. And so what we're going to do is if the date already exists in the data set, then we can just increment its count. So this would result in a stronger green. And otherwise, just initialize it with a count of 1. And just return this data set. So if I come back to my heat map, we can say prep heat map dataset and just give it the current habits. And I think that's good to go. Now, a couple other things, when you have a list inside another list, for the bottom one, which is this habit list, I'm just going to specify a couple of these properties. The shrink wrap should be true and the physics should be never scrollable. So if you have lists inside of another list, like nested lists, you might have problems with scrolling. So that's why you have to say this. Cool. Now if I save this and I rerun it, you can see there's our heat map. So it's just going to add on every single day. So currently, if I check this off, you can see one of the tiles, the latest one, is going to be a bit green. And the more I check off, the more greener it's going to get, right? So that's what these colors are doing. So you can change these colors, obviously. And so if I have another habit, it's going to get even greener. So over time, you're going to have a nice heat map that shows you how you've been doing your habits. And let's just see what this looks like in terms of dark mode. It's looking pretty good, but again, if you want to specify and change up some of these colors, like I feel like this secondary color could be a bit darker for the tiles. Yeah, that looks much better now. So you can change it up to your style, but we coded up the habit tracker. So that's it for this video. Let me know and comment below if you have any questions or any problems. I can come around and help you out. But I hope you learned something. You can download the code below. Let me know what other apps you want me to build, because this is just so fun. So thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hey, what up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code up a functional expense tracker with a minimal aesthetic design. So you can add a new expense, which you can also edit and delete, and we will display the monthly totals in a nice bar graph. Now this light mode looks pretty sick, but let's also add a dark mode as well. By the way, if you're new to the world of coding apps, I have condensed my 5 years of experience into a 10-hour course. This Flutter Masterclass will help you get up to speed to code your own apps, and alongside the course you will also get the full source code to all of my Flutter apps, so check that out below. Now just before we start coding, let's have a look at a nice visual diagram just to know what we're about to code up. So from our phone, we're going to be able to do 3 things, which is firstly create a new expense, and we can edit and delete it as well. So we're going to organize this in an expense database. And so in here we can store each individual expense. So like, let's say we have 3 expenses as an example, and each expense has a name as well as an amount. So then we can gather all of this data together and organize it into a nice bar graph, and then we'll give it back to our app. Sweet. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function, I'm running my app, which brings us to this home page, which I've got in a nice folder called pages, just to keep our code nice and organized. And so the first thing we need to do is we're going to use the ISAR database for some local storage so that we can save our information. So I've made a separate tutorial on how to use ISAR, but I can show you real quick how to do it here. So I'm just looking at the ISAR database, and we're just going to need to copy this code here just to import the packages. So if you open up your terminal, I'm just going to paste this in. And so this should have added, say 3, I think, packages. So if you go to your pubspec.yaml, you can see we added these 3 packages. Alright, cool. Now the first thing we're going to do is to create a new folder called models, and we're just going to create a model for an expense. So each expense, let's give it an ID, which we can just auto increment. So this will be 0, 1, 2 every time we create a new expense. And we just want to know the name and the amount. And let's also include a date time as well. So once you have a class like this, we have to add a collection tab, and we have to add this line here. So part expense.g.dart. So it's the exact same file name as this one, but we just need this line to generate the ISAR file. So what that means is, in our terminal, we just need to run this little command. And what it does is it's just going to create this generated file. And so if you click into this, it says do not modify by hand. So we don't need to touch this at all. But this is just so that we can create a custom object like an expense and then save it to our database. But now what we can do is we can go to our library and create a new folder called database. And let's create our expense database. So firstly, let's get our ISAR object, and I'm just going to have a list of expenses. Let's call it all expenses. And so we're just going to fill out this class here, and I like to have a bit of a plan. So the first thing is I need to set up. We're going to create some getter methods. We have some operations to fill out, and also maybe some helper methods at the end. So the very first thing, just in terms of the setup, I need to initialize the database. So we're going to create a method here, just called initialize. And firstly, we need to get the directory. And then we can say isar.open, and you can see we can say expense schema and just give it the directory path. So this is just for storing our data in our local device. And then let's create a getter method, which just means anywhere else in the code. If we want to get this all expense list, then we can just return that. Cool, so that's all the setting up we really need. Now when it comes to the operations, this is the main part of the expense database. So operations, what I really mean is like the CRUD operations. So create, read, update, and delete. So more specifically, we're going to create a new expense. We're going to read the expenses from the database. And then we can update, meaning like edit an expense, and also delete an expense. So let's just start off with creating a new expense. All we need as a parameter is we just need to know what the new expense is, so let's accept that. And then to add it to our ISAR database, we just need to say await isar.write transaction, and go to your ISAR expenses and just put in your new expense. And so once we've done that, we just want to read from our database so that we can display it correctly. And so we're just going to create our read method now. And so for this one, what we really mean by read is we just want to fetch all of the existing expenses from our database. And then we can give it to our local expense list and then display it in our UI. So let's create a list here called fetched expenses, and to retrieve all of our expenses in our database, we can just say isar expenses and find all. Cool, and then let's just clear our current list and just add it all in. And then to update the UI, let's say notify listeners. Sweet, so in our create new expense method, I'm just going to read the expense at the end. So after we've made any change, I'm always going to reread the expenses. So let's move on to the updating. So if I want to update a particular expense, I just want to know what the ID of that expense is that we're updating, and also what is this updated expense. So firstly, we just want to make sure that the new expense has the same ID as the existing one, and then we're going to update it in the database and just reread. And lastly, we just want to delete, which is pretty easy. All we need to know is what's the ID, and then we can just delete it. And let's reread. Awesome, so that's most of the expense database pretty much done. So let's actually set this up in our app. So if you come back to our main.dart file, let's say widgets, flutter, binding, initialize, and then let's initialize our database. So this one will open up the ISAR database on startup, and I need some simple state management. So I'm just going to import another package. So let's say flutter pub add provider, which is a very popular state management tool. So when we run our app, let's use a change notifier provider, and then we can give it our expense database and then run the app. Cool. So what we're doing here is, if you look at our methods of the operations, this notify listeners is for updating the UI anytime any change has been made. So that's why provider is pretty helpful. So now let's start filling out the UI for this app. So firstly, I need a floating action button. And let's put a add icon. So when I click on this, what I want to do is I want to open a new expense box. So anything UI related, let's create here. So let's see what this looks like. If I click on this floating action button, nothing's happening because we should give it the method. And so if I click on this now, you can see it's going to open up this little box. And so what I want to do in this box is to accept a new expense, which means we're going to need some text fields. So I'm just going to come to the top here and create a text controller. We need one for the name and also the amount. So in our alert dialog box, let's create a column, and the first one is going to be the user input for the expense name. And then below that, let's have another one for the expense amount. Cool, so if I just save this and I run it, you can see there's our text field, so you can start typing stuff in there. Now one little neat trick you can do is this main axis size, we can just say minimum, and then it'll just wrap around just the essential children. Also now in these text fields, by the way, we can actually put a nice decoration because I want to put a hint text. And so what a hint text does is you can see if I just save this, it will kind of give you a hint for the user, like what you should type in here, right? So like the name and the amount. Sweet, and then below that we need some actions because we need a couple buttons. We need a cancel button and we need a save button. Now just to keep our code nice and clean, I'm going to create these widgets below. So I'm going to say cancel button. And so if I'm going to cancel this button, then what I'm going to do is we're just going to pop the box. And we should also clear the controllers just to make sure that we get rid of everything the user typed in. So if I just try this out, you can see I can type stuff in and I can cancel and then it'll pop the box. So that's a very easy one, the cancel button. Let's create one for the save button. So this will be a very similar situation except on the on pressed, we firstly only want to save if there's something in the text field to save, because otherwise we're going to save blank expenses. So we're just going to do a quick check here and say if, and just make sure each controller is not empty. And so only when you have both of those text fields filled, then we can start doing our business. So we're going to pop the box, create our new expense, save it to the database and clear the controllers. Okay, so let's start by popping the box, and then we can create a new expense. Cool, and if you look at the amount, it's got a red squiggle because the amount is meant to be a double value, like it's meant to be a number, where currently it's just like a string, like a text. So this is why I'm going to create a new folder called just helper, and in this helper functions file, I just like to have this for some helpful functions used across the app. So for example, currently I just want something to just convert a string to a double nicely. So we're just going to say double and then pass the string. And then if it's nothing, then give it 0. So then what I can do is come back to my home page and then I can say convert string to double and use that method nicely. So once we've created a new expense, let's save it to the database. So we're going to go context.read the expense database. And then you can see here all of the different options, which is the create new expense that we had before. Sweet, and then we want to just clear the controllers again. Cool, so let's give our button And let's see how this works. So I can now say food, and I can type in like a number, and then I can save it. So looks like I can save information and new expenses, but I can't see it in our app. So let's try to read it. So on the initial state, when the app first gets launched, let's say provider, and go to our expense database, and we just want to read expenses. And we should say listen.false. So once we read the expenses, if we come back down to our UI in the body, let's create a list view in the body. Let's come back down to our UI, and this scaffold, let's wrap it in a consumer widget so that we can consume the data in our expense database. So what we can do here now is in the body, we can create a list view. We can go to the value and go to all of the expenses. And so for the item count, we just want to know the length. And the item builder, we're going to create a list tile. So firstly, let's just do a bit of code here and extract the individual expense from all of the expenses by going through the index. And then let's return the list tile UI. We can give it the individual expenses name and the individual expenses amount. Okay, that should be good. So I'm just going to save this, and you can see that we can start to see our expenses on the screen. Cool. And one thing that I can see right away is the number is a good number, but I want it in like a decimal sort of dollar money amount. Okay, so let's come back to our helper function, right? And I'm going to create a new helper function here for formatting double amounts into dollars and cents. So let's say format amount, and I'm just going to accept a double. And what we're going to do here is, there's actually a really nice package for this one as well. So flutter pub add and type intl. And so we can import this package. And this is good because we can say number format, and we just want the currency. And the symbol, we want the dollar sign, and let's have 2 decimal digits. Cool, so if I come back to my homepage and my list tile, let's give it that format amount. And you can see it's formatted nicely into the currency. Sweet, now I want to decorate this list tile a bit further. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new folder called components, and this is where I like to have the custom widgets. So I'm just going to have my first custom widget, which is my list tile, and the bit of information that varies between the list tile is the title and then the trailing. And so before I decorate this further, just save it and come back to the home page, and then we can just get rid of this and just start typing my list tile. Cool, so that cleans up our code, and then now we can just customize it in this separate file. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I need to have a way to edit and delete this expense. My favorite way of doing this is to use a slidable widget. So open up your terminal, and then we can say flutter pub add flutter slidable, which again I've also made a separate tutorial for, so check that out. But I can show you real quick right now how to do it. So you can wrap your list tile in a slidable widget, and I want to go to the end action pane, which means sliding from the end of the list, so on the right side. And so we can create an action pane, give it a motion, and I just want 2 children here, so one for the settings option and one for the delete option. So we want to have a slidable action, and let's also require these methods at the top when we create this list tile. So the first one is the edit pressed, so it's going to have a settings icon. And the second one is the delete pressed, so let's have a delete icon. So what did we just do? If we come back to our home page, you should see a red squiggle because we have to fill out the on edit pressed and on delete pressed. So we haven't created these methods, So let's just do that real quick at the top. So when we want to edit an expense, we want to open an edit box, kind of similar to before. So I'm just going to grab that bit of code and just switch it up a little bit. Now when we edit, the one thing I want to do is I want to pre-fill the existing values in the text field, right? We want to know what the existing information was. So let's just do that by accepting the expense that we're about to edit and just get the existing name and the existing amount. And let's just put that in the hint text. And we need a cancel button, and then for the save button, we're going to need a new button here called edit expense button. So for this one, we're going to need to know a parameter for the expense, and let's return a material button. And for the onPressed, we're going to save as long as at least one text field has been changed. So when it comes to editing, you don't have to change all of the fields, but as long as one of them is different and the user updated just one of them at least, then we can start to do our business. So we can pop the box, we can create a new updated expense and save it to the database and so on. So just starting with popping the box, and then we can create a updated expense. And so we're just going to do a quick check here, right? So the name controller, if it's not empty, then give it whatever's in that name controller. Otherwise, if it is empty, then just return the original expense name. Same thing for the amount. So we're only going to update it if there is something to update. Otherwise, we're going to give it the existing amount. And the date time should just be the current date right now. Cool. And the only thing we want to keep the same is the ID of the expense. Cool. And then we can update this expense. Sweet. So let's give the correct parameters here. And let's finally do the deleting box. So for the deleting, we don't need any text fields. We just need an option to delete it. So let's create that down below. We just want to pop the box and then just delete the expense. But everything should be working now. So if I just save this, right, you can slide to the left on a particular expense and you can see the new icons showing up. So I can edit, and it looks like it's editing correctly. And you can also delete, which for some reason I can't see the delete text because I forgot to give it. Let's give it a text widget saying delete. Cool, and then if you save this, yay, we can delete an expense. So functionality works. Let's just come back to our list tile real quick and then just decorate this up because I want the settings option to have some color. So I'm just going to decorate this up. The border radius, let's make it a bit curved as well. And for the delete button, let's make it red. Awesome, now that we got the functionality down, let's have a way to display this data in a nice bar graph. So I'm going to create a new folder here called bar graph, and let's start by creating an individual bar. Each individual bar, I'm just going to need to know the X integer, so like the position on the X axis, and also the amount on the Y axis for how much expenses we have for that month. And then let's create another file called bar graph. And for this one, I'm going to open my terminal and add another package called FL charts or FL chart, which is the most famous Flutter graph package that there is. And so once you've done that, we can now create a stateful widget called my bar graph. And let's just accept a list of doubles called monthly summary. And also, I just want to know the start month. So I just want to know So for example, the monthly summary would be something like $25, $500, $120 for each month. And the reason why the start month is an integer is because like 0 would represent January, 1 would represent February, and so on. So this list, firstly, will hold the data for each bar. And then we want to initialize the bar data. So we're going to use our monthly summary to create a list of bars. So we're going to say list.generate, and depending on the length of our monthly summary, we can create our individual bar. Then we can come back down to our build method and let's say bar chart, and you can see there it is from our package. And we have to fill out this bar chart data. So firstly, just to see this working, right? The minimum, let's say 0, maximum, let's say 100. And let's come to our homepage UI. And you can see currently we're just displaying a big list of expenses. I'm going to grab all this and put it in a column. And let's expand the list just to fill up all the space. And at the top, we're going to have a bar graph. And so we need to give it the monthly summary. And let's come back to our expense database and create a helper method here to calculate, firstly, the total expenses for each month. And let's also have a way to just get the start month and get the start year very easily. Starting with the calculating the total expenses for each month. We're going to ensure that the expenses are read from the database so that it's updated. And then we're going to create a map to keep track of the total expenses for each month. And let's iterate over all the expenses. Let's just start by reading the expenses. And then we're going to create this map of monthly totals. If you don't know what a map is, you can see here I've got it as an integer for every double. So 0 would represent January. And let's say there's $250 in January. We can create a map like this. So we're going to use a quick for loop to go through each expense in all of our expenses. And let's extract the month from the date of the expense first. And if the month is not in the map yet, then initialize it to 0. And then we can add the expense to the total for the month. Cool, and then let's just return the monthly totals. And then let's just have a couple quick methods here just to get the start month and the start year. Awesome. So currently in our consumer, we're just going straight to the scaffold, but let's grab all the scaffold and I'm just going to do some bit of code just before I return the scaffold UI. I want to firstly get the dates, and then I want to calculate the number of months since the first month. And then we're just going to display only the expenses for the current month. So let's use those couple of methods that we just created to get the start month and the start year. And the current month is going to be just the date, time, now's month, and same for the year. Now we need to calculate the number of months since the first month, right, to know how many bars we're going to display. So I'm just going to come back to my helper function and let's create this method real quick just to calculate the number of months it's been since the first month. So I'm just going to need to know as an input the start year, start month, current year, current month. Sweet, so come back to the home page and we can just say integer month count and give it that method. Awesome, so if you look at the bar graph here, I'm going to wrap this in a future builder. And the feature we're going to listen for is the data for the bar graph. Let's just create that feature at the top real quick. And I'm just going to have a method here just to refresh the graph data, just to make sure that we got the updated version. If you go to your provider in the expense database, you can see that we can access that method we created, the calculate monthly totals. And so when we initialize this app, let's read the database on the initial startup, and then they're going to load the futures to refresh the graph data. So what did we just do? If you come back down to our graph UI, we can give it our future. And then in the builder, we firstly will just check if it's loaded. So if the connection state is done loading, then we can get the monthly total data. And we can create our list finally. And then return our bar graph. Otherwise, if it's still loading, let's just return a text widget saying loading. Okay, cool. Hopefully this works. Now, there's a bit of an issue because we should give it a size. So let's wrap this graph UI in a sized box, let's say about 250. And yay, you can see there's our graph. Now it's being covered by the notch area at the top, so you can actually wrap this in a safe area widget to just avoid that notch area. And now we have our bar graph. Sweet, so now that our bar graph is displayed on the screen, let's come back to our bar graph.dart file and start filling this out. So right now we've only got just minimum 0, max is 100. And so you can see even with this max, you can give it say 200 and on the screen it will switch up the maximum. So for now, I'm just going to fix it to be 100. And let's start filling out this grid data. So let's decorate this up to our minimal style. The FL grid data, I'm going to say show false. So you can see the grid goes away. And then I want to fix up the border. So no borders. And then the title. So this is the text, kind of the numbers you see on the sides of the graph. So what I'm going to do is we're going to say, firstly, show to be true. But I'm only going to show it for the bottom tile. So the top tile, I'm going to say false. And same as the left and the right tiles. I'm not going to show them. And I'm only going to show the bottom tile. So let's say show title to be true for this one. And then we're going to get the titles widget. So Just to keep our code nice and clean, I'm just going to create this at the bottom. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to use a switch statement. And so we're going to look at this value as an integer. And then remember 0 is for January. And then 1 for February, 2 for March, and so on. And by the way, I actually want to create this on the outside. Let's just copy this and just put it on the very outside of the braces. Finally, we can just return the side title widget. And so hopefully we will be able to see the bottom titles like January, February, March. So currently we don't actually have any data to represent it. So if you go to the bar groups, we can go to our bar data. And just put this as a map. And so for the X, we're going to give it the data X. And for the bar rod, this is going to be for the data Y. Cool. And then at the end, let's just convert this to a list. Okay, cool. So it looks like we have expenses, but we can't see the graph right now. So that's because we didn't actually even initialize it. So when we create this build method, let's just initialize it. And if I save this, you can see there's our first graph for January. And if I create a new expense, it'll go up. And it looks like it does go up, but it doesn't update immediately. So what we need to do is if we come back to our home page, that's what this refresh graph data method was for. Okay, so every time, let's say we create a new expense and we do all of this stuff, let's also refresh the graph. Which means we should do the same thing for when we edit and delete. Cool, so now if I do anything like create a new expense, the graph updates immediately. Awesome. Now if you look carefully, I feel like this is kind of cut off. So you can select this reserved size and just give it some number, just so that we have some space on the bottom. Okay, cool. And then now we can start decorating up our bars. So on the bar chart rod data, first of all, I want to control the border, like the corners. And then we can give it a color. So I'm just going to go for my minimal style. By the way, the simulator's clock goes according to your clock on your computer. So what you can do is actually go to your settings, whether you're on Mac or PC, just go to your settings and find your date option, and you can actually set the date manually. And so you can go forward in time. And so what I want to check is I want to go forward 1 month, so into February, and you can see my graph will update accordingly. And so if I create a new expense, obviously I'm in February now, so now that bar is going to go up, which means we can use this for some testing just to make sure it works for all of the other months and stuff like that. Now one thing I can see is there's a bit of a gap. The gap's too big for my liking between the 2 months. So let's have some bar dimension sizes. So for example, like bar width, let's say 20, and then the space between the bars, let's say 15. And also just to see what this looks like, if I go to December, let's see what a whole year would look like, right? And then if I go past December, like into the next few months, you can see we have a little error we need to fix. Like we're clearly into January, February, March, and it's got the space for it, but it doesn't actually show us. And the reason is, if you go to our getting the bottom tiles, remember this integer for the value? We're only looking at the cases between 0 and 11. We didn't consider the cases for like 12, 13, 14, 15, like past a year. So what we can do here is we're going to use this percent sign. So this one is for the remainder. So I'm going to basically get the remainder when you divide it by 12. So this should make sure that it goes on for the future years. So if I save this, I can see the January, February, March. Okay, so that's cool. And the thing is though, I want this to be sort of scrollable. Like I don't want to show every single month, otherwise the bars are going to get so small. So in the sized box, let's control this width, and I'm going to show the width just depending on however long the bar data is. And then I'm going to wrap this in a single child scroll view, which basically just lets it become scrollable. And I want this to be scrollable horizontally. And so basically what we did is we just fixed the size of this and then instead made it scrollable. So we're only showing maybe like a maximum of a year. Awesome. Now let's come back to our individual bars and decorate this up further. So I actually want a back drawer. So the kind of container to fill it. So like the empty space behind it. I want to make it a lighter gray or maybe a white. And actually this scaffold doesn't have a color. I always like to make it slightly gray instead of completely white at the back. And this is looking pretty good so far. And also one thing to notice is, you know, the max Y, we have it as a fixed number, like 100, 300 or 500. Now, depending on different people's expenses, this number should adjust. Like we shouldn't fix this number. So I'm going to have a way to calculate the upper limit for the graph. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to initially set it at $500, but let's adjust it if the spending is way past this amount. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our monthly summary and we're just going to sort this from smallest to biggest. And then we're going to just get the biggest one and just slightly increase it by say 5%. And so if the max is less than 500, then we're just going to keep it at $500. Otherwise, we're going to return this max. And so in the next month, April, for example, let's say I start to reach the similar amount of spending. And then if I go beyond that, then that's going to be my new max. And so it'll kind of put everything else relative to each month. Now for the group space, we can say space between bars. That's just the gap between each of the individual bars. And I'm going to add some padding just on the horizontal. And I think that looks pretty good. Awesome. Now one thing is when I create a new expense, currently it's just adding it to the bottom of the list. Whereas I feel like I should have it on the top, being the latest one. So to do that, let's just go to our build method here again. And we want to only display the expense for the current month, as opposed to displaying, you know, every single expense in the entire existence. We just want to display it for just this month. So then in the list view builder, we can just change this to the current month expenses. And cool. And like I said before, we want to reverse this list to show the latest item first. Awesome. Now in our expense database, we want to calculate the current month total, and let's just display it at the top. So we're going to ensure the expenses are read from the database again, just so that we have the most updated version. Let's get the current month and the year, and let's filter these expenses to include only those for this month in this year. And for that month, we're going to calculate the total. So that is another feature that we're going to load up for the graph. So let's create the calculate current month total. And so instead of saying refresh graph data, I'm just going to say refresh data. And in here, just do both of them. So the graph as well as the month total. Okay, awesome. Now let's come to our scaffold and create an app bar. I'm going to make the background transparent, and I just want to display in the title. For the future, we're going to listen to the current month total, and then when it's loaded, I just want to display that total. Yep, there it is. So if I add a new expense or delete or anything like that, it should update at the top. Awesome. And then next to this, let's also display just what the current month is. So I'm just going to go to my helper function and just get a current month name. And so in our app bar, let's just put this in a row. And so we've got the amount total, and then next to it, let's display the month. Sweet, there it is. Now let's just space between though. And that's looking pretty good. Okay, now one last thing is I want to make sure that we want to display the most current month. So in other words, instead of displaying the first part of this list, like the scrollable graph, I want to go to the very end. So I want to make sure, to have a scroll controller to make sure it scrolls to the end. In other words, the latest month. So in the initial state, if I just start this app and then I just scroll to the end, and give our scroll view the scroll controller, if you restart this, it'll just scroll to the end automatically to the current month, which is what we want. And another bug that we have is currently we are in March, like in the next year. And if I create a new expense, it doesn't actually update this current March. It goes and updates last year's March. So that's because we are only taking into consideration January to December for just the first year. So let's take into consideration for years as well. So if you come back to our expense database, you can see in the calculate monthly totals, we are currently accepting in the map an integer to represent the month, right? Between 0 and 11. So like for example, it's like a map 0 being January and then 1, 2, 3, 4 up until 11. And so we need to now take into consideration not just months, but also years. So I'm going to change this from an integer to a string. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have like a year month string. So something like this, 2024 1 or 0, 2024 1, 2024 2, 2024 11, and then in the new year we're going to go 2025 0 and then go on from there. So this will take into consideration the year as well. So let's change this up to string. And so we're going to have like a year month value here. So let's just fix up all of this stuff. And then now let's come back to our refresh data. And you can see here, we're going to switch this up to string. And I'm just going to restart this. We have some fresh data. Let's fix up some of this code when the data is loaded. So we're going to accept that map as a string now. And so we're going to calculate the year month, considering the start month and the index. So we're going to calculate the year and the month. And then create the key in the format of year month, like I showed you before. And then we can return the total for that year month combo, or 0 if it doesn't exist. Awesome. So if I save this, it should work. So it's working for January. Now let's just change the time again. And I'm going to go to January for the next year. And so if I just delete something, if I just update this, you can see we're in January in the next year. And if I create a new expense in this month, then it'll update for the new January as opposed to the old one. So now it's taking into consideration years. Cool. Now just to finish off, let's just decorate up this list tile component. And so what I'm just going to do is just wrap this list tile with a container, and we're going to just add some decoration. So I really like a nice minimal style. I'm going to just use a gray color that's a little bit lighter. Let's create some margin to have some space. I think this could be even more lighter. And of course, you guys know I don't like any sharp corners, so let's curve the border radius. And I feel like if I come back to my home page, we could put in some space between the graph and the list. Yeah, that looks better. So one thing I can see is if you slide to get the options, it's kind of not looking exactly the way I want. So let's just come back to our list tile and this margin. Let's get rid of this. And we're just going to put that exact same padding around the entire widget. Cool. So if you just save this and try again, then yep, that's the look I want to go for. Sweet. Now I'm just going to leave it at that. We have a nice minimal functional expense tracker. If you have any questions, just comment below. You can download the full code with the more updated stuff in my website. So check that out if you want. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hey, what's up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code up a minimal music player app. So we can browse through a playlist of songs and perform the basic functionalities like playing, pause, resume, and a seek bar to control where in the song you are. For the theme and design, let's code it up in both light and dark mode with a touch of neumorphism. So just before we start, let's have a little bit of a visual plan about what we're about to code up. So we're just going to have two pages. One is for the playlist to display all the songs, and then we can click on a song to go to the song page and have the playback controls. And then we're going to have the audio player as a provider to sort of provide all of the different data that we need. So for the first page, it's just going to provide a list of songs. And then when we go to the song page, it's going to provide what the current song that we're playing and the playback controls as well. And also we are going to have actually one more page for the settings page where we can just control the dark mode and light mode. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function, I'm running my app, which brings us to this home page, and I've got this in a separate folder called pages just to keep it organized. And this should just be a blank scaffold, so you should just have a white blank app like this. Now let's just start off with the theme. So I'm going to create a new folder called theme, and let's start off with the light mode. And so you can choose your own colors, but you can just also copy my ones. So if you create a theme data here, you can specify these different colors. So background, primary, secondary, and I also like to specify the inverse primary. So these are all just different shades of gray, which you can play around with. But let's create one for the dark mode as well. And make these colors a bit darker. So we can always fine tune these colors later on. So one thing we're going to do is in the main file, you can see in the material app, we can specify this theme. So if I give it light mode and nothing changed, we should actually come to the home page, and let's actually give it a background color. So we can say theme.ofContext, go to the color scheme, and you can see there's all the options for what we specified before. So for this, let's just give it the background color. And if I save this, you can see it changed to a little bit of a light gray. So if I change this to dark mode, then it'll be much darker. We want to switch between these two modes. So to do that, let's create a theme provider. Open up your terminal and let's add in this package. So Flutter pub add provider for some simple state management. And let's fill out this class. So class theme provider extends change notifier. So initially, let's make it light mode. And let's create a getter. And also a boolean just to see if it's dark mode or not. So this here will just check if the current theme is equal to the dark mode and return true or false. And then we also need a setter to set the theme. And this notify listeners is to update the UI. And then lastly, we just need a toggle theme method. So if the current theme is the light mode, then change to dark mode and vice versa. Sweet, so if you come back to the main.dart file, when you run this app, we need to wrap this in a change notifier provider and give it our theme provider. And so now we can say, instead of just light mode or dark mode, we can go to our provider and get the theme data. Cool, so just save it and run it again and everything should be working fine. Now we're going to need a way to trigger this toggle theme method to change to dark mode. So let's go to our home page and I'm just going to create an app bar real quick. And if you just create a blank drawer, you can see there's a menu icon in the top left. So just click it and you can open this blank drawer. We're going to code this up. Now, just to keep our code nice and organized, I'm going to create this in a separate folder called components. So this is where I just like to put the different widgets. For this drawer, let's give it our background color. And just to see the changes that we're making, if I come back to the home page, we can type my drawer and you can see there it is. So let's just import. And so in this drawer, I'm just going to create a column. And so let's just have a basic layout. So let's have a logo at the top. So for the logo, I'm just going to use a music note icon here. And for these tiles, let's use a list tile. Maybe we could use a bit of padding. Cool. And let's do the same thing for settings. Awesome, that's looking pretty good. Now when I click on this home tile on tap, we just want to pop the box. So we're already at the home page. So if I click this, I just want to pop the drawer. Now when it comes to the settings, I want to pop the drawer, but I also want to navigate to the settings page. So we haven't created this settings page yet, so let's just do that real quick. And let's come back over here and import what we just created, and there we go, we can now navigate to the settings page. So let's fill this out. In the body, I'm just going to create a basic container and let's just decorate it up a little bit. And main thing here is the row. I want to have a switch. And I'm going to use a Cupertino switch, which is the Apple style one. So if I just show you real quick, if I say false for the value and save it, you can see there's the button. And if I change it to true, you can see the switch becomes green. So this one is going to be true or false. So what we're going to do is go to our theme provider. And you can see is dark mode. And for the on changed, go to the provider and we can go toggle theme. And so if I save this, you can toggle between the two. Sweet, and let's just clean this up and decorate this to our liking. add some padding and margin, and of course our border radius needs to be curved. By the way, so you see how we're in dark mode. Now you can see the different shades of gray that it currently is. If you don't like it, you can go to this dark mode file and control and change up the colors to your liking. You can even hover over this and it goes exactly what you want. So let's make this darker. Let's make the secondary one darker for the tile. And yeah, I think that's much better. So just play around with it. Okay, sweet. So now it's time for our actual music and our audio player. So what we need here is I'm going to create a new folder called models, and we're going to start off with a song. So if you think about a song, I'm going to need 4 things. I want to know the song name. I want to know the artist name, the image path for the artwork, and also the audio path. And let's create another model here called playlist provider. And so firstly, we're going to have a playlist of songs, and you can see if I import the song, what we just created, we can create our first song. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come over here to my desktop, and I've got this assets folder, and I have a folder called audio, and I just have an MP3 file here. So you can grab any MP3 file and place it into a folder like this. And I've also got this image folder for the album artwork. So just get any kind of square image. So I'm going to go to my project and just drag this assets folder in. And then if I come back to my code, we have to tell it in our pubspec.yaml that we are importing assets. So if you scroll down, you can see this assets that you have to uncomment. And so we're going to import 2 things. So assets audio and assets images. Cool. So just as an example, let's create 3 songs here. And I'm just going to title this up to be whatever. Okay, sweet. So I have these 3 songs. The next thing we need to know is the current song that's playing, but the index of it. So if I say like 0, that's the first song here. If I say 1, that's this song. 2 is that song. So with this current song index, we're going to control which song we're playing. And so I'm just going to put some nice comments here. I need a section for getters and then setters. So let's get a way to return the playlist and also the current song index. Sweet, so let's try to come back to our homepage and display the playlist of songs in a list. So to do that, we are going to use a consumer widget to consume this data. And we're going to return a list view builder. And whoops, since we have a new provider, we should come back to our main.dart file and add in this new provider. So we've currently only got the theme provider. So what you can do here is say multi-provider and just specify both the theme as well as the playlist provider. Sweet. So if I come back down here, so what I'm going to do here is before we display this list view, let's firstly get the playlist. And then now we can say in the item count, we're going to say playlist.length. And then we're going to get the individual song by going through all of the indexes for however long this playlist is. And then we can now give it to our list tile UI. So let's just start off with our song name. And you can see if you save it, there it is. And then we can go to the subtitle to give it the artist name. And then we can start decorating this up. Even the leading, we can give it the image. Cool. And then finally, the on tap. So when we tap on one of these tiles, we want to go to the song. So let's just create that at the top real quick. I'm going to start off by getting the playlist provider. And just initialize it. And then here's our method for going to a particular song. So with a given song index. So firstly, let's update the current song index in our provider. And then we're going to navigate to the song page. And whoops, we forgot to create the setter method. So let's just do that real quick. So we just want to set the new current index. So if I come back here, we can give it the new song index. And then we're going to navigate to our song page, which we haven't created. So let's just create that real quick. Cool, so if I save this and I click on one of these tiles, nice, we can go to a song page. So now what we need to do is to just decorate up this song page. So the kind of design aesthetic I want to go for is a neumorphism style. So I'm just going to create a new component called new box, just standing for neumorphic box. And let's just say I want to know a child when I create this. And so let me show you how to do this. So in the containers decoration, the color is going to be the same as the background color. And the trick here is to just work with a couple shadows. So I'm just going to have a dark shadow on the bottom right and a lighter shadow on the top left. So we can give it a slightly darker color here. Give it a bit of a blur, and we're going to offset this. So what this means is instead of just being right in the middle, we're going to change the position of this shadow a little bit. So this will, so 4 will make it on the bottom right. Let's copy this, change this to white, and make this negative. Should be top left. So just to show you what we just created in our song page in the body, let's just create in the middle a new box. And maybe just give it an icon. And so you can see there it is. Now I think we should add some padding. And the corners are pretty sharp, so let's curve the corners. And the final thing is the scaffold should have a background color. So the background and the foreground of this is actually the same, and it's the shadows that are creating this 3D effect. And I think this looks pretty cool. Sweet, so now that we have a neumorphic box, we can start to decorate up our song page. So let's have a big column. And I'm going to have a custom app bar. And then the album artwork, the song duration progress, and then the playback controls. So just before we fill this out, let's grab this entire scaffold and wrap it in a consumer widget, just to consume the playlist provider data. So like I said, I want to create my own custom app bar. So let's get rid of this guy. And let's start off with a row for a back button, maybe like a title, and then a menu button. Sweet, there it is. So it's scrunched up in the corner. So let's actually wrap this in a safe area widget, which makes us avoid the notches and stuff like that. And then let's also space between to spread it out. And let's add some padding as well. Cool, and then below that, let's use one of our neumorphic boxes. And for the child, let's give it the image asset. And just to try this out, right, I want to go to one of my images. And there it is, and you can see it's got a nice effect around it. And we can say number 2, number 3. Cool, so all of our images are currently working. And the image itself is quite sharp, so I'm going to wrap this in a clip rect to change the border radius. Now below the image, we want to have the song and artist name. And also maybe like a heart icon for the like and not like. Sweet, and then below that we are in need of a progress bar for the duration. So firstly, in a row, I want to know the start time. And then we're going to have a couple icons, so the shuffle and the repeat, and also the end time at the end. So for now, I'm just going to put in some blank values just to get the UI down first. Now let's space this evenly, or space between. And then now below this, we need a slider. So you can see it's like this little progress bar thing. And so we can specify the min and the max. And let's say the value is 50. And I'm going to change up this active color to be green. And this is looking pretty good. Now I actually think we should take this slider out of this padding. Cool, and just for this UI, since it's a music player, I actually don't want that big ass circle as the thumb. So you can wrap this in a slider theme and then get this thumb and then make it 0. Sweet, I think that looks better. Cool, and then the last thing we need is just a playback control. So let's have another big row, and then we're gonna have a skip previous, a play pause button, and then a skip forward. So let's just try one of these out. So if I get another neumorphic box and go to the previous icon, and I'm just gonna expand this to fill up the entire space. And also wrap it in a gesture detector so that we can tap on this. So let's copy this and create a few more. Now for the middle one, I actually want to change up the flex to be 2, which means it should be double the size. And then we can just use some size boxes in between just to create some gaps. Cool, and then once you're done, if you come to the very overall column here, I'm just going to main axis alignment to the center, which I think looks the best. Sweet. Now, we actually had this back button, which we didn't specify the functionality. So let's just pop it. Go back to the previous. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Now, one thing is, if I go to another song, it should reflect these changes, but currently we have it all fixed. And hard coded in. So you can see like this thing is hard coded in. So what we're going to do is grab this whole thing and then open up these curly braces, and we're going to return it anyway. But just before we return the scaffold, we're going to get the playlist, and then we're going to get the current song. So let's firstly get the playlist, and then we're going to get the current song. And then we can go to this image asset and just go to the current songs, album, art, image path. And same thing for the text, right? Instead of hard coding this value, we can say current song and then the song name. And then the current song and then the artist name. Sweet, and I think that should be good. If I just save this, we can now go to the appropriate ones. Okay, now the last thing we need to do is we need to code up the audio player. So open up your terminal and we're going to add this package in, Flutter pub add audio players. This is the most popular one in Flutter, so we're going to go with this. And so just to have a bit of a plan about what we're going to do is we're going to have an audio player, and we're going to control the durations, so like how long it is and stuff like that. We're going to have a constructor, and initially we're not playing, and then these are the main playback controls. So play the song, pause the song, resume, and then this will be helpful as well, this pause or resume, which I'll explain later. And then also the other main thing is seek to a specific position in the current song so that we can use our thumb to drag around to different positions. And then just a couple more. Play next song. Play previous song. Listen to the durations, and then we can finally dispose of this audio player. So looks like a lot we need to get through, but each of these is quite simple. So let's just start this off. Let's get our audio player. And for the duration, I want to know two different durations. So the current duration and the total duration for the song. So when we create this constructor, so when we create this playlist provider, we want to just automatically start listening to the duration for any changes. So we're going to listen for the total duration, listen for the current duration, and then we can also listen for when the song is completed. And then let's come back to the beginning. So let's just create a quick boolean and say is playing false at the beginning. And a quick method to play a song. So firstly, I need to know what path it is. So let's go to the current songs audio path. And if it was playing something already, just stop it. And then we can play this asset. Now pause is also similar, just pause it and just change up the boolean and then notify listeners. We're going to resume. Now we have both of these pause and resumes which work individually, but if we are actually in the UI, we are going to click on this button to pause and resume. So it's actually going to be one button. So it's going to be helpful for us to just create this pause or resume. So for this one, we're just going to check. If it's playing, then we're going to pause it. Otherwise, we're going to resume it. And then for the seek, we just need to know as an input the duration. So where are we going to? And then just go to that position. And then we want to play to the next song. So all we need to do when we want to go to the next song is just update the index. So this current song index, as long as it's not null and it's not the last song, just increment by 1. And then if it is the last song, let's just go back to the first song. So it can just loop. And then similarly for the previous song. Now when it comes to the previous song or the left skip previous button, if we're currently in the middle of a song, then if you actually press the left arrow, it should go to the beginning of the song before you skip to the previous song, if you know what I mean. So if it's more than 2 seconds, like if more than 2 seconds have passed, then we're just going to restart the current song. And then otherwise, we're going to go to the previous song. Cool. And then for this song completion, once a particular song's completed, then we're going to just play the next song. Okay, cool. Now let's just finish off by writing all the getters. So I want to get the boolean for is playing, the current duration, the total duration, and that's it. And for this setter, when we update the current song index, as long as the new index isn't null, then we're just going to play this song at the new index. So this should just work out nicely. So when you import a new package, by the way, it's a good idea to just kill the project and just open it again, just to make sure. But let's check this out. So if I click on one of these songs, then yay, you can hear the music playing. Okay, so there's actually no way for us to pause the music right now in our UI. So I'm just going to kill the app and restart it. And let's just fill this out, right? So the slider, you know, the max slider, we can now give it the total duration. And then where we are currently, we can give it the current duration. And this onChange method is for when the user is dragging the slider around. But what I'm more interested in is the onChange end. And this one is for when the sliding has finished. So when we go to that position in the song duration. Cool, and then let's come back down to these playback controls. So For the skip previous, we can give it the correct method. And we can give it the pause and resume. For the icon, this one we actually want to change up the icon. So if it is playing, then let's give the pause icon. And then otherwise give it the play arrow. And then finally the skip forward method. Okay, sweet. So let's save this. And if I click on a song, it starts playing and you can see it says pause because it's playing right now. And you can see the green bars moving as well. And you can also seek to a different position. And we can also skip the songs and looks like all the functionality is working fine. Now, one of the last things we need to do is just this time value and then go to the current duration and just convert it to a string. Same thing for the total duration. And you can see if we print it out, it looks like it's working, but it looks quite ugly. So I'm just going to come up to the top and we're just going to have a quick method here to convert this duration into like a nice minute seconds string. So let's call it format time and just accept a duration. And so what I'm going to do is firstly just get the remainder if you divide it by 60 just to get the 2-digit seconds. And the formatted time is just going to be the duration in minutes and then the 2-digit seconds. So let's come back down and format these guys. And whoops, there's an extra bracket. Cool, and it's not quite perfect. Like if it's a single digit second, we should add in an extra 0 on the left. Yeah, like that. That looks much better. And let's just test all of these functionalities out. I think it's all working. Except for the going previous, it works when you're in the middle, but we can't skip to the previous. Let's come back to that method and for some reason we didn't fill this one out. When we are already past 2 seconds, then we're going to just restart the song. And sweet, looks like everything's working. Now just one last thing is let's just check the dark mode. And it looks like it's working fine except for this new morphic box. So let's come over here. And the background's good. Let's just grab a quick boolean for the dark mode. And let's just say, okay, if it's dark mode, then give it a black color. For this one, if it's a dark mode, then give it a dark gray. And that's looking pretty good. Sweet, so that's how you code up a minimal music player app. I hope you learned something. If you have any questions about any of this stuff, just comment below and I'll try to help you out. But other than that, thanks for watching and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Yo, what up? Welcome back to another Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code up a food delivery app with backend. So I'll show you how to implement the authentication to register and log in new users, and then they can browse through a menu and maybe select some food add-ons, and then the user can add it to the cart. And then from this cart, the user can change the quantity, amounts and things like that. And then finally go to the checkout page where they can input their card payment details. Once the payment is complete, then the user will be sent to this waiting page with the receipt. And then this order will then be sent to the backend database with live updates. This is a really good one, so like and subscribe as I'll be making more apps like this. Also, if you want to download the full code, it's linked below. Now just to show you a bit of an overview of what we're about to create, this is pretty much all of the pages and how they're connected to each other. So firstly, we're just going to check the login status, and if you're not logged in, then we're going to go to the login page, which you can also go to the register page to sign up. But this authentication will then bring us to our homepage, which is where we can see the menu of the restaurant, and from there we can go to the food option and add it to the cart. We can also go to some settings pages where we can log out as well, and we can also go to the cart page, and then finally we can pay and go to the checkout and things like that. So this is going to be the overview for what we're about to code up. Sweet, so if you're ready, let's get started. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function I'm running my app, and currently we're just returning a login page. And if you go to our library, I've got it organized in a pages folder. So this is just going to return a blank scaffold, which should just be a blank white app. So we'll just begin our code from here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to just create a new folder called themes, and we're going to set up the colors for this app. So just starting with the light mode, I've already selected the shades of gray that I like to use. So you can change these colors to your own liking. I'm going to create dark mode as well. And then I need a new file for the theme provider. So this will help switch between light mode and dark mode. And it'll also be useful to have another getter for if it's dark mode or not. And then let's create our setter. And the main method here is the toggle theme. So if we are currently in light mode, then let's change to dark mode, and vice versa. Cool. And by the way, just for some simple state management, I'm just going to use provider. So let's open up our terminal. I'm going to say flutter pub add provider. So if you come back to our main function, we're going to just wrap our app in a change notifier provider, and we're going to give it our theme provider. Cool. And then if you come down to our material app in the theme section, let's just access that provider and just return whatever the current theme is. Sweet. So if you come to our login page for the background color, so instead of just specifying a fixed color like gray, we can say go to the theme, and we're going to go to our color scheme, and this is where we can access all of those different colors. So I'm just going to use background for this. So coding like this makes it really easy later on, because if you need to change any of these colors, you can just come back to the light mode and dark mode file and change it here. So in the scaffold of our login page, let's create a big column, and let's have a bit of a plan. At the top, I want to have a logo. And then maybe let's have like a welcome back message. We need an email text field, a password text field. Now, when it comes to the text field, we're going to need to use this text field multiple times. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder called components. And in here, I like to just store my custom widgets. So for example, like my text field, I'm just going to create my own version. So between the text fields, we need to know the controller and also the hint text, as well as the obscure text. So I'll show you what each of these are doing. So let's give it the controller and the obscure text. And for the decoration, I want to have a border, and we're going to have two borders, so enabled border and focused border. So just to show you here, if I come back to my login page, we can now start typing my text field, and you can see we can import that. And so we need to give it a controller. So let's come up to the top and create these text editing controllers. So one for email, one for password. And whoops, looks like we have a bit of a problem. Let's just get rid of this. And sweet, so you can see there's our text field with the nice border. And if you click on it, it'll be focused. So that's why we have the two different borders. So let's add some padding on the horizontal. And you can see the hint text is what's written in the background to let the user know what should be typed in this box. So I'm just going to change up the style. And we can do the same thing for the password. And for the password, let's set the obscure text to be true, so that will hide the characters. Cool. And then we're going to need a sign in button. So similar to the text field, I'm going to create a custom button so that we can reuse this. And so between buttons, I just need to know the on tap function as well as the text. Cool, so let's come back to our login page and we can use my button. I'm just going to say sign in, and for now let's just execute nothing. And there it is. So let's just decorate this up. I'm going to put some padding and some margin. And the decoration, let's make the border radius curved as well. Cool, and then lastly at the bottom, I'm just going to have a row of text widgets. So this will give the user the option to go to the register page. So I only want the register now text to be tappable, so I'm just going to wrap that in a gesture detector. And let's actually require this on tap at the top. Cool, so now what we need is a register page. So this will be very similar to our login page. So I'm just going to grab most of this. And in this one, we just need another text field for the confirm password. And let's just change up some of this to be the register page. And sign up instead of sign in. And at the very bottom, we can say already have an account, then log in here. And so we can click on this to go back to the login page. So we want to either show the login page or the register page, right? So we need to find a way to sort this out. So I'm going to create a new folder called auth for the authentication and create a file called login or register.dart. And so what this page is going to do is we're just going to initially show the login page, and we're going to just create a toggle to toggle between the two pages. So in the build, we can say if show login page is true, then show the login page. And you can see on this on tap, we can trigger the toggle pages method. Else, same thing for the register page. And then if you come to the main.dart file, instead of displaying one or the other, we can just say login or register. And so if I just restart this and I save it, you can see initially we're going to be in the login page, but then if I click on register now, we can go to the register page and vice versa. Cool, so now that we can go back between the login page and the register page, now let's try to click on the sign in button and go to the home page. So if you have a look at our sign in button, you can see in the on tap, it's currently just doing nothing. So in here, what I'm going to do is let's create a method called login. And so what we're going to do is we're going to fill the authentication and all the backend stuff in the second half of the video. So for this, I just want to focus on the UI. So we'll fill it out in just a second. Now what I want to do is if we do log in and we're authenticated, then let's navigate to the home page. Now we haven't created the home page, so let's do that right now. And just to know what this page looks like in the scaffold, I'm just going to have a app bar. So let's try this out. So I'm just going to refresh this, and if I click sign in, then yes, we get to this home page. Now the next thing we need is a drawer. So in this menu drawer, I'm going to have a separate file called my drawer in our components. And so let's give it our background color, and I'm going to have a big column. So let's put the logo on the top, and we're going to have 3 list tiles. So home, settings, and also logging out. So just to see what this looks like as we decorate this along in our homepage, let's give it my drawer. So import that. And you can see that the logo is at the very top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this in some padding. There it is. And also maybe we can make it bigger and just change up the color. Cool. And then we're going to use a divider here just to have a nice line. And below that, we're going to need a few list tiles. So because I'm going to have 3 of these, I'm also going to create another component just to make our code nice and organized. So my drawer tile. Now in each drawer tile, I just want to know the text, the icon, and also the function. So if I tap on it, what's going to happen? Okay, so let's come back to our drawer and import our drawer tile, and let's fill this out. So we want home for the first one, and there it is. And we're going to create a few more. So the next one is for settings. And then, by the way, I think we could use a bit of padding on the left. Yeah. And then the last tile is the logout, which I actually want it on the very bottom. So what you can do is in between these two guys, you can put a spacer, and that'll just fill up all the space in between. And maybe we could just add some space on the bottom too. Cool, that's looking pretty good. So if I click on the home list tile, let's just pop the current page. So it'll just get rid of the drawer. And for the settings, I want to go to the settings page. So firstly, we want to pop the drawer first, and then let's navigate to our settings page. Which we haven't created, so let's just create that right now. And make sure to import it. And so I can go home, and now I can go to the settings page. So when it comes to the settings page, I'm just going to have a column for the switch. So I'm going to have a dark mode, light mode switch, and I'm just going to use the Cupertino switch because I like the iOS look. And so I'm just going to decorate this up to my liking. Maybe put some decoration in this container. And make the corners a bit more curved. And this app bar, I'm just going to make sure the background is consistent. And sweet, let's space this out between. Cool, so you can see on this switch, right? If it's false, it's what it looks like right now, and then I can change it to true, and then it's going to be an on switch. So this should be depending on if we're dark mode or not, right? So for the value, we can go to our provider, and we can go to our theme, and remember how we created that method for if it's dark mode or not. So it's just going to return a nice boolean, just true or false. And then for the onChanged, we can then go to the toggle theme method. So let's try this out. If I refresh this and I go to my settings page and I click on this dark mode, you can see it's going to change everything to dark mode. So let's come to the home page and start decorating this up. Now I want to have a fancy app bar for this app. So it's actually called a sliver app bar. Now to make our code nice and organized, I'm going to create a separate component. And let's create our sliver app bar in here. So for this app bar, all I need to know is I want to know the child and also the title. So let me show you how to code this up. So if you start typing sliver app bar, let's just start by giving it a background color and give it the title. And then the most important thing here is the flexible space. And I'm going to give it the child. So if I just show you here, if I come back to my home page, in the body, let's use a nested scroll view. And in the header sliver builder, we can return our my sliver app bar. And let's just fill out the child and the title. And it's still got a red squiggle. And if I hover over this, it's because it's requiring a body. So let's give it a body, and just to see what's going on, I'm just going to put a blue container. And if I save this, you can see this is currently what we have. Now we should actually get rid of the normal app bar. And then this is our sliver app bar here. So you can see if I scroll, it kind of does some effect. Now if I come back to my sliver app bar, you can actually control this expanded height. And so we can control how much the app bar can expand to. Another thing you can control is the collapsed height. And a couple more properties, I like to make the floating false. And what that means is you're just going to have to scroll to the very top to get the app bar down. And I also like pinned is true. So if I make this true, no matter how far you scroll up, the app bar will always be pinned at the top. So you can play around with this. And now for the actions, I'm just going to put in a cart button. And so let's give it the title. And then I want to center this. And let's add some padding. Now one thing I'm going to do is in the child, let's create a column. And so what I'm going to do is add some padding on the bottom of this child. And we're going to have a couple things here. So my current location and also a description box. So let's just start with the divider here. And for the current location, I'm going to, again, separate this out into a new component. And so this is just for the address. So let's just put in a fixed address right now, and then we're going to have a drop-down menu. Cool, there it is. And I'm just going to change this cross-axis alignment to be at the start. And let's just decorate this up a bit. Cool. Now the address, I'm going to wrap this row in a gesture detector because I want to allow the user to enter their own address, right? So open location search box. Let's create this method right now. So I'm just going to show a quick dialog, and this will open up a small box, and we're going to say your location. And then in the middle, we're going to have a text field so that the user can type it in. So let's try this out. If I click this, then you can see that it's going to open up this box. We can type an address in, and we need some actions. So we need a couple buttons here. So cancel and then save. So cancel, I just want to pop the box, and then saving, I want to pop it. Now for the description box. So this one, I just want to have basically a container just kind of describing the delivery time and stuff like that. So in the child, I'm just going to have a row for the delivery fee and the delivery time. Cool, there it is. And let's just fine tune it a bit. That's looking really good. Okay, now for the main part of this app, we need a tab bar. Now I've created a separate tutorial on tab bars, but I can show you real quick how to do it now. So in the components, let's create our new tab bar. And so what I need is I need a tab controller. And let's start building our tab bar. So with the tabs, we need to have a list of widgets here, and you can see it's typically a list of 2 or more tab widgets. Okay, so just to show you how this works, we can say first tab, second tab. And so in the title for this sliver app bar, instead of just saying title, I'm going to actually put in my tab bar. We're going to need to create a tab bar controller at the top. And so in the initial state, we're going to create our tab controller. And we actually need to change this to say with single ticker provider state mixin. So this will allow to use the tab controller. And then we can give it to our tab bar. So if I just save this, you can see we've got our 2 tabs. So the home and then the settings. Cool, so then I can add a third tab and change the length to 3. And nice. So this is how we use tab bars. So now we can put something in the body, right? So for this, we need a tab bar view. Okay, give it the controller, and for the children, we're just going to say, let's say hello for now. And you can see each of these 3 widgets goes into each of the tab bars. So what I'm going to do is for the first one, let's just create a blank list. And you can see in this way, we can create 3 separate tab bar items. Okay, so now that we got that working, for us, what we need is we want to populate this with some food items, right? Like our menu. So I'm going to create a new model called food, and just think about what a food is. So we're going to create a class here. A food is something that has a name. We need a description. I also want to have the image and also the price of the food. And the other thing is I want to have some categories. So there's going to be 5 categories that we're going to have. And we're going to use enum to create these categories. So burger, salad, side, dessert, and drinks. And the last thing is I want to have some add-ons for each food item. So we can create a add-on class here, just saying the name of the add-on and then the price of the add-on. Which means if I come back to my food class, let's have the category. So is this a burger? Is this a salad? And then let's also have some add-ons that this food could potentially have. So just to show you as an example, one example of a food is we could have a cheeseburger and the description, so a burger full of cheese, and then the image path. So it's going to be something like library/images/ wherever we put the image. And then the price could be like $4.99. And then the category could be burger, and then some available add-ons for this could be extra cheese, sauce, extra patty, things like that. So this is just an example. I mentioned about those images before, so I've got this folder of images that I've already prepared. So you obviously don't have to use these exact images, you can bring in your own ones, but hopefully you get the idea of this. Also, by the way, if you do want to use my images, you can download my entire code. You can get the full code base with all the assets and images involved. So download that from my website. But like I said, just grab any images and organize them into folders like this. So I've got burgers, dessert, drinks, salad, and sides. So now what we're going to do is if you open up your project, go to your library, and I'm just going to drag my images folder in. So if you go to your pubspec.yaml, we have to tell it that we are bringing assets in. So go to the bottom and let's comment this out. And we have pretty much 5 folders that we want to bring in. So library/images burgers, and then the other ones as well. And so you can see here is our images. Awesome. Now it's time for the main part of this video, which is we're going to create a new file of the models, and we're going to call it restaurant.dart. So this restaurant class is going to pretty much organize all of the functionality and the logic for this restaurant. So just starting with the list of food menu. We're going to have burgers, salads, sides, desserts, and drinks. And so as an example, we can create a food, and we have to fill out all of this, right? So I'm just going to start off with my first one, the classic cheeseburger, and just give it a description. And then the image path was library/images, burgers, and then cheeseburger.png. Make sure the naming is exactly the same as your file. Let's give it a price, 99 cents. And then the category is the burgers. And then let's have some available add-ons. Cool, so this is an example of one food item in our menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to create basically 5 for each category. Okay, so I want you to go through and just create as many food items as you want. So I've got some burgers, and then I've got some salads, and then I got some sides, and then I got some desserts, and finally some drinks. So create your menu like this. And then once you've done that, we need to do some functionality. So we need some getters, we need some operations, and we need some maybe helper methods at the bottom. So I'll guide you through how to do this. Now the first getter we're going to create is a way to just get the menu. And when it comes to the operations, let's just write out all the operations that we need to do. So first thing is to add to the cart, and then we need a method to remove from the cart and get the total price of the cart. And also let's get the total number of items in the cart. And lastly, let's also have a method to just clear the cart. Cool, and then just a couple of helper methods that will help us out. I'm going to need a method to generate the receipt. So some of this stuff I'll explain more when we get to it. Cool, so if I come back to my tab bar, you can see here we've got the 3 tabs. So what I'm going to do now is I want to make each of these tabs to represent the category of foods. So like burger, salad, all of those categories. So let's just create here a list of tabs. I'm just going to call it build category tabs. And we're going to return all of those food categories. Cool, and then we can convert this to a list and just give it to our list of tabs. Awesome, so oops, looks like we have an error because we should come back over here to our homepage and change up the number, like the length, to be 5. Or more specifically, let's just say the food category's length. So however many categories we have. And also in our tab bar view, we have 5 items. So let's make sure to just copy a couple in to make sure we have 5 lists here. Okay, so if I just save this, then you can see in our tabs, we now have it organized into the categories of foods. Awesome. Now let's try to put in the actual food items in this list. So similar to how we built the category tabs, I'm going to need to sort out a list of food items that belong to the specific category. So I'm just going to create a method here called filter menu by category. Just as a couple of parameters, I just want to know the category and then the full menu as well. And so what I'm doing here is I'm just checking. I'm going to go through the full menu, and for each food, I'm just going to check the category and make sure it matches to the category of the tab. Okay, so in the burgers, we just want to show the burgers. In the salads, we just want to show the salads. Cool, so once we've filtered that out, let's have a method to return the list of foods in a given category. And so all we need to do with this is just accept the full menu as a parameter. And we're just going to map each of the food categories and return the correct menu items. Awesome. So if I come back to my tab bar view, you can see in the children, I'm going to just say get food in this category. And we're going to need to give it the full menu. I'm just going to wrap my body here in a consumer widget to consume the restaurant data. So I'm just going to return that same tab bar view, and now we can have access to our restaurant's full menu. So let's just save this and run it again. Now I just realized we didn't include the provider state management. So if you come to our class restaurant, we just need to extend the change notifier. And in our main function, you can see we've got the change notifier provider for the theme, but I want to have it for the restaurant as well. So to do this, we're going to need a multi-provider. And so one for the theme and one for the restaurant. Awesome. And then so if I save this and I go back into my app, you can see in each of our tabs, we've got the correct categories. And currently we're just displaying the name of the food. That's good. That's the hard part. So now we can just sort of decorate this up with some images and the price and things like that. By the way, there's a little bit of space at the top of these lists. So I'm just going to put the padding and make it 0 at the top. There you go. And now in our list tile, I want to decorate this up further. Now, before our code gets too long and complicated, I'm going to separate this out into our component and make it called my food tile. And so as long as we know what the food is, which is what we're going to require, we can then start to decorate this up. And so let's actually also have an on tap method. And I'm going to create a big column here. And just use a row. And I'm just going to lay out the name of the food, the price, and then this description. And then also on the side, we want to have the food image. So let's come back to our home page, and instead of this, let's just return our food tile and give it the food. And so if I just comment this out just to make it a bit more clear, we can get the individual food by going through the categories menu and just going through each index, and then we can return the food tile. Cool. And then for the on tap, let's just execute nothing for now. So we can see that it's currently the image is too big. So let's see what we can do to fix this up. Let's maybe give it a height of 120, and that's looking pretty good so far. Now I can see the column of information. I want to make this cross-axis alignment to the start. Much better. And I think we could use some padding. And I'm just going to decorate this up a bit. So when it comes to the food price, we just want to add a $sign. And I'm just going to style up the colors for each of these text widgets. Cool, it's looking pretty good now. When it just comes to the image, it's a very sharp square. So my favorite widget is to wrap this in a clip R rect. And that will just corner the borders a bit. And beautiful. Now, I think it might be a good idea to just add a divider at the bottom. I really like dividers. So this line here, but just make it a bit more subtle, make it a bit more light. Sweet, so now that we have a good menu here, we want to make the user allowed to touch on each of these tiles and then navigate to the food page. So let's create a new page in our pages folder called food page. And this one is just going to have the details of the food, and we can have some add-ons and stuff like that. So again, we just need to know what the food is. So let's just require that. And then let's return a big column. And at the top, I just want to have the image. And I just want to see what this looks like as we decorate this up. So if I come back to my food tile, you can see in the on tab, it's currently executing nothing. So if I tap on this, let's go to the food page. Okay, so let's save this, and if I click on a food, then we can go to the food page, and there it is. So I actually forgot to even put this in a scaffold, so let's just do that. So we got the image at the top, and then we got the name, the description, the add-ons, and then we want to have a final button just to add to the cart. So let's just fill this out. Now for the list view, we're going to need the add-ons here. And let's just use a checkbox tile. Cool, and if I save it, looks like there it is. It's coming along nicely. We have 3 checkbox tiles. So let's just comment this out to make it a bit more clear. So I'm going to go through my add-ons, and let's get each individual add-on first by going through the index. And then we're going to return the checkbox tile UI. Cool, there it is. Let's add the price on as well. And the cross-axis alignment, I always like to make this to the start. Now, I feel like everything below the image, we can wrap it in a column. And so, whoops, I should put the cross-axis alignment on the other one. And let's just put in a padding on the overall column. Just for the add-ons, I just want to put another container with a border around it, just to make it look a little nice in its own section. And that's looking pretty good. And we should add the dollar signs to the prices. And at the very bottom, we are going to use my button for the add to cart. Cool. Now it looks like we are running out of space, which is why we have this overflow problem. And so what you can do is just wrap your column in a single child scroll view. And so that'll just make it scrollable. Cool. And just to finish off, I'm just going to add some sized box, some space at the very end. And this is our food page and it's looking pretty good. So obviously we need to check off these boxes, which is what we need to do now. And so on each food page, I'm going to create a map for the selected add-ons. Right, so we have the available add-ons and then we've got the selected add-ons that the user actually wants. So what we're going to do here is we're going to initialize the selected add-ons to be false. So obviously nothing has been chosen at the very beginning. And then if I come back to my checkbox list tile, you can see for the value, it's going to be a boolean, so false or true. And so this value is going to depend on our selected add-ons list. Cool, so let's save this and refresh it, and let's make sure that we can tick these off. So that's going to be on this onChanged method. We're going to accept the boolean value, so if it's on or off, and then we can set the state to just update the value. And there it is, we can start checking these off. Now from this food page, if you slide back, you can actually go to the previous page, but I actually want to have a visible back button. So what I'm going to do is you can just have an app bar here and you can see that'll create that back button automatically. But I want to make this look a little nicer and more fancy. So kind of cool trick I can show you is I'm going to wrap this entire scaffold in a stack. And what a stack does is it just allows you to stack multiple widgets on top of each other. So let me just show you here. So I've got the scaffold, and then on top of that, I'm just going to have a back button. So let's just put a container. And then I'm going to use a icon button. And so this one for the functionality is just going to be navigator.pop. So it's just going to go to the previous page. And you can see there is the button on the top left. Firstly, you can wrap this widget in a safe area to make it kind of avoid the notch part. I'm going to add some margin. And I'm going to curve the borders. Actually, I'm just going to make this a circle. And what I'm going to do, another cool trick is you can wrap this in an opacity widget, which makes it kind of transparent. And so that's looking pretty good so far. So from this page, we want to click this add to cart button, which means we're going to need a new model. So let's create a new file here called cart item, and we're going to create this class. So for each cart item, we just need to know the food, the selected add-ons, and the quantity. So for the quantity, let's just initialize it to be 1, and then the user can adjust this in the checkout. So for the getters, I just want to be able to get the total price. because you got the food, but then also the selected add-ons. Let's just add all this up. And then in the restaurant class, if I come down to the operations, let's fill out this add to cart method. So I just need to know the food and also the list of add-ons. So firstly, let's see if there is a cart item already with the same food and selected items, because then we can just increase the quantity. So firstly, we'll do that check. And by the way, I just realized we didn't even create a cart. So let's just create a user cart real quick. So this is going to be a list of cart items, and it's going to be blank at the beginning. And so we're just going to go checking through this cart to see if the same food item exists already. And I want to use this method from another package that's really helpful. So if you just go open up your terminal, you can say flutter pub add collection. And you can see we can import there. Cool, so let's check if the food items are the same and then check if the list of selected add-ons are the same. And if this is the case, if the item already exists, we're just going to increase the quantity. And then otherwise, we're going to add a new cart item. And then we want to notify the listeners to update the UI. Cool, and then while we're here, let's also have the remove from cart. So for this one, we're just going to decrease the quantity. So as long as it exists, we're going to decrease the quantity. And we're going to check as long as it's greater than 1. So as long as it's greater than 1, we just want to decrease the value. Otherwise, if it's at 1, then we just want to remove it from the cart entirely. Awesome, and then let's do the calculation for the total price. And also getting the total item count, so how many is in the cart. And then finally, we can clear the cart. Awesome, and then also just make sure to put the notify listeners when we need to update the UI. Cool, so these are the main operations that we're going to need for the functionality. So if I come back to my button, we can finally add to cart. So let's just create this method up here real quick. So when we're adding to the cart, we need to know the food and also the selected add-ons. And you can see here it's a map, right? So it's going to say a certain add-on is going to be true or false. So what I want to do is I'm going to just create another list here for just being a list of add-ons. And we're going to go through all of the available add-ons and then just check which ones are true. Sweet, then we can access our restaurant and add it to the cart. Cool, so let's just test this out. So I'm gonna go to this bacon burger and let's check off a couple of add-ons and add to cart, which should trigger this method. And the next thing we should do is let's close the current food page to go back to the menu. So let's say navigator.pop. So if I select it, then we're going to go back to the home page. And then now I want to click on this button at the top to go to our cart page. So let's create that now. So for the cart page, let's just start with a consumer. So I want to access all the restaurant information. So I want to access the cart, which I don't actually think I created the getter. So let's come back over here to the restaurant class and create the getter for the cart. And so in the cart page, let's get the user cart and then we can return the scaffold UI. So just to see if this is working, I'm just going to save this and scroll down here. So in our Sliver app bar, we have the cart button somewhere. So in the actions, we should be able to find the cart button. There it is. And then you can see here on the press, we are currently executing nothing. So if the user clicks on this cart button, I want to go to the cart page. Awesome, so let's save this and test this out. Yay, so we are at the cart page now. And so in the body, I'm going to use a big column and use an expanded widget to fill up most of this page with a list. And we're going to print everything in the user cart. So if I test this out, I'm going to add something on and then go to the cart and you can see there it is, the bacon burger. So let's just add some comments here to be clear of what we're doing. So we have the individual cart item by going through the index of the user cart, and then we're going to return the cart tile UI. Now let's create a new component called my cart tile. And all we need to know for this is just the cart item, and then we're just going to decorate around it. So let's start with a consumer widget to get the restaurant. Cool, so we're going to start with a big column and then a row that has the food image, name and price, and also we're going to have a counter for the increment and decrementing the quantity. Okay, and then below all this we're going to have the add-ons. So let's just start with the image. And just to see what this looks like as we decorate this. In our cart page, let's return my cart tile. There it is. And if I just save this, you can see the image is huge. So let's actually set this height to be 50. Maybe let's put this as 100. And we're going to put this in a clip direct to curve the corners. And then let's just put the name and price in a column. Now let's go to our components and create a new file. So my quantity selector. And so for the parameters for this one, we just want to know the quantity and the food we're looking at. And also a couple of callbacks, so increment as well as decrement. So in the build, let's just have a container and just start with a decoration, and we're just gonna color this up with some border radius as well. Add some padding. And in the child, let's use a row. And so we want to have a gesture detector for the decrease. And then in the middle, we'll have the quantity count, and then we'll have the increase button. Awesome. So if you come back to my cart tile, we can say quantity selector, and there it is. And we can fill this out. So for the quantity, we can say cart item.quantity and then give it the food. And then for the methods for the decrease and the increase, let's just say remove from cart for the decrease and then add to cart for the increment. And you can see if you save it, there is our little quantity selector, and you can see the plus and minus works. Cool. And then if you actually look carefully, when the number increases to like 10, the number like changes. You can see it's kind of changing the size. So what you can do is wrap this in a sized box and just give it a fixed width, and then everything should be working properly. Cool. So I'm just going to decorate this up. And that's looking pretty good. So now it's time for the add-ons. If we have add-ons, then let's have a list view. And I want to make the scroll direction horizontal. And we're just going to go through the selected add-ons in our cart item. And I'm going to return it as a chip. So this filter chip for the label, let's just have the name and the price. And if I just save this, you can see if I add an extra add-on, there it is. So that's what it looks like. So let's just decorate this up. I'm going to change the background color. And the border. Cool, and then let's just add some padding. And let's just check this. If I add multiple add-ons, yeah, you can see it's stuck together. So for the filter chip, I'm just going to add a padding and only to the right side. And sweet, it's looking pretty good. Now on this cart page in the app bar, in the actions, let's have a button to clear all cart. And just before we clear the cart, let's actually have a dialogue to confirm that the user actually wants to, clear the entire cart before we do. So are you sure you want to clear the cart? And then we can have a couple buttons. So cancel button and yes. Cool, so let's test this out. Now if I add some stuff to my cart, we can click on this bin button at the top, and then it says, are you sure you want to clear the cart? And we can say yes. Sweet. By the way, you see when the cart is empty, instead of just displaying an empty page, I want to actually say some message. So in the build, let's just check if the user cart is empty. Then I'm just going to return a text widget just saying that it's empty. Let's make sure to center this. And so you can see it'll be more clear for the user what's happening on this page instead of just being blank. Sweet. Now the next thing to do is on this cart page, we need to have a button to go to the checkout. So let's wrap this column in another column. And so the first part here is just the list of cart. And then at the bottom, we want to have a button to pay. And it looks like we have some height error, and that's because we should wrap this column inside with an expanded widget. Sweet, there it is. And I think we could use some space at the very bottom here. So when we tap on this button, we want to go to the payment page, which we haven't created, so let's create that now. So let's just give it the basics, scaffold and an app bar. And we can navigate to this page. And in the body, we're going to have a big column, and at the top, we're going to have a credit card. So for this, I'm going to bring in a package that I like, which is a credit card widget. So you can say Flutter pub add Flutter credit card like this. And so you can look up this package in more detail, but I can show you how it works here. So we can fill out this little bit of information, and so I'm going to have all of these values at the top in a string. Cool, so if I just save this, you can see there's our credit card. Now underneath this, we're going to have a credit card form for the user to fill out. So for this, we need a couple more bits of variables. So the first thing is a global key. And on the credit card model change, we're just going to update all of the information. Cool, so if you try this, you can see there's our form, and if you fill out this information, it's going to be reflected on the card. Cool, so this is how you can get the payment information from the user. Now below this, we're going to have a bit of space and then my button again to pay now. Cool, and when we pay now, we want to make sure, let's just fill out this method at the top. If the form key is current state is validated, so we only want to show the dialog if it's valid. And we're going to have another confirmation message for this as well. So we're going to show a dialog to confirm the payment. So let's have a cancel button and a yes button. So cancel will just pop the dialog. For the yes button, we're going to pop the dialog, but then also go to the next page. And that's going to be the delivery progress page. Okay, so let's see if this works. So you're going to go to the menu, add some stuff, go to the cart, and then we can now go to the checkout and we can fill out this card. And then once the user fills this out, we can click pay now and it'll say confirm payment. Then you can say yes, and then it'll go to the next page. And by the way, looks like there's a little bug here. We should always pop the dialog as well, and then we'll navigate to the new page. Sweet. So now in the delivery progress page, we want to just display some sort of like receipt. So I'm going to create a new component called my receipt. Let's add some padding. And we're just going to have a big column and say thank you for your order. And we're going to put the receipt here. So just to see what this looks like in our delivery progress page, let's import my receipt, and there it is. So in the receipt, I'm going to put some decoration. So like some borders, and then some padding, and we'll curve the corners. And let's center this. And so I'm just going to make this look a little nicer. Now I think it's ready for the actual receipt. So if you go to your restaurant model, if you scroll down to the helpers, we want to generate a receipt for the order. So just to do this, we're going to create two little formatting methods here as well. So format double value into money. So all this is just given a price. I'm just going to stick a $sign on this. And make sure to correct it to 2 decimal places. So that's what this format price is doing. And then we also have a format list of add-ons into a string summary. So for each food, we can have a lot of add-ons. And so we're just going to put this all together in a nice string. And so I'll show you in just a second a little bit more clearly what this looks like. So we can create a cart receipt method. So let's call this display cart receipt. And what I'm going to do is it's just going to be a long string. And so we're going to say, here's your receipt. And then we're also going to include the date. And by the way, a nice package here to use is the intl. So I'm just going to import that one. And what that does is it allows us to format these date times very nicely. So let's print the formatted date. And then we're going to do a quick for loop and go through all of the cart items in the cart and just print them out. So like how many, like the quantity and the name, as well as the price and all the important information like the add-ons and stuff like that. So let me just fill this out. And then just have a summary at the end, total items, and then total price. And we're going to return this as a string. So if I come back to my receipt, you can see we said receipt here. And so instead of this, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this in a consumer widget to get access to the restaurant. And so now we can display the cart receipt here. And there it is. So that's what it looks like. So you can obviously change the way this looks, but this is what we can do for the receipt. So let me just clean this up a little bit. We can also have like an estimated delivery time. And so if I come back to my delivery progress page, I want to have a bottom navigation bar for the rider details. So I'm going to have a custom bottom nav bar for the delivery driver. So I'm going to create a container with a height of 100. And we're going to give some nice curved borders. And let's give the delivery driver like a profile picture. So this is going to be a circle. There it is. So this is like a profile picture of the driver, and then let's have the driver details. The message button and then the call button. And for the message button and the call button, I'm just going to put them together as a row so that I can just group them together. And this is looking pretty good so far. So just to check, I just want to save this and see what it looks like in dark mode. And everything's looking pretty sleek in dark mode as well. So now we finished all the UI and the front end. So now let's focus on implementing the back end. So I'm going to use Firebase for this project. So if you go to your console, I'm going to create a new project and I'm just going to call it food delivery chute. You can call it whatever you want. And let's create this project. Cool, so once you've created it, let's go to the authentication and click get started. And I just want to enable the email and password. So let's start by connecting our Flutter app to Firebase. So if you haven't already done this, then you have to type in this command for the Firebase tools. So in your terminal, npm install Firebase tools. So make sure to type this in if you haven't already. Now I've already done this, so I'm not going to do this step. So once you've done that, then you should be able to type in Firebase login and make sure you're logged into the same email as your Firebase console. Then we can say Flutter pub global activate Flutterfire CLI. Looks like on Mac I get this little error, so I can fix this by adding this in. So I'm just going to do that. And finally, what we want to do is Flutterfire configure. And so here you'll get the list of your Firebase projects. So I'm going to find my one, which is the food delivery chit. And let's do this for Android and iOS for now. Cool. And everything should be successfully added. So you should be able to see this new generated file here. And so what we need to do next is to say flutter pub add Firebase core. And hopefully all of your errors should go away. And now finally we can say flutter pub add Firebase auth. Cool. So if that's all good, at the very beginning in your main function, we're going to say widgets flutter binding ensure initialized. And let's change this to an async function so that we can await Firebase.initialize app. And if you go to your default Firebase options, you should be able to see the current platform. So we're just going to do this little bit of setting up. Now, when you add a bunch of packages in like this, it's a good idea to just kill your app and restart it, just to make sure there's no errors. So now I'm going to create a new folder called services. And I'm going to drag my auth folder into this services folder. And so in the services folder, we're going to deal with the authentication. And later we're going to do the Firestore. So for now, in our auth folder, let's create a new file, authservice.dart. And this is where we're going to create our class. So firstly, we're going to get the instance of the Firebase auth. And then we're going to get the current user. And then the three main methods here is going to be sign in, sign up, and sign out. So let's just fill this out, starting with getting the instance. And then we can get the current user. And then let's create our method to sign in with email and password. So we're just going to try the sign in first. And just catch any errors if there are. And we're going to do the similar thing for signing up. So I'm just going to copy this. It's very similar. So just change this to sign up. And then finally sign out. Cool, so this is all the code necessary for the authentication. Now I just want to make one more file called authgate. And the purpose of this file is to just check whether the current user is logged in or not. And we're going to have a stream builder here. And the stream that we're going to listen for is the auth state changes. So like I said, this stream is listening for if you're logged in or not. So in the builder, depending on if you're logged in, so if your user is logged in, then we're going to return the home page. And if the user is not logged in, then we're going to return the login or register page. So remember at the very beginning in the main.dart file, we're currently just straight away displaying the login or register page. But now I want to return the auth gate. So what this is going to do is it's firstly just going to check if the current user is logged in or not. But let's try this out. So I'm just going to go to the register page and I'm going to fill this information out. And if I click sign up, looks like we have this dialog box right now. So let's go to our register page. And remember here in our register method, we had this little section here to fill out the authentication. So let's do that now. We can get rid of this dialog box. And so all we need to do here is to get the auth service. And then we just want to check first of all if the passwords match. So we're just going to check the password and the confirm password controller. And if they match, then let's create the user. And then if the passwords don't match, then let's show a dialog and just let the user know that the passwords don't match. Awesome. And also in the login page, if I go to my login method, yeah, we need to fill out the authentication here. So I'm going to get the instance of the auth service first. Try the sign in and then display any errors. Okay, let's check this out. So if I just save this and go to my register page, I'm going to give it an email and then let's give it a password. First of all, let's make sure that if the passwords don't match, let's see what happens. It tells us the passwords don't match and then make sure it matches. And then now we can sign up and we are in here. Cool, which naturally means we should actually implement the log out button as well. So let's go to our drawer and go to our login, our logout button. And this is our logout method. So for this one, same thing. We're just going to get the auth service and just log out. Sweet. And so yeah, now we can log out and log in as well. Beautiful. Authentication is done. And then if we come to our Firebase console and you go to the users tab, you can see there's our new user that we just created. So everything is working fine. So now it's time for the Firestore database. So if you go to the build here, go to your Firestore database. And click create database. For the location, you can choose whatever location you want. I'm just going to leave it at US and let's create. And so this is our database. Now, first thing to do is if you go to the rules, in the right, you can see it says false. So just change this to be true so that any of our users can write information into this database. And then let's come back to our Flutter app. And what we need to do is I'm going to go to our services folder and create a new folder called database. And let's create a new file here called firestore.dart. And so similar to the auth, we need to open up our terminal and add this package in. So flutter pub add cloud firestore. And then once you've done that, we can start building our class. So I'm just going to call this firestore service. And let's get our collection of orders. And then we need to have a method to save the order into the database. And so what I want to save is that receipt that we generated. So let's just try this out. If I add something to the cart. Oh, by the way, it looks like we have an overflow problem with the UI. Let's just fix this real quick. This is in our cart tile. And so it's because of the name of the cheeseburger is too long. So what we can do is I'm just going to grab the quantity selector. And let's bring it down below all of these texts. Yep, that's much better. Cool, so if we go to the payment page and then we go to the delivery progress page, once we get to this page, that's when we want to submit it to the order, right, to the database after the user has paid. So if you go to your delivery progress page, when this user first fires up, we can go to our initial state, which looks like we currently made this a stateless widget. So I want to change this to a stateful widget. And one way you can do that is you can click on this stateless widget here, and on Mac you can press Command dot and you get this option to change to a stateful widget. So I think on Windows, if you're on Windows, you can be able to press like Control dot or something, and so you can easily change this to a stateful widget. And now we can say init state. So when this app first fires up, we can get access to the database. And then if we get to this page, then we can submit the order to the database. Okay, so let's try this out. So if I click on this cheeseburger and I add this to the cart, and I go checkout and go to the payment screen and click yes. Then once I get to this page, if you go back to your console and you refresh the page, then you can see there should be a collection here called orders, and there's our order with all the information and the date. Then the restaurant owner can just look at the database on this Firebase console and the live orders will be coming through, which I think is amazing. So if we come back to our Flutter app, one other thing is let's also have the address. So currently it's just a fixed string right now. So what I want to do is if we go to our component, go to your current location widget, and you can see, like I said before, it's currently just a fixed string. So let's finish off by allowing the user to manually input an address. Let's come back to our restaurant and we've got the menu, we've got the user cart, and let's also have the delivery address, which the user can manually edit. So I'm going to create a method down here to update the delivery address. So given a new address, we can just update it and notify the listeners. And then come back to our current location widget. So this is where we've got it. So instead of fixing the string like this, we can wrap this in a consumer widget to access our restaurant. And just give it the delivery address. Awesome. Which means we can enter a new address and it'll update there. Sweet, which means let's also add this on to the receipt order. So delivering to the delivery address. There it is, which means this should be updated as well on your Firebase console. Sweet, so I'll leave it at that for now. If you want the full code with assets, you can download it from the link below. I added many more features and refined this app a lot, so you may be interested in downloading the final code. I hope this was helpful for you. If you have any questions, comment below. Thanks for watching and I'll catch you in the next one. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the Flutter Masterclass. In this one, I'll be showing you how to code up a production-ready chat app with a nice, sleek, minimal design like this. Let me walk you through the app first. So the user can create an account, and once you log in, it will display a list of users in the app, and it looks like I have some unread messages from someone. So you can of course send and receive messages. You can also hold down a message to get these options, so that you can either block or report the user and stuff like that. I made sure to include this type of production features because the iOS and Google Play Store require this type of functionality for your app to be approved. And my favorite functionality is the push notifications for iOS and Android. So I'll teach you how to make it so that anytime someone sends you a message, the receiver will get a notification. Sweet, and also by the way, dark mode looks pretty good too. And now just to look at a kind of visual overview. So these are all the pages we're going to see in this app. So starting with the login page, you can either go here to the register page to create an account if you need to. So you can go between these two pages. And then once you're logged in, we are directed to the home page where all of the list of users are going to be. And then we can go to the settings page to do various different things. And then from the home page, once you select a user, you can go to the chat room to start messaging. These are the different pages. Now, just to add an extra layer of logic to this, it's always going to be listening to if you're logged in or not, right? So if you're not logged in, then let's just go straight to the login page. And if you are logged in, then we'll go straight to the home page. So this way, the user doesn't need to log in every time. It'll just remember the authentication state. Sweet, and that's pretty much it. So the last thing is just the kind of data structure. I'll just show you how we're going to store this in our Firestore. So we'll have a collection called users to store everyone. And then the most important thing here is the chat room. So in this collection, we'll have a chat room between two different users. So user 1, 2, and then that will have a bunch of messages in there. And then you get user 1, 3. And then you got user 2, 3. So all the different combinations between two people. Now just before we code, let's have a look at the table of contents to see the overview of what we're about to do. So just at the beginning, we'll set the themes. So I'll show you how to do the light mode and dark mode. And then we'll start off with the authentication, so the login and register. And then the core part of this is the chatting functionality, so sending and receiving messages. And then we've got some user account things like blocking and reporting users, as well as deleting an account, which is required to publish this to the App Store. And then we'll do some cleanup with the UI, like some unread messages and things like that. And then we'll finish off with the notifications for both iOS and Android. So this is what we're going to code up. So I want you to get ready and open up a brand new Flutter project and let's start coding. And of course, since you purchased this course, you have access to the full code, which you can download. I'll link that below. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and just to keep everyone on the same page, in my main function, I'm running my app, which brings us to this login page. And I've got all the pages in a separate folder just to keep our code nice and organized. And this login page should just be a blank scaffold. So you should just have a white blank app like this. Now, the first thing I'm going to do before we code up the UI is to create another folder called themes so that we can set this up nicely for light mode and dark mode. So let's just start off with light mode, and you can play around with these colors, but you can also just copy the ones that I've chosen. So the one I like to specify are the background, primary, secondary, tertiary, and also inverse primary. So these are just different shades of gray that you can use. So what you can do is in the background color of the scaffold, we can say theme.ofContext, go to the color scheme, and then you can see all of those options. So if you come to our main.dart file in the material app, you can give it your light mode, and we should have a kind of light gray background. Cool. Now in the body, let's have a big column and let's start building out this UI for the login screen. So I'm just going to start off with a big logo at the top, have a bit of a welcome back message, and then we need a couple of text fields for the email and password. Then we also need a login button and a little register now toggle to go to the register page if the user already has an account. Now for the logo, you can put in any image or icon that you want. But for now, I'm just going to put in a message icon just to keep it simple. And it looks like it's scrunched up in the corner. So I'm just going to main axis alignment to the center and also just center this column. And I feel like we could make this a bit bigger. And so for the color of this icon, right now it's just black. Now I'm going to use the primary color. So I want to make it a little bit grayer. And then let's have a message saying, welcome back, you've been missed. Looks like we could use a bit of space here. And I'm just going to style up the color and maybe make it a bit bigger. And then let's have another bit of space. And then we want to have a text field. So if you just type text field and save it, you should be able to see this little line where you can type a message in. Now we're going to probably use a text field multiple times in this project. So I'm going to create a separate folder called components. And this is where I like to have those widgets I like to reuse. So I'm going to create a new file called my text field. And we're going to decorate this up. So I want to have a outline input border. And we can also have a focus border, which is when the user clicks into it. So just so that I can demonstrate what I'm doing, let's come back to our login page and start typing my text field. And you can see it says there auto import. Just hit enter, and there it is. You can see that little background there. So you got the focus border and the enabled border. So if you click into it, it should light up a little bit. Cool, now I think it's too stuck to the edges, so let's put some padding on the horizontal, and also let's put in a fill color and say filled is true. Then you can see it's got a color inside. And the other useful thing is hint text. So what hint text does is it's just a string. So you could say like type something ... Now the first one, I'm going to need it as a email. And the second one, I need it as a password. So what I'm going to do is just change this to be a variable. So at the top, I'm going to accept a string called hint text and require it. And so if you come back to my text field, you can see it's got a red squiggle now because we have to specify that hint text. So for the first one, we can just say email. We can copy this and say password for the second one. Now it looks like we should probably have some space in between. And the hint text, usually kind of as the name implies, it should be a hint. So I'm going to make this much lighter, right? And again, you can change any of these colors in the light mode file. And let's just keep going. So you can start typing our email and the password. Now you can see for the password, we don't want to show the password, right? We want to obscure it. So this obscure text is a boolean, meaning it's just a true or false. So it's false by default, but if I say true, you can see it's going to obscure the text like that, which is what we want for the password. So we're going to also accept this boolean at the top. And if we come back to our text fields in our login page, we have to specify it. So obviously for the email, we want to make it false. And for the password, we want to make it true. We do want to obscure it like that. Cool. Now the last thing is we want to access what the user typed in the text field, right? So to do that, we need to give it a controller. So let's just require that as well. And we're going to need to create these text controllers at the top. So let's call it email controller and also password controller. And let's continue this on. So let's just have another bit of space and we're going to have a login button. Now, same thing for this. We're probably going to need to use this button in other areas of the app. So in the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called my button. And let's just start decorating this up. So in the middle, in the center, I want to just have a text widget saying button for now. And let's decorate up the colors. And I just want to see what this looks like as I build it. So in the login page, let's say my button, and there it is, auto import, so hit enter. And that's what it looks like currently. So I think the first thing is I need some padding in the inside. And we need some margin to get it off of the edges in the horizontal direction. And of course the corners, I don't like sharp corners, so let's curve these border radius. And the other thing is the button, I want it to say something else. So let's accept this as a string at the top. So if I come back to my login page, when I create this button, I can just give it a text. Let's say login for our one. Cool. Now this button needs to be tappable, obviously. So let's wrap this in a gesture detector. And you can see we can require this function at the top as well for the on tap. So if I tap on this login button, we want to log in. So let's just create that method real quick at the top, and then we can fill this out later when we do the authentication. And then finally, after a little bit more space, we want to say some text saying not a member, then register now. So if the user already has an account, if the user doesn't have an account, then we want to send them to the register page, right? So what I want actually is I want the register now to be a clickable text. So I'm just going to separate this out into two text widgets in a row. Then let's center this. And for the register now, just to show the user it's actually clickable, let's make this bold. And then we can use this to go to the register page later. Sweet. Now that we've made our login page, let's also create a register page. And this one's going to be very similar to our login page. So I'm just going to grab the scaffold here and let's just copy and paste this in. And let's import the necessary components and the controllers as well. Let's grab those. So if you go to these login buttons, let's change this to register. And just to see the changes, let's go to our main.dart file and just return the register page right away. Cool, now we're going to need to change some of these messages. So let's create an account for you. And we need one more controller for the register page because I want to have a confirm password text field. Okay, so we've got the email, we've got the password, but let's grab one of these and create one more for the confirm password. And at the very bottom, instead of saying not a member, we can say already have an account, then let's log in now. Cool, so we've made our register page and also our login page UI. Now, if you look at the main.dart file, we are showing one or the other, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another file called login or register, and let's put this in a separate folder called auth. So all of the authentication related stuff, let's put it in this folder. So what this login or register file is going to do is we're going to initially show the login page. And we also want to have a toggle to switch between the two pages. Okay, so we can say in the build method, if we are showing the login page, then just return the login page, else return the register page. Okay, so if I come back to my main.dart file, let's just import what we created. And so by default, it's going to show the login page first. Now I want to go to the register page when I click on this register now text. So let's come to that text widget and we're going to wrap it in a gesture detector so that we can tap on it. And it's going to require this function. So let's just grab this and create it at the top. Same thing for the register page. And so what we just did is if I come back to the red squiggle here, for a login page, it's going to require us to specify the on tap. So if we tap on it, then we can toggle pages. Sweet, let's see if this works. So you can click on register now and then it goes to the register page. You click on login now and it goes to the login page and we can go back and forth. Now let's come to our Firebase console and let's create a new project. I'm just going to call it chat app tut, like chat app tutorial. And once you've created that, let's go to the authentication and click get started. And you can see here the email and password, that's the one. So enable it. And let's just create a test user. So test@gmail.com and just give it a password. And so in the project overview, you can see it says get started by adding Firebase to your app. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back to our code and in the terminal, if you haven't already done so, then you need to type in this command to install the Firebase tools. But I've already done that, so make sure you've done this as well. so that we can now say Firebase login. So make sure that it's logged into the same email as your console. And then we can say Flutter pub global activate Flutterfire CLI. And on Mac, I always get this issue. Just copy this in, and then we can say Flutterfire configure. And so what this will do is it will show you all of your Firebase projects. So just go to the one that you just created, chat app shoot, and hit yes. And if you come back to our console and you just refresh the page, hopefully you've added the to Android and iOS. You can see it's connected there. Sweet. And looks like we have a red squiggle, and oh yeah, we also have to now add the package. So Flutter pub add, we want to add Firebase core. Cool. And while we're here, we also want to add Firebase auth so that we can now do the authentication. And just a last little setting up we need to do in the main file is this widgets Flutter binding ensure initialized, and change this to an asynchronous function so that we can await Firebase initialize app for the current platform. So once you've done all that, just kill the app and restart it. And if your app opens like normal, then your app is connected to Firebase. Sweet, now let's figure out the authentication. So in the auth folder, let's create another file called authservice.dart. And in here, we're going to have all of the functionality. So we first are going to just get the instance of the auth. We're going to sign in, sign up, and also sign out, and maybe deal with any errors if there are. So what we can do is say firebase.instance, and let's start off with our sign in method. So this is going to be a feature, and I'm going to call this sign in with email and password, and all we need is an email and a password string. So when we call this method, we're going to try to sign in with email and password. And if there's any exceptions, any errors, then we're going to catch it and throw the error. Now, just before we build this any further, let's see if this sign-in method works. So in our login page, we had this login method here, right? So that's when we click on the login button. What we want to do is we want to firstly get our auth service. And let's try the login and catch any errors. So on this page, we want to deal with any of the UI related stuff. So we're going to try to sign in, and we need to get the text from each of the email and password controllers. And if we have any errors, then let's show a dialog box, which means we're going to need to know what the current context is. And so we're just going to show a little box just saying what the error is. Cool, so that should be working fine. Now, one more thing we need is, I need another file called authgate. And so what this authgate does is we're going to use a stream builder, and the stream is just going to listen to any auth state changes. And so what this means is it's just going to check if the user is logged in or not. So if the user is logged in, then we're going to return the home page, which we haven't created yet. If the user is not logged in, then we're going to just return either the login or register page. So let's just quickly create that home page. And so if you go to the very beginning of the main.dart file, currently returning the login or register page, but I'm just going to now return the auth gate. Okay, so the auth gate, what it's going to do is it's going to check to see if we're logged in or not, to then see what the appropriate page is that we need to display. Cool, so now our login should work. So let's try our test account. So we said test@gmail.com and the password. Then we can now go to our home page. Which means now we should have a way to log out, right? So in the app bar, in the actions, we can have a little log out button. So when we execute this logout function, then we need an ability to sign out. So let's come back to our auth service and create this sign out method. And this one's really easy. Just go to your auth and go sign out. Cool, so let's come back to our UI. So here we need to get our auth service. And then just sign out. Cool, so if I just try this out, if I click the sign out button on the top bar, on the top app bar, then it'll just sign us out automatically. And again, just to remind you, that's what this auth gate is doing. It's constantly listening to the auth state changes, whether we're signed in or not. Cool, so if I just show you here, we can, now we need to go to the register page and have an ability to sign up. So sign up with email and password. I just need to know the email and password. So firstly, let's try signing up. So I think it's create user. Yep, with email and password. And just catch any errors. Sweet, so let's go to our register page, and in the register method UI, we need to get our auth service first of all, and just sign up. Let's give it our email controller text and our password controller text. Now, one thing just to help our code out a bit is I want to only do this when our password and the confirmed password is the same. So if the password and the confirmed password match, then let's try to sign up and also catch any errors. Let's actually get the login page show dialog, this guy, and paste it here. We're going to need to know the context. So let's give that as a parameter. And so I'm just going to put a bit of comments here. So if the passwords match, then let's create user. And if the passwords don't match, then we're going to show an error, telling the user to fix. Okay, let's try this. So if I try to create a user, then yay, we can go straight to the home page. And if I come back to my console, if you go to your authentication, you can see there's our account we just created. Awesome. And also just to see if our code is working, if the passwords don't match, like this, then it says passwords don't match. Cool. So now that we're on our home page, I want to have a bit of a menu drawer. So if you just type drawer and you save it, you can see that little menu icon on the top left, and you can click this to open up the drawer. And I just want to keep my code nice and clean, so I'm going to separate this out into an individual component. give it a background color. And we're going to have a big column. So at the top, I want a bit of a logo, and then a home list tile, a settings list tile, and at the very bottom, we want a logout tile. So just to see our progress as we code this up, in our homepage, let's type my drawer. Oh, it's not there. Why? Oh, it's called my widget. Let's change this to my drawer. And let's start off with our logo. So at the top, it's a good idea to put a drawer header so that we can put an icon or an image. And then beneath that, we can have some list tiles. So the first one is just going to be a home. Let's give it a home icon. And I think we could use some padding on the left. Yep. Let's copy this and create one for the settings. And also for the logout. Now, just for the logout one, I want that one to be on the very bottom of the screen. So what you can do is everything above it, let's wrap that in another column, right? Which means this overall column, we can say space between, and then it pushes everything to either side. And then let's come to our logout tile, and I feel like we could give it a bottom padding as well. Sweet, that's looking good. So let's start filling out the functionality of this. So on the on tab, if I tap on this home, I just want to go back to the current screen. So all I'm going to do is just pop the drawer. So we can say navigator.pop, and this will just get rid of the drawer. Now for the settings tile, I want to pop the drawer, of course, but then I also want to navigate to the settings page. Now this settings page we haven't created yet, so let's just do that real quick. There we go, you can see it works. We can go to our settings page. And lastly, the logout. So we had it in our app bar before, but let's get rid of this and get rid of the logout, and let's put it in our drawer. Okay, so if I click on this logout tile, we just want to log out. So let's see if this works. And that's looking pretty good. So now that we've got the authentication done, it's time for the Firestore. So for kind of like our chatting functionality and the users and stuff like that. So if you go to the Firestore database, let's create database. You can select your region, but I'm just going to leave it at United States. And what we need to do here is in the rules, you can set up your custom rules, but just for us to be able to write information, I'm just going to change this to be true and just publish it. Cool. So if I come back to my code, what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new folder called services. And our auth service, we're going to put into this folder. And we're going to create another folder for chat services. So auth and chat, those are our two main services. Okay, so let's save and close all these files and just go to the chat service. And so in this class, what we're going to do is, firstly, we need to import that package. So go to your terminal and type flutter pub add cloud firestore. And then once we got that, we are going to get a method to get the user stream to get all the users and display it on the screen. We need a method to send a message and also to get messages. So let's just start off with the getting an instance of the firestore, and let's start filling out the user stream. Now, if you look at this and it's kind of confusing, there's a lot of things going on. I can try to explain it nicely for you. So in this stream, you see inside here, the list that is a map, that is a string dynamic. So what that means is, firstly, a map, what that is it's kind of like a field like this. And your Firebase console looks like a map. So it's got email, and what is the email for the user? It's test@gmail.com. And maybe they also have another property like an ID and it's some number. So this is an example of a map. It's kind of a way to represent like a user in this case. So we can have another map or another user, right? And so when you have a list of these, this is what this is talking about, a list of maps. Okay, and we're going to return the stream meaning we're just going to listen to our firestore. So we're going to return the firestore collection. So it's in a collection called users. And let's go to the snapshots, and we're going to map this. And I'll put the comments here just to try to make it as clear as possible. We're going to go through each individual user and just return that user. And at the end of all of these maps, we're going to return it to a list. Okay, so what did we just do? If you come to our home page, what we're going to try to do is try to display all the users. So firstly, I'm just going to get the chat and auth services. And for the body, I'm going to build the user list. So I'm going to separate this widget out just to keep our code clean. And we're going to return a stream builder. Now for the stream, we created this just then. So go to your chat service and we can say get user stream. And then for the builder, what we're going to do is firstly, just see if there's any errors. It might be loading, so if that's the case, just return loading. And then finally, when everything's done, let's return the list view. So for the children, we're going to look at the snapshot data and go through the map, and we're going to create each individual user list item. Okay, so even this, I'm going to just separate it out just to keep it nice and modular. So for building an individual user list item, I just need to know the user data, which is that map that we talked about. And so let's put some comments here. So display all users except current user. Okay, and then we're going to return a user tile. So a user tile is going to be another UI component. So let's just create that real quick. And what we need for this user tile is I just need to know the text and also the tab. So let's create our gesture detector and just kind of like a container with some decoration. And the main element for this is a row of an icon and the username. Okay, so let's come back to our home page. We're going to see the red squiggle because we need to fill out the text, right? So I'm just going to display the user's email, and then on tap, currently we are on the user page. Currently we're on the home page. So if we tap on a specific user, let's go to the chat page and chat with that user. Now this chat page we haven't created yet, so let's just create that very quickly here. And require the receiver's email just to know who we're chatting to. So let's come back to the home page, import the chat page we just created, and just give it the user's email. Cool, everything's ready. So if I just come back to our red squiggle here, build user list item, we have to give it the two parameters, which is the user data and just the current context. And I think that's all good. So currently, even though we have some users, it's not displaying the users, right? So what the issue is when we create a user, if you go to our sign up method, once we create the user, let's also save this user's information in a separate document. Okay, so let's get an instance of our Firestore at the top. And go to that Firestore's collection of users. And then we're going to go to the specific document for that user. And we're going to create a little map here. So let's save some information like the user ID and also their email. And it should be a good idea to put this in the sign in method as well, because sometimes we might make an account for a user in the backend and not through the app. So just to make sure we have all the users, just save the users if it doesn't already exist. And so let's create a user here, flutter@gmail.com. And if I register, you can see, yay, we have our first user in the app. Let's create Ronaldo. And there's Ronaldo. Cool, so we can now display all the users. Now, one thing you don't want to display is you don't want to display yourself. Like if you see a page of users and you want to chat to them, we shouldn't be able to chat to ourselves. So we just want to display everyone else. So let's just grab this and we're going to put a quick if statement and just do a quick check. So is the email not equal to the current user? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my auth service and let's just create a quick method here just to get the current user. And so we can just use that anywhere in our code just to get the current logged in user. So we're going to compare that to the user's email, and as long as it's not the same, we're going to display it. And looks like it's still displaying myself, and whoops, that's because I got my current user, but I should get the email and compare the emails. I'm going to add some margin, and let's add some padding. And I feel like we could add some space between the icon and the username. And you can see if I click on any of these users, I can go to a new chat page to talk to that user, which is pretty cool. Sweet, so now that we're on the chat page, we need to be able to finally send a message and also get the messages. So when we send a message, we just need to know the receiver and what the message is. The sender, we don't need to know because that's the current logged in user, which we can access anytime. So firstly, get the current user's info, and then we're going to create a new message, and then we're going to construct a chat room ID for these two users. And we have to make sure that this chat room ID is sorted to ensure uniqueness, which I'll explain a bit later on. And then we're going to add this message to the database. Cool. So let's come to the top and just also get the auth as well, so that I can get the current user. So let's have the current user's ID and the current user's email. Now it's a good idea to save the timestamp, right? So we'll just say now, which is when the user sends a message. We're going to collect that information. And we're going to create a new message. Now for this, I'm going to create a new folder called models. And let's have a message.dart file. And this is what an individual message should look like. We need to know the message's sender, right? So their ID and their email. We need to know who's going to receive it, what the message is, and also the timestamp of this message. And with this information, let's have a quick method to convert it to a map. Sweet, so in our chat service, when we send a message, let's create a new message. So let's create a new message. So for the sender ID, the person who's sending it is just the current user. So let's just give it those details. Now we need to construct a chat room ID to store all of these messages. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a list of strings, and we're just going to have two strings in this IDs, which is the current user's ID and the receiver's ID. And then we're going to sort them. And what this does is it just makes sure that any two people have the same ID. Okay, then what we can do is just join the strings together. Let's join them with an underscore. And then finally, just add this to the collection in Firestore. And I'll show you what this looks like in the console in Firestore a bit later on. Now for getting the messages, it's quite similar as well. We're going to need the user ID and the other user ID, so just both people. And we're going to similarly construct a chat room ID for the two users. And then we're going to return the collection for the chat rooms, and we're just going to go to that specific chat room. Cool, and that's pretty much it. Okay, sweet. So let's see if this works. Now, if I go to a chat room, the first thing I'll need is actually a input box so that the user can type a message in, right? So let's create a text controller. And let's get our chat and auth services. And let's just create a quick method here for sending a message, anything UI related. Now, just to help the code out a bit, we're only going to send a message if there's something in there to send, right? Otherwise, it's going to send blank messages. So as long as the message controller is not empty, then we can send a message. And actually, we also want to know the receiver's ID. So let's just require that at the top. Cool. And then the message, give it the message controller's text. Sweet. And then after we send it, we should clear the controller. Okay, sweet. Now let's start working on the UI. So in the body, we're going to have a big column, and we're going to have two things. So the majority of the screen is going to be just displaying all the messages, and at the bottom we want to display the user's input. So we're going to use an expanded widget for the message list to fill out most of the screen. And let's start by getting the sender's ID, which is just the current user's ID. And we're going to return a stream builder. Now, what stream are we going to listen to? Well, we already created that get messages stream and just give it the 2 different people. And we're going to build a list view. So let's just check for any errors and see if it's loading. And then finally, just return the list view. Let's build out an individual message item given a document. And we're just going to return the message. Sweet, everything's set up. So finally, let's just create our user input. So for this one, we're going to have a row. Now we already created our text field at the beginning of the video, right? So we're going to put that in an expanded widget because it should just take up most of the space. And then just next to it, we want to have a send button to send the message. And let's give that to our UI. Awesome. Now I'm just going to kill that app and just rebuild all this. And you can see there's our little user input at the bottom. So let's try this out. I'm going to say hello and hit the send button, and you can see that the messages are getting displayed. So if you come back to our Firebase console, you can see if you just refresh the page, you can see this is what it looks like. So we have a collection of users, and we also have a collection for the chat rooms. And each chat room has its own ID, which is unique between 2 people. And so you can go to the messages and you can look at each individual message. Okay, awesome. Now one thing we have to fix is if I sign in under someone else, like Messi, and I type it, it's just all coming on the same side, right? So let's work with a bit of alignment to show the messages on the right if it's for the current user, and then we want to have all the other person's messages on the left hand side, right? So let's have a quick boolean here just to check if this is the current user. So this right here will check if the user of this message is the current user that signed in. And then using that, we can say, we can specify an alignment. So is current user question mark? If it is, then align to the center right. If it isn't, align to the center left. Let's wrap this text in a container and give it the alignment. Looks like it's still not working. Maybe we could give it into a column and then use the cross-axis alignment. Oh, I know what happened. If we come back to this new message, we mixed this up. The sender ID, we should give the current user ID and the email to the email. Well, that's why. Okay, let's save that. And now if I say this is messy, it comes to the right side. Okay, sweet. So let's just double check this. I'm going to sign into Ronaldo. And let's talk to Flutter. And then the messages comes on the right hand side. And I'm just going to log out. Let's sign in as Flutter. And go to Ronaldo, and yep, it's on the correct side now. So the current user that types the message is always going to be on the right hand side. Sweet, now the functionality is pretty much done. I just want to finish off by decorating this up a little bit more. Like the user input at the bottom, it's too close, so let's put a padding. And the icon button, I'm just going to make it kind of green on the outside, make it a circle. And the arrow can be white. And also let's create a chat bubble to make it look more like a chat application. So for any chat bubble, I just need to know the message and also if it's the current user. Right, so the color is just going to depend on if it's the current user or not. And let's try this out. So let's come back to our build message item and return a chat bubble. And you can see there it is, that's what it looks like. Let's make it look much better. So let's add some padding. Let's add some margin. And the text color can be white. And let's make the corners not sharp, more curved. And so you can just play around with this and adjust it to however you like, but that's looking pretty good so far. And also, you know these app bars, I like to just make them, like in the home page, I like to just make it transparent and make the elevation 0, and instead change the foreground color so that I can see that. I think that looks a little bit more cleaner and more minimal. So I'm going to do the same thing for the chat page. That looks better, and also the settings page. Clean up the app bars. And let's give it the background colors if you haven't. And just to finish off, the last thing I'm going to do is to implement dark mode into this application. So we've been doing everything in light mode. So I'm going to create another file here for the dark mode. And so again, you can choose your own colors, but I'm just going to use these colors and these shades of gray. And for us to switch easily between the two themes, we need a theme provider. And so we're going to start off as light mode, and let's have a getter method to get what the current theme is. Let's also have a boolean to see if this is dark mode or not. So this is really helpful later on, which I'll show you. This little double equal sign is just going to check if it's dark mode. And then we need to have a set theme data. And most importantly, we need a toggle theme. So if the theme is light mode, then change it to dark mode. And vice versa. Cool. So if I come back to my main.dart file, we need to give it the change notifier provider, which I actually didn't even import. So let's just import that real quick. Flutter pub add provider. And so you can say change notifier provider and give it the theme provider and then give it our app. And then if you come back to our material app at the bottom, you can see the theme. Currently we just gave it light mode, but it could be light mode or dark mode, right? So we're just going to use our provider to get the theme data. So this could switch between light mode and dark mode. Sweet. So now we actually need a switch, like a physical UI switch. So in the settings page, I'm going to create a row and have a little toggle here. So I'm going to use a Cupertino switch, which is the Apple looking one, just because I think it looks better. And you can see for the value, if I say false, it's off. If I say true, it's on. And so let's just decorate this up real quick. Let's space between, give it a container with some decoration. That's looking pretty good. And so now for the value, it's going to be a boolean, like a true or false. So let's access our theme provider and just check if this is dark mode or not. And then on the changed, if the user taps on this switch, we want to go to that theme provider and then toggle the theme. Sweet, so let's save this and check this out. Yay, we can flick the switch and now we're in dark mode. Everything's in dark mode. And then if we need to make any specific changes to the colors, then you can go to this dark mode and then change it up. And what's even cool about this is you can actually click on this and then get the specific color that you want. So I feel like this secondary color could be a bit darker, like my tiles are looking pretty light. And so if I just save this, yeah, that's looking pretty good. And I think the chat bubbles could also use a bit of dark mode adjustment. So let's just see if we're in dark mode, right? Then let's adjust these colors. And also change the text colors appropriately to if it's dark mode or not. So just change this up to your appropriate style. And let me know if you have any questions about any of this. I can help you out in the comments below. Everything is working in terms of this chat app and it's looking pretty good. Sweet. Now one last thing that we need to fix is if I go into a chat and I send a lot of messages, then it's going to need to scroll down to the bottom, right? And especially when we toggle the software keyboard, it should automatically scroll to the bottom. So what we need to do is if I come to my chat page, I'm going to firstly convert this to a stateful widget. And then we need a focus node. So when I initialize the state, we're going to add a listener to this focus node. And so this is just helpful for the text field if we're in focus or not. So if we are in focus, then what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the keyboard to show up. And then that will allow us to calculate the remaining space on the screen. And then we're going to scroll down. Okay, so we're not going to scroll down immediately. We're going to just wait a little bit of time, 500 milliseconds, so that the keyboard shows up. And then we'll scroll down. And we should also dispose of these focus nodes and controllers. And we need a scroll controller. So for the scroll down method, if we just get the scroll controller, and we can animate to the very bottom. We can control this duration. I'm just going to say, let's say 1 second. And you can specify the type of curve, like the kind of animation. So I'm just going to choose this fast out, slow in. And then if you scroll down, if you go to the list view, let's give the controller our scroll controller. And then also, if you go to the text field, we're going to give it our focus node. So let's go to our text field component and let's actually require this. So now in our text field, we can give it a focus node. And so what this is doing is, if you go to one of the chats, if I click on the text field, it'll be in focus. And so the keyboard will show up, right? And then once the keyboard shows up, we're going to scroll down, as you can see. Cool. Now the other thing is when we go into the list, we should scroll down automatically, right? So let's also do that. If you go to the initial state, so when this page fires up, let's also do a similar thing. So it's going to wait for the list view to be built, and then let's scroll to the bottom. And I think the last case is when we send a message. So when I send a message, we also want to just scroll down to the bottom so that we can see the latest message. Okay, let's test this out. Firstly, if I go in, it just scrolls automatically. I open the keyboard, it goes automatically. And if I type a new message, it scrolls down automatically as well. And that's it. Sweet, so now if you come back to our chat service class, you can see we've got 3 important methods here. So getting the users, and then also sending a message and getting a message. So we're going to create a couple more methods here. So the first one is for reporting the user, and then we want to have a way to block the user and also unblock the user. Now when it comes to uploading your app and publishing it to the App Store, especially the iOS App Store, it requires a few conditions, especially when you have a chat app like this. So if you send this chat app to the iOS App Store to get approved, it's going to come back saying that you need these features like reporting, blocking, and unblocking the user and things like that. So this would be necessary for us. Okay, so you can see up here we've got the getting the users stream. So that's for getting all of the users. So I want to create another method to get all the users except the blocked users. Cool, so let's start with the reporting user. So we're going to create a function here. It's going to call it report user, and let's accept a couple of parameters. So the string, I want to accept a message ID and then the user ID. So firstly, let's get the current user. And then we're going to create a little report here. So let's say reported by just the current user's ID. And then we can get the message ID to see which message is being reported and also who owns this message. And it will be good to know the timestamp as well. Okay, and then at the end, we can just say await Firestore collection, and then we're going to create a new collection called reports. And then here we can add all the reports in. So I'll show you how to implement this a little bit later on. Let's just fill out all these methods here first. So moving on to the blocking the user. So this one is going to be, again, another feature. And for the parameters, I just want to know who is the user that we're blocking, right? So get the user's ID. And now when you go to our Firestore collection, we already have a collection called users. And so if you go to a particular user, so the current user, let's also store information about the blocked users for this particular account. Okay, so I'm going to create another collection called blocked users. And in there, let's store the blocked user's ID. Cool, and then let's just say notify listeners to update the UI. And then let's just create another method to unblock a user. So this will be very similar to what we had in the blocking user, but what we're going to do is we're just going to delete that particular collection. Sweet, and then finally, I'm just going to create a blocked users stream. So for a given user ID, let's just have a way to list out all of the blocked users. Okay, so we're going to go to our Firestore. In our Firestore collection under users, let's go to the user ID and then go to that blocked users list. And we're going to try to retrieve this information into a map. So if you look at the snapshot here, this is going to tell us the information for the documents. And we're just going to map the information to a nice list. So I'm just going to put some comments here so you guys know what is happening. The first part I'm doing is just getting the list of blocked user IDs from Firestore. Right, and then I'm going to create another variable here called user docs. And for this one, I'm going to get all of the blocked user IDs. And let's finally return this as a map. And then we can convert it to a list. Awesome. Now, if I come back to the beginning here, so getting all of the users, so you can see what we're currently doing is, just to refresh your mind, we are looking at the Firestore collection of users. And what we're getting is we're just making sure we're getting the users that is not the current user's email, right? So every other user that's not myself. And that's how we're returning this list. Now we want to do something similar for getting all users except the blocked users, right? So if you open up your app, for any given account, you don't want to show the blocked users in the homepage, right? So we're just going to have to adjust this a little slightly. And I'm just going to call this get users stream excluding blocked. So this will be very similar to what we had before, but now we're just going to make sure that we're not going to display any of the blocked users. And let me just put some comments here so that you can understand. And then finally, we can return it as a stream list. Awesome. So again, just to kind of refresh what we just did, we are trying to get all the users except for the blocked users. So we're going to our Firestore collection, and we're just making sure we're firstly going to grab all of the blocked users IDs, and then let's also get all of the users, and we're just going to go through and make sure that we're just going to display the user that is not myself and also not a blocked user. So hopefully that made sense. You can let me know if you have any questions. But that is all of the methods that we need for the chat service. So now that we've done the logic, let's try to implement this into our actual app. Sweet. So now that we've done this chat service page, let's come to our chat bubble in our components. And what I want to do is just go to any of your chat bubbles, and I want to be able to hold down and show a bunch of options so that we can block and report users and stuff like that. Right, so if you want to go to this container, let's wrap it in a widget called gesture detector, and a lot of gestures here. Usually we just do on tap, but I want to do on long press. So let's just check if it's not the current user, then let's show the options, right? We only want to be able to report and block the other person. So at the top here, I'm just going to create some methods. So we want to show options, and we want to show an option to report the message and then block the user as well. So let's just fill this out. Now, when I click the show options, I just want to know the context to show up a little option menu on this page. And we just need two other parameters, which is the message ID as well as the user ID for this particular message. Right, now I'm going to use a modal bottom sheet just to show this bit of information. And so I'm just going to show in a wrap, which is very similar to like a column and a row. And what we're going to do is show these three options. So reporting the message and then blocking the user, and also a cancel button at the end. So let's just fill this out. So just to see this working, let's just give our show options method down here when we do the long press. And we should give it the context and the other parameters. Now at the top, we need to accept some more parameters when we create this chat bubble. So specifically the message ID and the user ID of this message. So let's require that. And then now it should be having some red squiggles somewhere, like in this home page, or this chat page rather, because when we create our chat bubble, we have to give it these extra two parameters that we want. So let's go ahead and give it the message ID as well as the user ID. Sweet. Now, if I just save this and I go into a chat page and I hold down a chat bubble, you can see it shows that little option menu at the bottom. Sweet. So that's going to be this one here. So if I tap on this report button, what do we want to happen? Well, let's just create a few more options first of all. So we want one for the blocking user and then also canceling the user as well, or canceling the button. Okay, let's just make sure that our UI is looking good. Cool, there's our 3 options. So just starting with the first one, if I tap on the report button, what do we want to happen? We want to firstly just navigator.pop, which is going to pop the menu. And then we want to report the content. Now, just to make our code look a little cleaner, I'm just going to separate this method out for down here. So when we report the message, let's just show a quick dialogue just to confirm what the user is about to do. So I'm going to show an alert dialog and say, are you sure you want to report this message? And let's have a couple of actions. So we want a cancel button. And then also a report button. Okay, now when it comes to the report button, we want to pop the current navigator, of course. But then also we want to go to our chat service and then report the user. Sweet. And just finally, just to show that the logic and the function has been executed, I'm just going to show a little snack bar on the bottom to let the user know that it's all done. Cool. So that's for the reporting the message. We're going to do something similar for blocking as well. So for the blocking, we don't need to know the message ID. I just want to know the user. And let's change this up. And when we click on the block button now, let's go to our block method. It's cool, looking good so far. So let's give that up to our menu. And let's make sure this is all good. So in the cancel button, if I hit cancel, then I just want to navigator.pop. Cool, now I'm going to save this and restart it and let's see how this looks. If I go to a chat page and I hold down a chat button, I can report the user and I can cancel and do everything. So let's select block or report. Okay, then we get this little alert dialog just to confirm what we're about to do. I'm going to hit report and you can see the little snack bar on the bottom to show that it's been done. And if I come back to my Firebase, you can see in our Firestore, right, we had the users and the chat rooms, and now we have a new collection called reports. And you can see it's got all the information that we wanted to store. So again, this is very important for actually publishing your app to the App Store because they have a lot of requirements like blocking the users and also reporting and flagging messages like this. So yeah, this is something that you definitely need in your app. Sweet. Now, if I come back to my app, let's try the block button. I'm going to block the user and it says down there, user is blocked. Now, a couple of UI improvements that we need to make. Let's first come back to our Firestore just to see if this is getting stored properly. Now for the blocking user method, if you look at it, we actually put it under the users, right? So in this users collection, we have a list of all of the accounts in the app. And so with any given account, it'll have a list of blocked users, right? So you can see here it's got another collection, and this will store the blocked users ID, right? What that means is when we come back to our homepage, which displays all the users in the app, we want to display everyone except for the blocked user, right? So that's what we need to do now. And in our chat service, that's why we had initially just the get all users stream. And then now we recently created this one. So we want to get all the users except for the blocked users. Cool. So if I come back to my homepage, right, which is what we're looking at right now, it's got in the body, a build user list. Okay, then we can build the user list, and you can see it's listening for this stream, the get users stream, right? Again, this gets all of the users. So let's give it the other method that we just created, get users stream, excluding blocked. And if I just save this, you can see already that Ronaldo, which I blocked, is not showing up. Sweet, so it's working really well. Which means finally what I want to do, right, is in the settings, I want to have a way to show the blocked users and a way for the current user to unblock these people. So in the settings here, maybe we could have a button for the blocked users. So let's come to our settings page and just put some comments here just to make it clear what we're doing. At the beginning of this column, we have a dark mode button. Okay, and then below this, I want to have a blocked users button. So I'm just going to copy the exact same thing. Okay, well, let's change it up to blocked users. And then for the button, what I want to do is instead of a switch, I want to just navigate to a new page, which we'll call blocked users page. I want to just navigate to a new page, which we'll call blocked users page, which we haven't created yet. So I'm going to create that real quick in our pages folder. And this page is just going to display all of the blocked users. Okay, so let's just firstly get our chat and auth service. And just display a blank scaffold. And just to make sure this is working fine, let's come back to our settings page, and now we can import this new page that we just created. And there it is. Sweet. So I'm just going to make sure that the button and the icon color is matching everything else, right? So we're going to use a secondary color. Oh, I can't see that. Maybe we need a primary. Cool, which brings us to this blocked users page. And so in this one, let's just create a quick app bar. And then in the body, we just want to create a stream builder. Which listens for this particular stream, the get blocked users stream. And we need to give it the current user ID. So let's just make this a little bit cleaner and easier to understand. So at the top of the build, I'm just going to get the current user's ID and store it in this string called user ID. And then we can just pass that on to our stream here. Sweet. Now in our builder in the middle, so firstly, we're just going to check the usual stuff. So if there's any errors, and then if it's loading, I want to show a loading circle. And then finally, if it's completed loading, let's display the list of users. So for the blocked users, we're just going to get to the snapshot data. Again, this is from our stream that we're listening to. And this double question mark, if you don't know anything about null safety, what this double question mark does is it's just saying if it's null, so if there isn't any blocked users, then we're just going to return a blank list. So if there are no users, then I'm just going to return in the middle, just saying no blocked users. And then finally, at the very bottom, we can display a list to show all the blocked users. Cool. And the reason why I want this page is because we want to be able to let the user unblock some people. Right? So let's show a confirm unblock box. So using a little alert dialog, let's say, are you sure you want to unblock this user? And then give them a couple of actions, right? So canceling button and also unblock button. And for the onPressed, for the unblock button, we want to go to our chat service, and we had this method earlier, right? Unblock user. And then let's pop the dialog. And then at the bottom, we want to show a snack bar just to show that it's been done. Looks like we actually made a little mistake. What's the method called? Show, oh, I said show unlock. We should say show unblock box. There you go. Cool, so let's save this, and you can see in the blocked users, there's Ronaldo that I blocked. So if I click on him, then you can see it shows us alert dialog, and now we can have the option to unblock them. Nice, good UI. And then now if I come back to the homepage and the users, Ronaldo is now back. Sweet. So it looks like our report and the blocking is all working. And like I said, this is very important if you want to actually publish this app to the App Store. Okay, you need to have these little measures in place as per the guidelines for the App Store. So hopefully you got all that. Awesome. Now in our chat bubble, where we have the blocking the user, that is executed down here. And I want to actually add in another navigator.pop. And I just want to add some comments just so that it's easier for you guys to understand. So I'll show you what this is doing. So the first one, we're going to dismiss the dialog box that confirms if the user wants to block or unblock. And then we want to have another navigator.pop to dismiss the page. So I'll show you what behavior that looks like. But just to finish out these comments, at the bottom, we want to let the user know of the result after we perform the block. So if you look at Ronaldo, if I just unblock him, and then Ronaldo, if I block him, I not only want to dismiss this current dialog box, but I also want to dismiss the entire page as well. Because before, when we block it, it would block the user, but we're still on this chat page. So if I block it, you can see it goes back to the previous page. And so that's what this logic is doing. Awesome. Now, another account property that we need to do is we need to be able to delete the user's account. Any user needs to be able to have an option to delete their account. And again, this is one of those requirements that the App Store needs. It's like a guideline. So we need to block users. We need to be able to report and flag messages. And the last thing that we need to do is to be able to delete their own account. So if you come to our auth service, this is where we deal with everything got to do with authentication. So I'm just going to create another method here for deleting the account. Right, so just get the current user. As long as there is a user. Let's firstly delete the data from the Firestore. And then we can also delete the user's auth record. We need a button underneath this in our settings page. So you can see we've got the blocked users. Now, because we need multiple tiles here, I'm actually going to create this in our components just to make our code nice and easier to read. So in the components, let's create a new file called my settings menu or my settings list tile. And in here, we're going to create our own custom widget. So instead of all of this, right, let's just copy this. I'm going to return that into here and let's just change up the variables, right? Like for example, this one, not all of my tiles are going to have a switch toggle. And also up here, we want to have a different title. So let's just change up the parameters here. So I wanted a title and I want an action. So I'm going to create that as a parameter at the top. And the other thing we need is I just want to have a color of this tile as well. So now we can replace the title. We can give the action widget here. And then the color, let's just give it to this container. So what we just did is if I come back to my settings page, we can just copy this switch part because we'll need that. So I'm just going to copy this, but I'm going to delete all of this. And then now we can say my settings list tile and you can see there it is. So hit enter to auto import. So for the title, we want dark mode and then the action, we can give it the switch. And let's also give it a color. So just give it the original secondary color. So nothing should have changed, by the way, if you save this. I'm just making my code a bit cleaner. And then we can reuse this, right? So you can see now in the blocked users, instead of all of this code again, let's just grab this button widget and delete all this guy and just say my settings list tile. And then we can fill this out again. So for the title, I just want to say blocked users. And then in the action, we can give it our button. And then for the color, it's going to be the same one as here. So again, nothing should have changed. But the reason why I wanted to separate out this widget is because now when it comes to the delete button, we can use the code again. So my settings list tile. So we want to delete the account. And then for the action, I'm just going to copy the same icon button as previous. Except for the color, I'm just going to make it red. Sweet. Now it looks like we might need to change the text color as well. So I'm just going to quickly accept that as a parameter. And so if I just say, for example, like green on the text colors, you can see it's going to change that part. Okay, so for the first one, I obviously just want this to be a classic color like inverse primary. For the first two. Now for the deleting the account, this text color should probably be white. So maybe let's just try tertiary. Or secondary will do. And then this red is fine like that. And, or maybe we could do tertiary. Cool, so same thing for the button. And you can see currently, if I click on this, it goes to a new page, right? So we don't want to do that. What I want to do when we click on the delete account button, I want to show, again, a confirmation. So in this on pressed, let's say user wants to delete the account, and I'm just going to create this little method at the top to confirm if the user wants to delete it. Okay, so to do all this stuff, I always use a alert dialog, and then we can ask the user to confirm. So this will delete your account permanently. Are you sure you want to proceed? And give it some actions. We can say cancel button and then confirm button. Cool, so in this one, when I show the dialog, depending on the answer, you can actually say, you can return this confirm value, right? So you can see if I hit cancel, it's going to say false. So let's go to our settings. And if I click on this, here is our little alert dialog, and I got the cancel button. And so now I want a delete button, but let's return a true value. Okay, and then at the end, you can see you got the double question mark false. So if the user just exit out of this, then we want to say cancel. So what are we doing? So at the top, I'm just going to comment, let's store the user's decision in this Boolean, right? Called confirm. So at the end of the user's decision, if the user confirmed, then let's proceed with the deletion. So let's try to delete this. So we can go to our auth service and delete account. That's our method we created. And let's just catch any errors as well. Okay, now I'm just going to save this and let's see if this works. All right, so if I go to my settings and then I delete the account, it's going to just sign us out because this account doesn't exist anymore. Cool. And like I said, this is a very important feature that you need to actually upload your app to the App Store. Great. Now, one of the final things I want to do is if I just sign up a new account and then I just send a message to Ronaldo, and then let's say I sign in as Ronaldo's account, we should have some unread messages from Mitchell, right? Now, I want to have some unread message indicators to kind of show that there's some messages waiting for us, right? So a chat app should have this kind of feature. Now, what I need to do firstly is we just need to go to our model, right, in our message. And so currently we are getting these kind of information for each message, right? Sender ID, email, receiver ID, the actual message, and then the timestamp. So I'm going to create another one called isRead. So this is going to be a Boolean, so either true or false. When I construct this message, I'm just going to default to false. And then we can add this field in the map as well. So if I come to our chat service in the send message, you can see that we have another parameter here called isRead, which we can give it to be false when we create a new message. Cool. And then when we get the user stream, so you can see here, we're getting the blocked users IDs, and then this section where we get all the users. So you can see currently what we're doing is we're returning as a stream list, excluding the current user and the blocked user, right? So we're going through all of the documents and where the documents is not the current user's email, and also it's not one of the blocked users, right? So that's what we're currently doing. Now I'm just gonna get this and I'm just gonna recode this up. So I'm gonna say users data, and we're gonna go through the snapshot documents. Right, so we're getting all the documents here and we're excluding the current user and the blocked users. And then finally, with those information, we can map this. And let's take a look at this current chat room ID. And we want to have an unread messages snapshot. Okay, so if you go to your chat rooms, and the messages in that chat room, let's go to the ones where the receiver is the current user. And where the isRead value for that message is false. So it's currently unread. Okay, so this will get us all of the unread messages snapshot. Okay, so if you look at the individual user data, we should be able to get the unread count, okay, which is just the unread messages snapshot and just however long that list is. And whoops, we should await this since it's a feature. And convert it to a list. And then finally, we can return the user's data. Cool. So I know that was a little bit verbose, but what this is doing now, if I just restart this, it will show us the unread messages. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm going to say to Mitchell, just a message, and let's sign out and let's log in as Mitchell. And we want to display an indicator here to say that there's unread messages. Cool, so we did the logic part of it. Now I just need to show it on the UI. So if you go to your components, let's go to our user tile. And I'm just going to accept an integer called unread messages count. And we're going to construct this, and just as a default, we'll say 0. Cool, now where do I want to place this? So here's the row. So you got these two guys. I'm going to wrap this row in another row. And just at the end of this, let's have an unread messages count. Cool, and I saved it, and you can see there's a 0 attached to it, but it's too close to the name. So I'm going to go to this overall row, and the main axis alignment, we can say space between. Cool, so you can see currently it's got 0 unread messages. Now, I'm going to put a little condition here. If the unread messages count is greater than 0, then let's display it. Otherwise, just display nothing. Okay, we don't have to display 0. Okay, so if I come to my homepage, you can see wherever we build the user tile, let's give it the unread messages count. And then if I save this, you can see, yeah, there's a 1 there, indicating that there's one message that we haven't read. And we just read it, there it is. Cool, and then if we go back, we want to update this UI. Cool, now just before we do that, let's just clean up the UI a little bit. I feel like I could use some padding on the right of this. And let's wrap the text in a container, and I'm just going to decorate this up a bit. So firstly, I'm just going to make it a circle, give it a color, and some padding. Looking good now. Looks like I need to adjust this unread messages count query. So I'm just going to get rid of this and put it at the very beginning. So unread messages count, as long as it's greater than 0, then let's display this widget. And then otherwise, just display a blank container. And that's looking pretty good. Sweet. So now what we need to do is we need to have a way to mark the messages as read, right? So once we open the message, we want to have this method here. So mark messages as read. Just give me the receiver's ID because I know what my current user's ID is. And let's put these IDs together to get our chat room ID. And let's get the unread messages from Firestore. Cool. And then we're going to go through each message and just mark it as read. Sweet. So when do I want to trigger this? So in our homepage, you can see in the user tile on the on tap, when I tap on this, we're going to go to the chat page, right? We're going to open it up. So as we do that, let's mark all the messages in that chat page as read. Awesome. So now if I just restart this, we have one unread message. If I go into it and then I come out, it looks like the UI is not really being reflected. And by the way, there's a little mistake here in the collection. It's not called message. It's actually called messages. So make sure to do that. Okay, now one thing I noticed is this mark messages as read is working, but my UI is not being updated, right? So just to show you, if I say a message to Ronaldo, let's log out and sign in as Ronaldo. So you got that message there. If I click into it, it should be read now. And if I come back, it's not updating that UI, right? But if I click refresh and I restart the app, then it is updating the UI, meaning that this logic is working. We just need to have some better state management to update the UI to reflect all the changes. So a lot of ways we could do this. Now, one way I think is the easiest way to do is just to fix up some of the navigations. So if you come back to our main.dart file, you can see in the home page, we're just displaying the auth gate, right? So this one is just going to check if we are logged in or not. Yeah, I'm just going to comment that out for a second, and I'm just going to use some routes, and we can say slash for the initial route, okay, which I want auth gate to be. And then we can actually specify the initial route here. Cool. Now, if I come back to my chat page, you can see the app bar. We're currently giving it my app bar. So this is a custom app bar that we created earlier. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create another app bar here because I want to customize something. So for the title, it's going to be very similar. But for the leading icon, I'm going to have an arrow back like usual. And then when I press it, what it usually does, like what it was doing before, is it's just popping the current page and it returns to the previous page, which is the user homepage. So the UI is not getting updated. So one easy way that we can go past this is to navigate to the homepage, and we're going to remove all the previous routes. So essentially what that means is I'm going to say instead of navigator.pop or navigator.push, I'm going to say navigator.push and remove until we get to the homepage. Right? But then we also want to keep the first route, which is the auth gate. So we're going to pop everything in the navigation stack except for just the auth gate, which is the logging in part. Cool, which means if we just come back to our drawer, we just need to adjust something for when we log out. So it's going to log out like normal, and then I just want to navigate to the initial route. Okay, so let's just test this to see if this works. So for Mitchell, I'm going to put another message. And let's log out and log back in as Mitchell. Sweet. So we've got a new message from Ronaldo. Now, if I click on it, everything would have been read. And then now if I click on this back button, pop all the pages and just go to the home page anew. Okay, which means that it's going to load up the page again. And so hopefully after loading, it'll be unread. You can see the unread messenger indicator is gone now. So everything is working as usual. All right, now just before we proceed, I want to clean this up a bit. And I actually don't want to use a drawer header. And it looks like we have a lot of paddings. So I think we could remove this outer padding and then let's adjust this padding here. Cool. So instead of all, I actually might want to do symmetric so that we can control the horizontal and the vertical. And maybe I could just do only instead so that I can control left, right, top, and bottom. Cool. So you can space this out however you like, but I think that looks pretty good. Now, I actually do want to have a divider line. So if I just put that in, you can see it's got that black line there. Now I want to change up the color, make it a lot wider. So this should be my tertiary color, or secondary is actually looking good. And then we can indent the beginning and the end. So it's kind of like a padding. And that's looking pretty good. And let's actually give 10 here and just play around with it just to make sure it looks good. And the last thing is just the colors of each of these tiles. So like we can change the color of the icon. So I don't want it just pure black. I actually just want the different grades of shade that we did earlier. So obviously we could just specify each color here for each widget, but that's going to be a not good way to code. So what I'm going to do is create a new component so that we can encapsulate this code. So let's create a new component called myDrawer tile. And if I come back, just copy that list tile from earlier. And then we're just going to have a few variables to make a generic drawer tile. Cool. So the reason why we did this is if I come back to my home list tile, we can now clean this up and just say my drawer tile. And same thing for the settings. So let's just make sure that we grab and copy the on tap function here. So just copy that and then let's say my drawer tile and just fill these out. And for the title, the icon, and then the on tap, this is where we can just copy and paste what we had earlier. And then finally, the logout list tile. Great. So nothing should have changed. Everything looks the same. But the reason why we did this encapsulation is because now we can control the color here. So for the title, let's say the text style color, I just want to change it to primary. And you can see it's going to affect all of the widgets now, which is why we did this. Okay, so for the text color, I think inverse primary is fine. And for the icon color, maybe we can make this primary. And yep, that drawer looks much more cleaner. And then also in our chat page, remember we had that custom app bar. Yeah, this one here. Let's just give it a background color to be transparent. Nice. And just make sure the colors are all appropriate for the title as well as the leading icon. Cool, and everything's looking pretty good so far. And let's just check dark mode as well. And yep, looking great. Now it's time for one of the most important things in a chat app like this, which is notification. So open up your terminal and we're going to add in this Firebase package. So flutter pub add firebase underscore messaging. Cool. And then once you've got that in the services, I'm going to create a new folder called notifications. And then in here, let's just create a new file called notification service dot dart. So this is going to be for iOS and Android. And we're going to start by creating this class. So notification service. Now you can see if I start typing Firebase messaging, you can see there's the package. So if you hit enter, this is the important one that we need to import. So let's just go ahead with this one and grab the instance first of all. And I'll put the comments here as well, just so that you know exactly what's going on. So the first thing we need to do is we need to request permission. Okay, and this is something we're going to call in the main startup. So for you to be able to send a user a push notification when they open up the app for the first time, you know how it asks you, this app wants to send you notifications, do you accept or not? And they can change this in the setting, but we can also ask them on the startup. So let's fill out this method. So you can see there's a notification settings and we can go to our Firebase message and you can request permission. And there's a few options here, which I'm going to set true to all of them. So you got the alert and then the badge on the icon, as well as the sound. So first thing, I'm just going to have some conditions here. So if the authorization status is authorized, then let's just print user granted permission. Else if it's provisional, then we're still provisional, which means like it's only working for this certain time and not forever. And then else we have user declined or has not accepted permission. So I'm just going to have this to see what's going on. Now, the next thing we need is to set up the interactions. So what this is you can say Firebase messaging on message. And the important thing here is the listen. So there's this event that will be given to us. And so if this gets triggered, what this is listening for is the fact that we got a message in the foreground. So let's just print whatever that message says. And then the other important thing is Firebase messaging on message opened app. Let's listen for that event. So when the user opens the notification, we're going to just print message clicked. Okay, so let's just add some comments here. Cool. Now for us to be able to actually send a notification, we need a cloud function from Firebase. And I'll show you how to do it. If you open up your terminal, I want you to say Firebase login just to make sure you're logged in with your email address. And then let's say Firebase init. And if you have a look here using your arrow keys, you can see there's functions. So configure cloud functions. So I want you to hit spacebar and then enter. And then I want you to find your project. So chat app shoot. And then let's say, what language would you like to write the cloud functions in? Let's say JavaScript. And then for the next one, let's say no. Do you want to install dependencies with npm now? Let's say yes. Cool, initialization complete. So if you go to your folder here, you should have noticed there's a new folder called functions. And I want you to open up this index.js file. And so this is where we can create a function. And so it says create and deploy your first function. So if you want to have a kind of closer look at what I'm doing here, I want you to go to this documentation from Firebase. But I can show you how to do the sending the notification right now. So what we're essentially going to do is, let's start off by saying const functions. require Firebase functions, and then the admin, and then we can initialize app. Cool. Now if we go to the exports and then .send notification on message in the functions. So what we're going to do, right, is in our Firestore, my folder structure, we've got it like this. So chat rooms, and then we have a bunch of chat room IDs. And in each chat room, there is a messages folder or collection, and it's got a bunch of messages, which each has a message ID, right? So on create, so what that means is when a new message is created, that means like a notification needs to be sent, right? So that's what I'm doing here. So on create async, but yeah, on the create, you can see if you hover over it, what it's really doing. So the snapshot, and you got the context. So firstly, let's get the message, which is in the snapshot data. And we're going to try to go to the Firestore in the collection of users. And in the document, we want to go to the messages receiver ID and then get it, right? So if this receiver doc does not exist, then let's just return null. And then otherwise, we want to get the receiver data and also the token. So this token is a token for the device. Every device has a token. And so we're going to collect this to know which device that we're going to send a notification to. Okay, so we can just do a little check here. So if this token doesn't exist, then let's just say no token for user, cannot send notification. But if that's all good, if we have a user device token, then let's get the message payload, which you can see if you hover over this. We're going to give it the token and then a notification. So let's just say new message, and in the body, let's say something like this. Cool. So we'll test this out and we can just change this a bit later on. Now in the Android notification, click action. Flutter notification, click. And then the APNs, which I believe is for the iOS. Cool. And then after all that, we're going to send the notification. So let's just call it response. And we're going to go to the admin, messaging, and then send that payload. Cool. And then let's just catch any errors and just display it, just so if we see something wrong, then we can clearly know what's going on. Okay, so if I come back to my notification service class, I want you to add a message stream controller. And this is going to be a behavior subject remote message. Okay, so I want you to open up the terminal. We're going to add just a nice little package here, which will make your life a lot easier. So flutter pub add rx dart. Okay, so you can have a look at that package closer if you like. But we can import this There it is. And this one is just going to help us so much when it comes to the message stream. So yeah, I highly recommend using this. So this message stream controller, if you come down here to the setup interaction, I want you to say message stream controller sync, and we're going to add the event. And then let's have a dispose method here as well. And then let's just finish off this class. So I mentioned about those tokens, which is a device token. So we need three things. Let's set up the token listeners, and then we're going to save the device token. And then we also need a way to clear the device token. So I'll show you and explain everything as we go along. But starting with the setting up the token listeners. So we need to know what device to send the notification to, right? So it's not just a matter of knowing the user's account and the email. It's like we need to know physically which device to send it to, right? So each device has a token, and we will get this token so that we know which device to send a notification to. So let's create this method. So you can say Firebase messaging, go to the instance, and we can get the token. And then what we're going to do is we're going to save this token, which will create method in just a second. And then if you go to the on token refresh, you can listen and save the device. Okay, so let's just create that method real quick. So save token to device, given a token. Now, firstly, let's get the user ID. So the current user ID. Cool, and then let's go to that specific user in the Firebase collection. And we're going to add this little field, so the token. Cool, and then lastly, we need a way to clear the device token. So one thing that you'll notice is it's important to clear the device token in the case that the user logs out. So if the user logs out of a device, then we don't want to send a notification to that device. If you don't do this, then every time a user gets a notification, all of the previous devices will also receive a notification. So we need this clear device token method. Cool. And so when any new user logs back in, the new device token will be saved. So now all we need to know is the user ID. And we're just going to go to that Firebase document that we saved it in earlier and just delete it. Cool. Sweet. Now that's all done. So remember this request permission. We need to do this in the main startup. So let's come to the main.dart file. And I'm just going to have a quick background handler for the notification. So with the message, we can display some information in our console just to get this working nicely. Now in the main method, if you look up here, this is just for the setting up the Firebase, and then we're going to run the app. And in between this, we're going to set up the notification background handler, and we're also going to request notification permission. So the first thing on background message, this background handler is just listening for any notifications that are going to come through. And when the app is first opened by the user, we need to ask it permission. So let's get our notification class, and you can see the method request permission that we created earlier. And let's also set up the interactions as well. So if we come back to this notification service, that's what we're doing. Cool. Now that should be pretty much done. Now, if you go to your terminal, let's say Firebase deploy only functions. And one thing you'll notice is it should say, so your project must be on the Blaze pay-as-you-go plan to complete this command. So currently we're on the free plan, and this Blaze pay-as-you-go plan is needed to send a notification and do the cloud functions. So I'll show you how to do this. Now, you don't actually have to pay a lot of money at the beginning. So if you don't have any like users, right? So that's why it's called pay-as-you-go. Now, if you come back to your Firebase, this is a good time to actually look at the different pricing options, So currently we're on this Spark free plan. So if you go to your upgrade button here, you can see that there's a pay-as-you-go plan. So if you're actually serious about developing an app and publishing it and you want like notifications and stuff, then you're going to need this pay-as-you-go plan. So depending on your usage, your pricing would be different, right? But let's have a look at these pricing. This is 2024 as of this recording. So you can see the Cloud Firestore and the Cloud Functions. A lot of the Cloud Functions is not applicable on the free plan. So you can have a look at this pricing. Now I'm just going to continue on and just change it to the Blaze plan. But like I said, you don't have to worry too much about getting charged right now. You can put a little cap on it. Go here to the budget and alerts, and you can actually put in kind of a cap. So you can see there's trigger alerts at 50%, 90%, and so on. And so if you just go to and scroll down the set a monthly budget here. Let's say I'm just gonna make $10 is my budget, right? So at 50%, 90%, and 100%, it'll give me like emails. Cool, so that's a good way to just safeguard against any accidental charges. So let's come back to our code here, and let's just do the deploy again since we changed our plan. So Firebase deploy only functions. And deploy complete. So if I come back to my Firebase console, if you go to your functions, you can see there's our first function that we created. So this is listening for any new message that will come through, and then it will send a notification. Now let's just put a comment here. So this is sending a notification when a new message is created in our Firestore. Cool. Now on Android, it should work right away. But on iOS, we need to do a little bit more setting up. So what you need to do here is if you open up Xcode, I want you to go to your project, go to the iOS folder, and I want you to go to this Xcode workspace. And then if you go to the runner and signing capabilities, let's add a capability. So firstly, background mode. And then let's check off background fetch and remote notification. Let's add another capability. If you scroll down, you can see the push notifications. Cool. So just make sure to add those two in. And then if you go to your Apple developer account, which you're going to need to code iOS apps and publish them to the App Store, you can go to the certificate identifier and profiles and go to the keys. So I've actually already got a key So I want you to click this plus button and register a new key. So you can call it whatever you want. Let's just call it push noti chut. And you can enable the Apple push notification service. So that's what an APN is. And let's register. Now, like I said, I've already got one. So I want you to click on register, but I'm just going to click back. And so you should have a key that looks like this. And this key ID we're going to need later on. So make sure to download this and put it somewhere safe. I'm just going to put it on my desktop for now. And so this key ID, I want you to note down. And also, if you go to your membership, you can see a team ID, and I want you to get that as well. We need both of those. Sweet. So come back to your Firebase and then go to your project settings and go to the cloud messaging. And in the iOS part, you can see here that we can use either APN authentication key or APN certificate. So let's go with the first one. I want you to upload and find that auth key that you downloaded and then fill out the key ID as well as the team ID that I mentioned earlier. Sweet. So for the saving the token, we have these methods here. Now, when do we want to use these methods? I want to use it when the user signs in and signs up as well. I want you to say save device token. So after the sign in has been finished. So let's go to your notification service and then the method that we created earlier. I want you to set up the token listeners. Okay, so let's copy this. And I also want to put it when the user signs up as well. And then lastly, when the user signs out, I want to clear the token, remember? So let's just make sure. So let's get the current user's ID to clear the device token. Awesome. Oh, I realized a little mistake here. The receiver ID, it has to be capital ID. Oh, make sure you got that. Just so that you know, the reason why I know that is because in our Firebase, that's what we set here. So fix that little mistake. And then let's do the Firebase deploy functions again, because we updated that JavaScript file. Cool, and then it's done, and I'm just gonna Flutter run in release mode on my actual physical iPhone to test this out. So the first time you open up this app, it should ask you for the permission, like we made it do on the main startup. So let's hit allow, and then I actually just tested this real quick, and the notification works, but looks like it is showing it in this way. So cool thing that it works, but let's just quickly fix this up. So there was something a little bit weird about the text. So I'm just going to clean this up a bit. It should actually, so in the title, I'm just going to get the message sender's email. And then in the body, let's just display the message. So let's just deploy this function one last time. So I've got this app on my simulator in front of us, and I've also got it on my actual iPhone next to me. So make sure to test this out yourself as well. Now, let's say currently I'm signed in the account of Mitchell, and on my phone, I'm signed in to this Coco email. So I'm going to click on Coco, and I'm just going to send it a message. Let's say sending a test message, and I hit send. Now I'm looking at my actual iPhone, and hopefully, sweet, there it is. And yep, now the title and the actual content of the message is coming out nicely. And that's it. That's how you send push notifications. So every time a new message pops up, someone sends it, and then it's recorded in Firebase, we're going to push a notification like this. So notification is now working on both iOS and Android. And that's it. If you made it this far into the course, then congratulations. If you have any issues at all, you can always email me, and I've got that link down below. But I hope you learned something, and this can be a foundation for you to develop this further and also learn about the fundamentals of Flutter as well, so that you can code some cool apps. Now remember, if you've purchased this course, then you have access to the full code to this app that I've put up, and so you can download that as well, of course. I'm gonna continue making some other apps like this and courses for you, so let me know if there's any other ones that you'd like me to make. But yeah, I'm gonna get to work and develop the next one, so let's get to work, and good job for completing this course. See ya! Yo, what up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code a Twitter clone using Flutter and Firebase. So let me take you through the app first. Once the user logs in, they can post a message, and you can go to someone's profile page and do the whole follow unfollow thing, which then means we can organize the posts with a For You page and a following page. And of course, you can like and comment on a post. And there's a bunch of other little features like updating your own profile page and stuff like that. I also included a search function so that you can search for any user in the database. And by the way, dark mode looks pretty good as well. Also, if you want to publish this to the App Store, then it's a requirement to have certain account features like blocking a user, reporting a user, and deleting your own account and things like that. And certain other requirements that you need to have in an app that you want to publish. Now, just before we code, let me show you a visual diagram of what we're about to build. So at the beginning, it's going to just check always if you're logged in or not. So if you're not logged in, then you can see the login page. And if we don't have an account, then you can go to the register page. And so once you do your authentication, then we'll come to the home page where we'll display everyone's posts. And we can also divide that into like a For You page and following page, like I said. And from here, you can go to this menu drawer. You can go to your own profile, and you can go to a search page and just a settings page for just a bunch of stuff like dark mode and blocking users and stuff like that. And from this menu drawer, you can also just log out as well. Coming back to the home page where it's got all the posts, you can have a look at the individual posts and all of the comments that are attached to it. And from anyone's user profile, we can also see all of the followers and following. So we got that page as well. So this is just a simple overview of what we're about to build. We'll get into some more detail in the code. So I want you to open up a brand new Flutter project and let's get started. And by the way, I'm going to grind really hard and pour my soul into this channel. So I'm going to make like Instagram clone, Reddit clone, YouTube clone, whatever after this as well. So if you haven't already, please subscribe, as I'm going to be posting a bunch of these tutorials on this channel. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project, and you should just get this Flutter demo homepage like this. Now I'm going to delete everything below the main function so that we can start this from scratch. So I'm gonna have my material app, and I always like to just take that debug banner off. And let's just start with the home page, which, to make our code nice and organized, I'm going to create a new folder called Pages. And we're going to start with our home page. So this is just going to be a stateful widget with a blank scaffold. So if I come back to my main.dart file, you can click this to import our homepage. And if you save it, you can see it's just a blank white app like this. So this is where we'll begin. Now, just the very first thing I want to do to set up the theme of the entire app, I'm going to create a new folder called Themes. And let's just set up the light mode and dark mode. So you can choose your own colors and themes, of course, or you can just copy the ones I've chosen here. So for the light mode, if you go to the color scheme, you can fill out these different options. So usually I used to always set this background option for the background color, but it looks like it's deprecated and it's telling us to use surface instead. So let's do that. So this one is just for the background color. I like to have a kind of gray shade here. And then I like to specify the primary, make it a little darker. And then you got secondary, which I like to make more light, and tertiary, much more lighter. And then an inverse primary for a kind of darker color. Cool, so these are just different shades of gray, which of course you can choose and change this around, but I like to stick to these colors, so you can just use this if you want. Now I'm going to create another one for dark mode. Cool, for these ones, I have a bit more specific colors. So like I said, you can just copy these if you want. And if you want to get really specific, you can hover your mouse over this little square and you can control exactly what color you want. Okay, so this is just for the theme of the entire app. So if I go to my material app, you can give it the light mode and we can give it the dark mode as well. So you can control all of these colors. So if I come back to my home page, in our background color, we can now say, instead of like a specific color here, like colors.red, we can say theme.ofContext, and we can now access our color scheme. So remember we had surface for the background. And so if you ever want to change these colors, then you can just come here to change it. Okay, this would make our code nice and clean. Awesome, so since we need to either give it a dark mode or a light mode, I'm going to create a new file here called theme provider to allow the user to switch between the two. So I'm just going to put a lot of comments here just to make it nice and clear to you guys what I'm doing. So this theme provider helps us change the app from dark mode to light mode and vice versa. So initially, let's just set it as light mode. And let's have a getter to get the current theme. And this should be helpful as well to know if it's currently in dark mode or not. So we'll just check the current theme and see if it's dark mode. And then finally, let's set the theme. And then we're going to update the UI by notifying the listeners. And then lastly, I just want to have a toggle method to switch between the two modes. Awesome. So you can see you got this change notifier and then you got the notify listeners. So this provider is what we're going to use for the simple state management. So let's open up our terminal. We're going to add in the Flutter pub add provider, which is a very popular state management tool. And so to use this, we have to wrap our app in a change notifier provider. Okay, and then we can give it our theme provider, and also now we can give it our app. So what we're doing here is, instead of just specifying dark mode or light mode, we can now go to our provider and just give it whatever our theme provider is telling us. Right, so this theme data is going to control what the current theme is. So if I come back to my home page, in the scaffold, if you say drawer and you just give it the drawer widget, and also just give it a blank app bar, you can see it's got that little menu drawer on the top left. So you can see here in the drawer, we can start coding here. But just to keep our code nice and clean, I'm going to create a new component folder and create my drawer in here. So we should get into the habit of encapsulating all of our code. So again, I'm just going to put some comments here. So this drawer is a menu drawer, which is usually accessed on the left side of the app bar. Okay, so to use this drawer, we need 5 options. Okay, we're going to eventually have home, profile, search, settings, and then log out. So let's start creating this drawer. And again, I'm just going to put in a lot of extra comments just to make it clear. And so in this drawer, I'm just going to start off with our background color. Let's just give it a random blue. And then if I come back to my home page, instead of a generic drawer like this, we can start typing my drawer, and you can see there it is. So hit enter to auto import. And then now we can just start decorating it in this file. So this should make our code nice and clean. Sweet, so we should go to our theme color scheme and go to our surface, which was our background color. And now we're going to have a big column, and let's just have a bit of a plan here. So at the top, I want a kind of logo, and then we want our list tiles. So home, profile, search, settings, and logout list tile. Let's start off with the logo. Now for this one, I'm just going to put in some kind of icon, like a person icon. And you can see it's currently being covered by that notch dynamic island area, right? So you can cover this with a safe area widget, and then this should just make sure that we're not building in that kind of restricted area. So let's just start decorating this up. I'm just going to put some padding, and let's just give it our primary color. Okay, just a reminder, these are the colors that we're using. Sweet, and then under this we want to have a divider line. And you can indent in the beginning and the end. And let's give it a color. Cool, so now we have a bunch of list tiles to make. So again, since we are going to have to reuse this multiple times, I'm just going to create this as a separate component. My drawer tile. So this drawer tile is a simple tile for each item in the menu drawer. So to use this widget, you need a title, for example, like home, and also an icon, and also a function. So if I click on this tile, what's going to happen? For example, I want to go to my home page. So let's create this stateless widget. I'm going to call it my drawer tile, and let's just use the generic list tile. Cool, so for example, like in the title, we can give it the home, and then for the leading, a home icon. And then on the tab, let's just say execute nothing for now. So just to see what this looks like as we build it on in our drawer, let's say my drawer tile, and you can see there it is, so hit enter. Cool, so let's just decorate this up to make it look nice first. So I'm just going to change up the colors a bit. And so we're going to have a couple more of these. Now we don't want all of them to be home, right? So we're going to at the top require those three things that we talked about, right? So like the string for the title, and then the icon, if you hover over this, like what it requires, you can see it requires an icon data. And then also on the on tap, it wants this kind of function. Okay, we're going to require these three things. And let's give it to our widgets. And if I come back to my drawer, you can see it's got the red squiggles, right? Because we need to fill out these three options. Cool, and on the on tab, we'll just do nothing for now. We'll fix that a bit later on. So we just did it for the home. Let's do it for the profile, which we're going to need a bit later on. So let's actually start with the settings because I want to just finish off the dark mode, light mode thing. Cool, so if you look at home, right? If I click on home, what do you want to happen? I just want to pop this menu drawer since we're already on the home page. Nice. And for the settings, we want to pop the menu drawer, of course. But then we want to navigate to the search page. Now we haven't created this page, so let's just do that right now. Sweet, and come back to my drawer and import what we just created, and let's test this out. If I click on the settings, yay, we can go to the settings page. Sweet, so now in our settings page, we can start to decorate this up. So on this page, we're going to have a few different settings. So the first one is for the dark mode. And later on, we're going to fill out for the block users and also some account settings that we need. But let's just slowly fill this out. So the background, of course, let's just give it our color. And the foreground for the app bar, I just want to give it a primary color as well. And so for the body in the column, like I said, we're going to have these three options. The dark mode, block user, and also account settings. And so again, we're going to create some list tiles here. So the first one is going to be just for the dark mode. And if you look at the trailing, which is the kind of ending of this tile, I want to have a Cupertino switch to switch between dark mode and light mode. So if you look at this unchanged method, and then we've got the value, so a true or false. So you can see if it's false currently, it's off. And then if I say true, then the switch will become on. So if you look at this unchanged method, if I click on this switch, then we can go to our theme provider. And remember, we had that toggle switch. Yeah, the toggle theme. And then for the value, we can go to our is dark mode. So that will be a boolean just returning true or false. By the way, if you need some more help on understanding provider and state management, then you can check out my provider video, the tutorial I made, just to get you up to speed. But one way, I think the best way to learn this kind of stuff is to actually apply it to a real app like this. So if you have any questions, just let me know below, but hopefully I'm making it clear for you. If you go to your settings page and then you go to your dark mode, hopefully if I switch this, then it works. And there it is, the whole app switches. Cool, and that's what our theme provider is doing. And coding in this way will make it nice and easy for us in the future. Sweet, so we got this nice list tile for the dark mode, but we are going to need this again for the block users and also account setting tiles. So I'm going to recreate this so that we can reuse it. So in our components, let's create a new file called mysettingstile. And so this is a simple tile for each item in the settings page. To use this widget, you need a title. So for example, dark mode. And an action. So if you click on this, then toggle theme. So we had a nice template of a list tile that we just created. So let's copy that and return it here. But we want to make this more generic. Right, so for the title, let's just require it as a string. And also we need a widget for the trailing icon, for the trailing widget. If you come back to my dark mode, I still want to use this switch, so let's just copy this. But now we can just say my settings tile, and we can fill out the dark mode and then the action. So why did we do this? Well, now we can just come out to my settings tile and we can decorate this to our liking. Right, I'm going to just wrap it in a container so that we can give it some decoration. And I feel like we could use some margin. And of course, let me just put some comments here so you guys know what I'm doing. So we got the color, and I also want to have some curved corners. It's too sharp. Cool. So we got the padding on the outside. I feel like we could use some padding on the inside as well. And for this list tile, I actually feel like we could just simply use a row. Yeah, because we just have a widget on the left and the right. So we got a title followed by an action. Sweet, and then let's just space this in between. It's looking pretty good. Now the last thing is let's just style up this text widget. I feel like it could be more bold. Nice, it's looking pretty good. Now in our drawer, I feel like it's kind of too close to the side. It's too close to the edge. So let's give it a padding on the entire column. Nice, which means I feel like we can just get rid of the indents for the divider because we already got the padding. It's looking really sick. Last thing, I feel like we could use just a little bit of space in between the divider. Cool, I like that. Sweet, so now that we've got the setting up of the app pretty much down with the drawer and the theme provider, let's come back to our home page and start filling this out. So we have a app bar, let's just call it home. And for the foreground color as well, I'm just going to give it the primary. Everything's looking pretty good. Now let's do the authentication for this app. So I'm going to start by creating a login page. Right, and in our main.dart file, let's just return the login page so that we can see what we're creating. So this login page, on this page, an existing user can log in with their email and their password. Once the user successfully logs in, they'll be redirected to the home page. If the user doesn't have an account yet, then they can go to the register page from here. So let's start by building out the UI for this. So we're just going to use a simple scaffold. Let's give it our background color. And in the body, I'm going to have a big column for a bit of a plan here. So at the top, I want to have a logo. Let's have a welcome back message. And then we've got two text fields for the user to type in their email and password. Let's have a forgot password and then a sign in button. And at the very bottom, we have a little message here that says not a member, then we can register now. So let's start filling this out. So you can use this lock icon, but you can see that icon stuck behind the notch area again. So I'm just going to wrap everything in a safe area to avoid that part. Cool. And then the column, I'm just going to center everything. Okay, looking good. So let's just give it a size and a color. and we're going to use some sized boxes just to space this out. So welcome back, you've been missed. And then now it's time for the text fields. So if you just use a blank text field widget here, you can see you can already type something in here. So for this one, we are going to need to use this again and again. So this would be a good idea to create it in our components folder. My text field. So this text field is a box where the user can type into. And to use this widget, you need a text controller, and we're going to use this to access what the user typed. We need a hint text. So for example, like enter email or enter password. And we're also going to grab an obscure text. And this is a Boolean, meaning it's going to be true, false. And so what this does is if it's true, then it hides the password, which is what we want. Okay, so I'll explain this as we build this up, but let's require these three things. And now let's build out the text field UI. So we can just give it the controller, and then for the decoration, main thing I want to decorate here is the border. Cool, so let's just see what this looks like. In our login page, I want you to start typing my text field, and there it is. So hit enter to import it, and let's give it these three things. So let's come up to the top here, and we're going to need to create our text fields, our text controllers. So one for the email and one for the password. So this one, we can give it to this text field. And then the hint text, we're going to say enter email. And obscure text, we want it to be false because I want to see what I'm typing. Cool, and if you save it, you can see there it is. And I can click into it. And so you can see that there's two different modes of this text field. Like there's a text field when we haven't clicked into it. And then when I click into it, it looks a little different. Right, so we have this enabled border. So I'm just going to call this the border when it's unselected. And then the border when it is selected, I'm just going to copy it and give it to the focused border. And we can maybe just change the color a little bit for the border. So let's test this out. So there's our text field, and if I click into it, you can see the border changes. So it just lets the user know that it's in focus. Now I want to give it a color inside the text field. Looking good, and then we can now give it the hint text. So this is just a clue for what the user should type in here. And for the style of this hint text, I want to make it much more lighter. Like grayed out. And sweet, that's looking really good. So encapsulating our code into a separate component like this is really useful because I want another text field for the password, right? So I feel like we could use some space in between, but not too much space, just 10. And then let's give a padding for this entire column. There we go. And then let's center this axis alignment as well. And now in our password text field, let's give it the password controller and say enter password. And then for the obscure text, I want to say this is true. So again, the obscure text, if I type it in, it's meant to obscure it, which looks like we forgot to give it the obscure text. So come back to the my text field, and you should be able to see an option here to obscure the text. Cool. Sweet. And if I just save this and I type it again, you can see the email I can see, but then the password will be obscured. And that's what we want. Sweet, so let's just continue filling out this UI. So we got the forgot password, which I want to align this towards the right side. And then we got the sign in button, which we're probably going to need to use these buttons again. So I'm just going to create it as a separate component. So this is just a simple button. To use this widget, you need a text and then a function. So what happens when I tap on this button? Right, so let's just create these requirements. And this is going to be a basic button. So before we continue decorating this up, let's come back to my login page to import our new widget. And there it is, login. Cool, I feel like we could use this to decorate this much more. So let's do this now by building the UI. So the color of the button, and of course, I want to have some padding on the inside. And then the corners are so sharp, so let's curve the corners. And center this text. And this is looking pretty good. Maybe the space between here could be a little bit bigger. And then the last thing is at the very bottom, we just want to have a little message here to say not a member, then register now. And the register now part, I want it to be tappable. So I'm actually going to separate this out into 2 text widgets in a row. And that second text widget, the register now, let's wrap it in a gesture detector. Right, so the user can tap on this to go to the register page. So we'll fill out this on tap a little bit later on, but let's just fill out the UI first. And our login page is looking pretty good. Now we're going to do another similar thing, but for the register page. So let's just create that now. So on this page, a new user can fill out the form and create an account. The data we want from the user is 4 things now. I want to have an email and password, but I also want to have a name and a confirm password. So once the user successfully creates an account, they'll be redirected to their homepage. Also, if the user already has an account, then they can go to the login page from here. Let's do this. Now, since the page is going to look very similar. I'm just going to grab this bit here from the login page and just copy and paste it here. Now for the text controllers, we need a couple more. So I need one for the name and the confirm password. Cool, and let's just switch this up, right? So the message, instead of welcome back, let's say create an account message. So let's create an account for you. And the my text field, we're just going to need to import it. And we need a few more. So I'm just going to copy this and create a couple more. The first one is for the name. And then the last one, we need one more for the confirm password. So make sure to give it all the appropriate controllers. And some of this stuff we can get rid of. So forgot password we can get rid of. And then my button we can import, but this is a sign up button now. So we should say register. And then finally at the very bottom, we can say the message is already a member. Then you can log in here. Sweet, now let's see what this looks like. In our main.dat file for the home, let's just give it our register page. And this is what it looks like, which is looking really nice. So now what we need to do is we need to be able to click on this login now and register now to be able to go between these two pages. So since we're doing a lot of authentication stuff, let's now create a folder called services. And inside this service folder, I want to have auth. And so inside the auth folder, we're going to have another one called login or register.dart. And so this one does what the name says. We want to have a way to just go between the two pages. So this determines whether to show the login or register page. Now initially I want to show in the login page. And then I want to have a method to toggle between the two pages. And then in the build method, let's just do a simple if statement. So if we are showing the login page, then show the login page. Otherwise, show the register page. Cool, so how do we actually trigger this toggle method? Now, if I come back to my login page, at the very bottom here, remember if I click on this register now text widget, we want to go to the register page, right? So if you go to this on tap, you can see it wants this function. So let's require that at the top. And then give it to our gesture detector down here. And we want to do the same thing for the register page. So if you come back to my login or register file that we just created, it's got a red squiggle under each of those pages because we need to fill out this on tap. So for these on taps, we can now give it the toggle pages. Nice. So what did we just do? If you come back to my main.dart file, you can see like we're giving it directly to our register page or we're showing directly our login page, which now we can say login or register. Cool, so if you save this, we should just show the login page initially, right? So here it is. And then hopefully if I click on this register now page, it's going to toggle this method and yay, we're going to the register page, and now we can go vice versa. Awesome. So now that we've got the UI all ready, let's go to our Firebase console and let's create our new project. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it Twitter clone shoot, and let's create this. Cool. Now the first thing I want to do is go to your authentication and let's click get started. And I just want to go to the email and password to enable this. And let's also go to our users and just create a test user. Beautiful. Now, if I come back to my code, we need to connect this app to Firebase. So if you've never done this before, then I recommend you watch my Firebase masterclass. But just a quick guide here. If you've never done this before, then you're going to need to say npm install Firebase tools like this. But I've already done that, so I'm going to not do that, but you should have that ready. What that enables us to do is to be able to type all of these commands. So we want to be able to say Firebase login. So we're logged into the same email. And we can now say Flutter pub global activate Flutterfire CLI. And then main thing we want to do here is Flutterfire configure. And you should be able to see all of those projects in your console. So go to your Twitter clone shoot. And which platforms should your configuration support? I'm going to deselect Mac, Web, and Windows. Let's just do this for iOS and Android. And it's asking which Android application ID or package name do you want to use. So this is your package name. So you can see there's an example. It says com.example.app. You can just go for the generic one. Usually it's your website, kind of in reverse domain. But yeah, this is going to be important for when you publish the app. For me, I'm going to say app, Mitch Coco, Twitter. Cool, it's registering. And that should be done. So if you go to your folder, you should be able to see this new Firebase options file. And so you don't need to touch this at all, so just leave that. But what you do need is you need to import a package. So Flutter pub add Firebase core. Okay, hopefully that should take care of your red squiggles. And then we did all this so that we can do the auth. So Flutter pub add Firebase auth. Little bit of code setting up. So in your main.dart file, in my main function at the top here, let's just change this to an asynchronous function. And I just need to do a little bit of Firebase setup. So you're going to say widgets flutter binding.ensure initialized. And then we can say await Firebase. You can see we can import that and initialize app. Cool, so once you've done all that, whenever you add in a new package or connect to Firebase like this, it's always a good idea to just kill the app entirely and then restart it, just to make sure everything's working smoothly. Okay, so you can see for me, I have this little error. The Firebase auth requires a higher minimum iOS deployment version, so it needs at least 13, and I think it's at 12 right now. So that's easy. Just go to your Xcode. And then I want you to open an existing project. Let's go to your project, Twitter clone shoot, go to your iOS, and then go to your Xcode workspace. Click on runner, and then just change this iOS deployment to be 13. Cool, and once all of that is done, I'm just going to restart this and hopefully it works now. And yep, working beautifully. Cool, so if you come back to your Firebase console, if your app works perfectly now, you should be able to restart. You should be able to refresh the page and see that there's two apps connected. So you got the Android and the iOS. Awesome, so now we can start filling out this authentication. So go to your services, go to your auth folder, and I want you to create a new file called auth service. And so this file is for handling everything to do with authentication in Firebase. Right, so we want to log in, we want to register, log out, and then later we want to do deleting the account, which is required if you want to publish it to the App Store. Class auth service. So let's just start filling this out. And again, I'm just going to put in plenty of comments so you know what's happening. And so at the beginning, we can get an instance of the current auth status. We're going to get the current user and the user ID. We want to have a method to log in and register with the email and password. And we want to log out and then later create a delete account method. So this is the plan. Let's start filling this out. So starting with the user, I just want to have a couple getters to get the current user and also get the current user ID. Now let's fill in the login method. So this is going to be a future. I'm just going to call it login, email, and password. And we're going to accept as a string the email and password. So firstly, let's attempt the login. And then catch any errors. And that's it, that's just the login method. We can do one for the register method as well. So you can go to your auth and you can see create user with email and account. And just catch any errors. Cool, and log out is very easy. Just go to your auth and just sign out. Cool. Now deleting the account, I'm going to do that bit later on in the class. So let's actually try to do this login. So I'm going to go to my auth folder and I'm just going to create one last file called authgate. And this one is a very handy file. So this is to check if the user is currently logged in or not. So if the user is logged in, then we want to go to the home page. And if the user is not logged in, then we want to go to the login or register page. So this auth gate is really important because hopefully you imagined every time you log into an app or every time you use an app, say like Instagram, you don't sign in every single time. Like you should remember if you're signed in or not. So that's what this auth gate is doing. It's just listening to your current authentication status to know what page we should show. So let's create this auth gate. And what this is doing is we're going to have a stream builder. And the stream that we're listening to is the auth state changes. So like I said, this is just checking if the current user is logged in or not. Okay, so in the builder, if it's logged in, then just return the home page. And if the user is not logged in, then we're going to return that login and register page. Right, so if I come back to my main.dart file, we are currently showing login or register page, but now I'm going to show the auth gate. Okay, so again, if I start this app, it's going to go to this auth gate, which currently we are not logged in, so we are going to be looking at the login or register page. But hopefully, once I do log in, we are going to see the home page. I want to go to my login page UI and go to my login button. So you can see currently, if I tap on this, it's executing nothing. So let's actually execute something. So at the top of the page, we can access the auth service. And let's have a quick login method for the UI. Sweet, and then give the login method to our button. Let's try this. Cool, so we had that test user. So test@gmail.com and give it a password, login, and we're in the home page. So we are logged in successfully. But just to finish off this authentication, in our drawer at the very bottom, let's have a logout button. So we can just give it our my drawer tile, which we created earlier. So if I tap on this, we want to log out. So let's come up to the top and just access the auth service again. And just create a quick logout method. Okay, there it is. And then if I click logout, then yay, it logs me back out. So it's working beautifully. Now, one thing I just noticed is when we log in, it takes a little bit of time to send the request to the internet and stuff. So we should have kind of a loading circle. So at the beginning of the login method, I'm going to show a loading circle, which I might need later on as well. So I'm just going to create that in a component. So let's have one for showing a loading circle. And this is just a simple alert dialog. with a circular progress indicator in the middle. And let's have a method to hide the loading circle, which we can just pop whatever's on the screen. So let's give it to our login method at the beginning, and you can see if I log in, then you can see there's a loading circle. And then once we log in, we want to pop this circle, right? So after I do the login, then pop the circle. And if we have any errors, just show the error and then we're going to pop it. Okay, let's test this out. I'm gonna log in. And there we go. It's looking good. By the way, this login tile I actually want at the very bottom. So what you can do is just put a spacer widget and this will just expand everything in between. And push it down. Nice, looking good. Now let's go to our register page and fill out this register button. So at the top, again, let's get access to our auth service. And create a little register button tapped. So user actually tapped the register button. And before we do anything, I just want to do a quick check just to make sure the password matches the confirm password before we do anything, right? So if we have passwords that match, then let's create the user. If the passwords don't match, then let's show an error. So let's say that the passwords match. Then we want to show a loading circle. We want to then attempt to register the user and just catch any errors. Great. And so this entire first section of the if statement is if the password and the confirmed password is matching. Let's say it doesn't match. Then just let the user know that there's a bit of an error and they have to fix it up. So I'm going to save this and let's test this out. I'm just going to make the passwords not match on purpose. And looks like we forgot to even give our register method to our button. So let's do that. And you can see, yep, the passwords don't match. Let's say that the passwords do match and register. And then now we can create a new account and go in. Beautiful. In the login page, I tried to sign in with someone that doesn't exist. And I think we should also give them a warning message if something goes wrong. So let's just show our little dialog box. So if you catch any errors, we want to let the user know of the error. Nice. Sweet, now it's time for our Firebase Firestore. So if you come back to our console, I want you to go to the Firestore database. And we're going to create a database. Okay, you can put it in whatever region you want. I'm just going to leave it as US, and let's create this. Cool. One thing, by the way, just before we move on, is go to the rules. And you can see the reading is allowed. And then for the right, I want you to just change this to true so that anyone in the app can update to the database. Awesome. So let's come back to our code, and we're going to open up the terminal and say flutter pub add cloud firestore. Sweet. And then if you go to our library, I want you to create a folder called models, and we're going to create a file called user.dart. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have some users in our app. So the user profile, this is what every user has for their profile. Okay, so we can have a UID, the name, the email, the username, and maybe the bio as well. And later we can add in a profile photo. So let's create our class for the user profile. And just require them every time we create it. And then we're going to need a couple of methods here. So convert Firestore document to a user profile so that we can use in our app. And the other flip side is converting a user profile to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. So we want to be able to go between the two. So in Firebase, everything is stored as a map. Okay, so this first section is just converting from Firebase to something we can use in our app. And then the second method is for converting our app data into information we can store in Firebase. So going from a Firebase document to a user profile with a given document, and then we can just return the user profile. And same thing for the second part, converting from an app to a Firebase object. We just need to convert our user profile to a map. And essentially, if you don't know what a map is, it's just a field like this. So you got UID, name, email, and then each of these fields has a value attached to it. And that's how it's stored in Firebase. Cool, so if you go to our services folder now, I want you to create another folder called database. So we have auth and now we have database. And let's create our database service. So this class handles all the data from and to Firebase. And what we're going to do here is we want some methods for the user profile. And then we're going to have a method for posting messages, likes, comments, and then some account stuff like reporting, blocking, and deleting accounts. And then we're going to do the follow, unfollow. And then lastly, we're going to have a search method to kind of search the database for users. So firstly, let's get an instance of the Firebase database and the auth. Cool, so a lot of work to do. Let's just start off with a user profile. So let's start off with the user profile. So when a new user registers, we create an account for them, but let's also store their details in the database so that we can kind of display it on the profile page. So let's have a method to save the user info and also get the user info. So starting with the saving the user info in Firebase. Let's require a name and an email. And we can get the current user ID, so the person who's currently logged in. Let's extract the username from the email. We're going to then create a user profile for this person, and then we want to store this in Firebase. So I'll explain each of these methods, each line as we go along. But this is the plan. So the first thing is I just want to get the UID of the current user. And for the username, kind of the @ handle, let's just say I want to grab the part of the text in front of the email. So you can say split at the @ sign. And by the way, for any of these methods, if you just hover your mouse over it, it'll explain what it's doing, right? So if I split this string called hello world and I split it with the spacebar, it's going to give me a list of hello, and then it's going to give me the world after that, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. We're just grabbing that first part, right? So for example, if I say mitch@gmail.com, let's just grab the username to be Mitch, right? The part before the @. And then let's use this to create a user profile. So we created this in our models, right? So now we can actually create a user like this, and everything except for the bio is given. So I'm just going to create a blank bio, which the user can fill out when they're in the app. Sweet, and then let's convert this user to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. And finally, we can save the user in our Firebase. Go to your database. We're going to store it under a collection called users. And so each user, we're going to set this and save it. Cool. And then once we're here, we can fill out this get user method. So that we can get this user from Firebase with a given UID. Right, so what we're doing here is we're retrieving the user information from Firebase under that collection of users. And let's convert it to a user profile so that we can actually display it in our app. Cool, so we have these two methods. Now, if I go to my register page, so this is when we create a new user, right? So once the user fills this out and then they click register, we are going to create their account in the authentication, of course, but let's also save the user information. So once registered, create and save this person's user profile in the database, right? So let's come up to the top, and then we can now access not just the auth service, but also the database service. Right, so we can go to the database and save user info in Firebase. By the way, every time you add a new package, it's a good idea to kill the app and restart it, like I said before. So since we added the Cloud Firestore package, I want you to kill the app and just restart it. And now I'm going to create a new account. Let's say Bill Gates, billy@gmail.com, and I'm going to create an account. And now if I go to my Firebase console and then I restart it, you can see that there's the collection of users. And in that collection, we got the document. And so this is the user ID. And then now we have a user profile saved in our database. And you can see what you see, like the way the data is structured in Firebase is called a map, where it's got these fields. Sweet. Now, I think I actually did something wrong with the name and the email. Yep, I actually gave it the wrong text fields here. Let's give it the name controller and then the email controller. Yep, there we go. So I'm just going to test this one last time. Mark zuck@gmail.com. And there it is. So the name is all good and username is just Zuck. Sweet. So now in our menu drawer, I want to have an option for the profile. So let's create a drawer tile. And so if I click on this drawer tile, we want to pop the drawer like usual. And then we want to go to the profile page. Now we haven't created this, so let's just create the page real quick. So just real quick, I'm just going to have a scaffold with an app bar. Also for the profile page, we want to accept a user ID at the top. Okay, and just to see this working in the body, let's just print what the UID is. So if you come back to my drawer, you can go to the profile page. I want to navigate to this page now. And you can see it's requiring the user ID. So we can just give it go to our auth and then get the current user ID. Cool. So if I save this and I rerun it, go to your menu drawer and I'm going to click on profile, and now we can go to the profile page and you can see there's the user ID. So it's working nicely. So remember in our database service, we now can get the user info by just giving it the user ID, right? Now, just before we start getting information from Firebase and then storing it into our app, I'm going to create a new file here called database provider. And so this is very important when it comes to coding up apps, especially when the app size grows and there's a lot of pages. We want to have a database provider. And so I'll explain what this one does. So this provider is used to separate the Firestore data handling and then the UI of our app, right? So our database service class that we created earlier, everything in that class has to do with handling data to and from Firebase. Now, this database provider class, though, is used for processing that data and then displaying it in our app. So we usually want to separate out these concerns, right, from the UI and the actual logic and the data of the app. We want to keep that separate. Okay, so this is to make our code much more modular, cleaner, and easier to read and test. Particularly as the number of pages grow, we need this provider to properly manage the different states of the app. And another point is also, if one day we decide to change our backend from Firebase to something else, then it's much easier to plug and play and switch out the different databases. So I'm going to create our database provider class, and we're going to extend the change notifier. And let's start with getting the services from the database and the auth. And we're going to start off with the user profile. So here we want to get the user profile with the given UID. And so you can see here, if I call this user profile method, then what it's going to do is it's just going to return the database get user from Firebase method. Okay, so we're just going to create an extra layer in between the Firebase stuff and our UI. And so if you come back to my main.dart file, you can see we have a theme provider, right? But I have a database provider now. So what you can do is we can actually change this to a multi-provider so that we can use both providers for the theme as well as the database. Cool. Like I said, I have a separate tutorial just covering provider as a state management tool on my channel. So check that out if you need more help understanding that. But hopefully it makes sense to you as we build out this UI. So in the profile page, at the top, I'm just going to get the providers. So the database provider. And let's get the user info. We can get the current user ID by going to our auth service. And because things can take time to load, I'm going to create a boolean here called isLoading. And on the startup, so when this page first fires up in the initial state, what I want is I want to load the user info. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the user profile info through our database provider. And once we got that, we can finish loading. So say loading is false. And then finally in our UI, we got the scaffold. We got the app bar. And in the body, I'm going to create a list view. So let's have a bit of a plan here. So at the top, we want to have the username handle and then a profile picture. And then later, we're going to have some profile stats. So if you look at any kind of social media platform, it's got the number of posts, followers, and number of following as well. So I'm going to have that a bit later on. And then below that, let's have a follow, unfollow button, and then a bio box. And then finally, we want to display all of the posts from this current user. Sweet. So on this profile page, instead of just saying profile, let's actually display the username, right? So is loading question mark. If it is loading, then just display a blank string. And then if it's done loading, then we can display the name of this user. Okay, so if I save this and I rerun it and I go to the profile, yay, it says Mark Zuck. Beautiful. So let's start filling this out. So I'm just going to give it a kind of foreground color. And similar for the username. So if it's loading, just give it a blank string. Otherwise, let's give it the username with an @ symbol at the front. There it is, @Zuck. And we should also give a background color. And for the profile picture, let's give it just a simple icon for now. Later on in the tutorial, I'll show you how to upload from our gallery on our phone, but that requires a bit of extra work, so I'm going to do that at the end. Cool, and then after that, I'm going to skip the profile stats, the follow button, because we're going to do that later on. Let's do the bio box now. And in this one, again, I'm just going to create it in a separate component so that we can reuse it. Okay, so this bio box is a simple box with some text inside, and we're going to use this for the user bio on their profile pages. So all we need to use this widget is just a text, some kind of text. So let's require that. And then let's build out this UI. So just before we decorate this further, let's come back to our profile page and you can see my bio box. There it is. Let's hit enter to import and just fill out the text. And there it is. Sweet. So now let's come back to our bio box and we can start decorating this up. So let's just give it a color. Give some padding on the inside. Some padding on the outside. And corners are looking real sharp, so let's curve them. And that's looking pretty good so far. Which brings us to the bio box. When we create a new user, the bio was blank. So let's have a method here to update the user bio. So update user bio in Firebase given a string. So let's just get the current user ID and then let's try to update this in Firebase. So again, we're just going to go to our database collection of users and go to this specific users document, and we're going to update the field of buyer and print any errors. Cool, so in our database provider, let's update the user buyer. Cool, and then now in our buyer box, we should say is loading question mark. So if it's loading, let's just say dot dot dot. So if it's loading, let's just say dot dot dot. And then otherwise, if it's done loading, give it the actual buyer of this user, which initially is blank, right? Right? So if the text is not empty, then just return the text. Otherwise, let's say empty buyer. So you can see when a new user creates an account, then there's nothing in the buyer. So we're just going to say empty buyer, which is looking pretty good. And on top of this, we want to have a way to edit this buyer. Okay, so I'm just going to create a row here. And by the way, I want to clean up some of this padding. So I can either put a padding on this row, or if I come to my buyer box, let's just get rid of this outside padding. And then in the profile page, I'm just going to put a padding on the entire list view so that it applies to all the children. There we go. I think that looks better. So we got the text saying buyer, and then at the end, I want a settings icon, like a gear icon. And let's space between. And this gear, I want to make it tappable. And if the user taps on this, then let's show an edit buyer box. Okay, so let's create this at the top. So if the user wants to edit the buyer box, we're going to show a dialog. And in this alert dialog, we want to have a text field so that user can type in. Right, so if I just save this and I rerun it, click the gear, and you can see it shows this little dialog box with a text field where the user can type in. Now this as well, the code is going to get verbose, so I'm going to create this alert box in our components because we're going to reuse this later in the app. So let's call this my input alert box. So this is an alert dialog box that has a text field that the user can type into. So we're going to use this for things like editing bio, posting a new message and things like that. So to use this widget, you need a text controller, and we need a hint text, and also a function. As well as a text for the button. Right, so let's require those things at the top. And then now let's build the UI. So firstly, I don't like the way these corners are done, so I'm going to curve the corners myself. And then let's give it a color. And let's just see how this looks so far. So if I come back to my edit bio box, instead of this generic alert dialog, let's say my input alert box. Cool, which means I need to create a text controller. Cool, so let's give it the controller, and then the hint text, let's say edit bio. And then on the pressed, let's just execute nothing for now. And then let's call it save. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. So in the alert dialog for the content, let's give it a text field. Nice, there it is. And one thing I want to do is I want to limit the max characters. So Twitter is like 140 characters back in the day. So let's say max length is 140. And I can say max lines is 3 just to give it some more space visually. Cool, and then I'm just going to decorate the text field again. So we did something similar before. So border when the text field is unselected. And we want to have a very similar border when it is selected. Just change the color a bit. Cool, looking good. Whoops, we forgot to give it the hint text. There it is. And I think the hint text style, we can make it a little bit more grayed out. Yeah, that's better. Cool. And then finally, I'm going to have a color inside the text field. Sweet. And the last thing is you can see that counter, like 0 out of 140. We can actually control that style as well. And at the very bottom, we want to have the actions for the buttons. Right, so I want to have a cancel button, and then I want to have a yes button. For the cancel button, all we need to do is just pop the box. But one thing you'll notice is, let's say I type something in and then I hit cancel. It pops the box, but then the controller still has the words in there. So you want to close the box, but you also want to clear the controller. There we go. And then for the yes button, so this is the kind of action button. So the on pressed, right? Whatever we pass through, like save bio, for example. And the child as well, it's just whatever the on pressed text was. So if you come back to our edit bio box, you can see we have cancel and we have save. Cool, so for the save, let's say we type something in and then we want to actually save this bio. So let's do the generic functionality in the input alert box here. So we want to, of course, close the box. And then we want to execute the function. And then we want to clear the controller afterwards. Okay, so all we need to fill out here is just saving the updated bio. Right, so let's start loading. And then update the bio in the database provider. And then let's just reload the user. And then finish loading. Oh, and when we execute the function on the onPressed, we should actually give it the brackets to execute it. So let's test this, see if it works. So you got a new bio, Facebook rules, and if I save this, hey, it updates. Let's do it again. I love Elon. And then it's updating. Cool, so now we can update the user bio. That's looking really good. Now it's time for the main functionality of an app like this, which is posting a message, right? Or like tweeting a message. So before we do that, I'm going to create a model. So post.dart. This is what every post should have. So this post is going to have an ID, right? Like the ID of the post. The UID, which is the user ID of the poster. You got the name, username, message, the timestamp. And we're going to do this later on as well, but we got the like count. And also a list of people who's liked this post. So let's require this. And similar to what we did in the user model, I just want to have a couple methods here to just convert between the two, right? So converting a Firestore document to a post object so that we can use it in our app, and converting a post object to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and then if I come to my database service, so this one is where this file is for everything to do with communication to Firebase, right? So now it's time for us to post a message. And we're going to delete a message. We're going to get all posts from Firebase. And we're going to get an individual post as well. So a couple of very useful methods we're going to do here. So let's start off with the posting a message. Post message in Firebase. So all I need to know is what is the message that I'm posting. Okay, so we're going to get the current user ID. And we're going to use this ID to get the user profile. And now we can create a new post. For the ID, we can leave this blank because Firebase will auto-generate this. And let's just fill out these fields. And then now we can convert this post object to a map. And we're going to add it to Firestore. Sweet. And just print any errors if we have any. Cool, so the Firebase part is done. Now we need to come to our provider and process this information. So I'm going to have a local list of posts here called all posts. Let's have a getter to get these posts. We want to post message and then we want to fetch all posts. So I'll explain each of these as we go along. So just starting with the post message. Given a string, then we can post a message in Firebase. Now let's come to our home page and have a floating action button to post a new post. So I'm just going to comment here. So home page, this is the main page of the app. It displays a list of all the posts. And then down here, we're building the UI, which is just a big scaffold with an app bar. And then what I want to add here is a floating action button. So if I just save this, you can see there's a little button on the bottom right. Let's give it a kind of plus icon. I think it's an add. Yep, cool. And so if I click on this, then I want to open up a post message box. Okay, this is going to be a show dialog again. And let's save this. And if I click on this plus, then I can open up this dialog box for a new post. This is very similar to what we actually had before for the edit bio box, right? So that's why it's important to encapsulate code like this and put it in our components so that we can reuse it. Right, like this input alert box. So we need to give it a controller. For the hint text, let's say something like what's on your mind. And then on press, let's just do nothing for now. And the button is called post. Cool, and if I just save this and I hit plus, yay, there's our box that we created earlier. So this is really good, we can reuse this now. So let's say that the user typed something in and then we hit post. What do we want to execute? We want to have a method here just saying user wants to post a message. So let's have access to our database at the top. And we can go to our database provider and go to that method, post message. Cool, so let's try this. If I post a new message here, and if I come to my Firestore and I just restart this, you can see there's another collection called posts. And you can see this is where we're going to store the information for the posts. Sweet, so clearly our post message in Firebase is working. We need to now be able to get these posts and display it back into our app, yeah? So let's create a feature that's going to return a list of posts. Let's call it get all posts from Firebase. And let's try this. So what we're going to do, right, we're going to go to our database. Let me put some comments here. We can go to our collection called posts. And I'm just going to order the timestamps. And let's say descending is true. So basically that means chronological. And then we can get this data. Sweet. Now, when we return this, we're going to go through the snapshot documents and we're going to map it. So each document, we can convert it to a post. So we can return this as a nice list of posts. Sweet. So now that that's ready, let's go to our provider. And we can load all posts. Let's get it from Firebase. And then we can update it to our local data. And then update the UI. Sweet, looking good. So let's come back to our home page, right? And we want to display on this home page. So on startup, in the initial state, let's load all the posts. Right, so again, just to be a bit more clear and make sure you're on the same page as me, we are currently looking at the home page, which has everything to do with the UI. So when this page starts up, we're going to load all the posts. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our database provider and then execute that load all post method. Right, so in our provider, it's going to load this part, which essentially calls this get all posts from Firebase method, right? So that we can get the actual data from Firebase. But in our provider, once we get that information, we're updating it to our local data, our local list of posts. Okay, so let's try to display this. Now we've been using our database provider to execute functions. Now, if I want to listen to some of these values that are getting changed, we can create a listening provider here, and you can just check this listen equals to false off. And so I like to call this a listening provider because it listens for changes, whereas database provider actually executes functions inside of it. So like I said, if you have any questions on this, you can comment below. You can also just check out my provider tutorial. Like I mentioned earlier, I've got an entire tutorial just dedicated to provider as a state management tool. But I can show you here how this works. Right, so if we come back to the scaffold here, we want to build all of the posts, right? So let's say build post list. So we're going to build a list UI given a list of posts. And so the parameter here is a list of posts. So we can give it the all posts in our listening provider. Okay, so let's just say if it's empty, just say nothing here. Okay, if it's not empty, then let's return it as a list view. Okay, let me put some comments here. So we're going to get each individual post, and then we're going to return it as a post tile UI. So for now, let's just display the message of this post to see if it works. And of course, we're going to give it the item count, however many posts we have. So if I save this and I rerun it, yay, you can see there's our first message. Let's put another message here. Now it looks like we can post a message. So once we post it, I want you to reload the data from Firebase. Cool, and there it is. So every time I post a new message, you can see that there's a new message there. Sweet, so now we can post a message and then it'll just reload everything and then display it back into our app, which is really good. So sweet, now that the functionality is down, let's focus on building out the UI for this and making it look a little nicer. So I'm going to create it in our components folder, new file here, so myposttile.dart. And so all posts will be displayed using this post tile widget. And so to use this post, you need the post itself. Okay, so let's create a stateful widget here, and I'm just going to require the post. And let's start decorating this up. So I'm going to just have a container here. And displaying the text widget. And I want to see what this looks like as I decorate this up. So if you come back to my home page, I want you to start typing my post tile, and you can see there it is. So just hit enter to import it. And now let's start decorating this up. So I'm going to put this in a big column, and I'm going to start off with a row inside the column. And this row is going to have the profile picture, the name, and the username side by side. That's looking pretty good. So this is the top section here. And then below that, we want to have the actual message. And let's just go to this column and then access alignment to the start. And let's decorate up this container. So you got the color of the post tile. And of course, I like to curve my corners. And let's add some padding on the outside, some padding on the inside. And let's just space these out appropriately. Cool, that's looking pretty good. Now, just to test this out, I'm gonna sign out. And let's create a new account for Elon Musk. And I'm gonna do a new post. And everything's working fine. Sweet, so now that we can post a message, we are currently displaying everyone's post in the homepage. Let's now display in the profile page the post for a particular user, right? So if I go to Elon Musk's page, I want to see all of Elon's posts. So I'm going to go to my database provider. And so let's filter and return the posts given a UID. So what this is going to do is we're just going to go through all of the posts. And just get the ones where the UID is the current person's UID. Okay, and then we're going to convert that to a list. So if I come back to my profile page, let's have a listening provider. Cool, so when I build up this UI, we want to get the user posts. Go to your listening provider, and then we can filter the user posts and give it this person's UID. Sweet, then at the end of this column, we can say, alright, if the user post is empty, then just display a message saying there's no posts. And otherwise, if there is stuff in the post, then we can return it as a list view. So I want this particular list to be not scrollable. Give it the item count, so you got the all users posts and however long that is. And then when we build this, let's just get each individual post first. And then we're going to return it as a post tile UI. And sweet, so it looks like we can see Elon's posts, but I think something with the padding is not lining up correctly, so let's try to fix that up. Yeah, in our profile page, let's get rid of that overall padding. And just give it to the children. So let's give it to the bio box. And yep, I think that looks much more cleaner. Cool, so let's continue filling out our profile page UI. So I just want to say posts. And let's just make sure everything's working good. I'm going to put another post. Elon's second kid. And it's displaying nicely. Okay, everything's looking pretty good. Now, what we need to do is, if you look at the post, right, I want to be able to click on these posts. So if I click on the post, I want to have a function for going to the individual post, and then you can see more information about that post, like the comments and stuff like that. And the other thing is, if the user taps on like the username and the profile picture, like this top section, then I want to go to that user's profile page. Okay, so this top section, I'm just going to wrap in a gesture detector. And so you can see in our My Post tile, it's got a red squiggle because we're going to fill out this on user tap. Right, so what happens if the person taps on the username and the profile picture? Then we want to go to the profile page. Right, so in our home page, you got a red squiggle on the My Post tile because we're going to fill out this on user tap. So if I click on this post, then we want to navigate to the user profile page. Cool. Now, since we're doing a lot of navigation, I'm just going to create a new folder here just to help us out for navigating pages. So let's have one for going to a user page. So I'm just going to separate this code nice and cleanly here, so that now if I come back to my home page and then my post tile, if I click on the user part, then we can just say go user page. Go to this user ID. Cool, and I think this should work. Sweet, so if I click on the name, you can see I can go to Zuck's profile and also Elon's profile. Sweet, now that that's done, let's do something similar for on post tab. So if we click on the entire post, right, so all of this I want to gesture detect. So if the user taps on the post itself, then let's go to post page. Okay, so with a given context and a given post, let's navigate to this post page. Which we haven't created yet. So let's just do that real quick. So this post page displays the individual posts and also the comments on this post. Okay, so in the scaffold, in the app bar, let's just create just the post message to display and see if this works. So in our navigate pages, let's import this guy. And we're going to give it the post. And then in the home page, let's fill this out. So on post tab, we want to go to post page. And same thing. In my post tile, the reason why we're not filling out the on user tab is because we are already on that person's profile page. So that would be redundant. All right, let's test this out. So I'm going to save it and restart it. So if I click on the post, then we can go to this post page. Yeah, sweet. Now let's fill out this post page UI. So just starting with the background. Got the app bar. And in the body, let's have a list view. And so at the top, we just want to display the actual post itself. And then we've got the comments below it. Okay, let's test this out. So if I go to someone's post, yay, there's our post there. And I feel like we could get rid of this app bar title. Cool, everything's looking pretty good. Sweet, so now let's have an option to delete the post. So let's start with our database service. We're going to delete the post from Firebase, and we just need to know what the post ID is. And let's try this. So remember, we have it in our database under the collection of posts. And go to that post, and then let's just delete it. And let's just print any errors. And now it's time for the provider. So under this, let's have a method to delete the post. And so we're going to delete it from Firebase first, and then let's reload our data. And then finally, when it comes to our UI, let's go to our post tile. And on the side here, I want to have a bit of a option menu. So let's have a look at this. Next to the name, next to the username handle, I want to have some sort of icon here. So more options. So I think the icon for more horizontal, I think it's the 3 dots. And let's wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so when the user taps on this, let's show some options. Cool, so I'm going to show a modal bottom sheet. So it's just going to show some options on the bottom side. And so these are the options I want to show. So just a delete button and a cancel button. Cool, so let's just see what this looks like before we fill out the logic. And you can see if I save this, the button has those 3 dots and I can open up this new menu options. Cool. Now it's looking like the column is quite big. So you can actually use a wrap, which is very similar to a column and a row, but it'll just require the necessary space. So that's looking better, but it looks like the cancel is too close to the bottom. So I'm just going to wrap this entire thing in a safe area just to avoid that area at the bottom. And finally, so we got the UI down. So if I click delete, then I want to delete this post, right? Now it's important to know that we can only delete the post if we own it, right? We can't delete someone else's post. So we're going to need to check if this post is owned by the user or not. So let's just get the current user ID. And I'm going to create a boolean here, is own post. And we're just going to check if this post belongs to this current user or not. Sweet. So let's just do a quick if statement here. So if this post belongs to the current user, then we'll display the delete option. But if it doesn't belong to the current user, in other words, it belongs to someone else, then instead we want to have different options. So instead of delete, I want to have a report and a block user button. Cool, and both of them, I want them to have cancel, so I can just place that at the bottom there. So let's try this out, right? If I click on my post on Elon Musk, then you can see I can delete the post because I am Elon Musk. But if I click on Mark Zuck, then I can't delete his post, but I can definitely report and block him. And by the way, the reporting and blocking functionality is a requirement if you want to publish this to the App Store. And so, yep, we got that down. Cool, so let's just start off with the delete button. So if the user wants to delete this, then firstly, let's just pop the option box. And then let's handle the delete. So to do that, we're going to need to access our provider. Let's just do that at the top. And let's get the listing provider while we're here. And so we can now access the delete post in our provider. Sweet, and just while we're here, we want to fill out these other ones a bit later on, but all of them we do want to pop the option box. And then a bit later in the course, we can handle the report and blocking button. Okay, so let's save this and I try this. If I click on more options and I delete it, then sweet, I can delete my own post. Sweet, so now let's come to our database service and let's start filling out the next section, which is likes. So let's start off with just liking a post. I'm going to call it toggle like in Firebase. And I just want to know what the post is. So let's try this. Firstly, we want to get the current user ID. And then we want to go to the document for the post. And then let's execute the like. So remember our posts is under the collection. So we'll go to this post document. And when we execute the like, once we get the post data, let's get the list of users who like this post. Let's get the like count. And also what we need to do is it just depends on if we have liked the post or not, right? So if the user has not liked this post yet, then we want to perform the like. The other situation is if the user has already liked this post, then we want to unlike. So let's start filling this out. So starting with the post data. And so remember we have a field in our Firebase for the post for the liked by list, right? So this is just a list of all the users that have liked this post. So let's grab that. And let's also grab the like count. Sweet. And then we're going to use this to do a quick check, right? So if the user has not liked this post, meaning the current user ID is not contained in that liked by list. And so if that's the case, then let's add the user to the like list and let's increment the like count. Okay, and then else we're going to do the opposite. So the user has already liked this post, so let's remove that user and then just decrease the like count. Cool, and then once you've done that, let's just update it in Firebase. And update these two fields, so the like count and the liked by list. Sweet, so that's the database service. Now let's come to our database provider and have a section for the likes. So I'm going to create a local map to track the like counts for each post. So this map inside, what it's going to look like is for each post ID, we're going to have the like count. So a particular post has 6 likes, for example. And then let's also have a local list to track the post that is liked by the current user. So this will just be a list of strings. And then let's initialize the like map locally. So to do that, we're going to get the current user ID first of all, and then let's get the like data for each post. Okay, so in each post, let's do a quick for loop. We're going to update the like count map. And if the user has already liked this post, then we're going to add this post ID to the list of liked posts. And so what we're essentially doing here is we're getting all of the database information and just storing it into our local data. So you can see here in the fetch all posts, when I load all the posts, right, we get all of it from Firebase and then we update the local data. And then let's initialize our like data as well. Cool. So like I said, this initialize like map is just going to get the information from Firebase and just store it into our local data. Now let's have a method for toggling the like. So which post did I like? Now when we do this, I'm going to write some comments here. So the first part of this will update the local values first so that the UI feels immediate and responsive. So what I mean by this is when you execute those functions like toggle like that we did in the database service, every time you do something like that, it takes some time for the request to go to our database and come back, right? So maybe like 1 second or something. And so what you end up experiencing is a bit of lag in your app. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make it so that we optimistically update the UI so the UI feels immediate and responsive. Okay, so we will update the UI optimistically and revert back if anything goes wrong while writing to the database. Optimistically updating the local values like this is important because reading and writing from the database takes some time, let's say like a second or two, depending on your internet connection. So we don't want to give the user a slow, lagged experience. Sweet. So just before we do anything, let's just store the original values just in case it fails. And then we're going to try to perform the like or unlike. And then we will update the UI locally. Okay, and then after we do all of that local work, then let's try to update it in our database. So I'll explain this as we go along. So starting with storing the original values, I'm just going to create a new variable here. So liked post original and liked counts original. So let's just store the initial values. And then let's try to perform the like, right? So in our liked posts, if it contains this current post, then let's remove it and do the unlike. So for the like count, we want to just decrease by -1. And it looks like it's saying that there's some null error. So this thing could be null. So I'm just going to do a quick check here. If it is null, then just say it is 0. Cool. And then else, let's do the like. Sweet. And then once all that's done, let's just update the UI locally by calling the notify listeners. So all of this so far is doing it locally. Now let's come up to the top here and I want to have a couple more things. So does the current user like this post? And also get the like count of a post. So this boolean is post liked by current user. So let's just give it a string of a post ID. And we're just going to return if we like this post or not. Okay, and then let's also return the like count. Cool, and then let's come to the UI of our app. So in our post tile, if you scroll down, below all of this, so below the message, we want to have some buttons. for liking and comment. So let's put that in a row. And so we got this favorite icon, which is like a heart. And I'm going to wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so when I tap this, I want to toggle like post. So let's come up to the top and create the UI for this. So user tapped like or unlike. And what we're going to do with this is just try to update the like in our database provider. Cool. And then when we build this widget, let's say, does the current user like this post? We can listen to this. So if I come down here for the icon, liked by current user question mark. So if it is liked by the current user, then I'm going to change the color to be red. Okay. And then if it's not liked by the current user, let's change up the icon to be the one with the border and also make it gray. Okay, so hopefully this works. So if I just save this, and if you click on these now, we can like and unlike. Sweet, that's working really good. Now if I come back to my database provider, so everything that we've done so far is inside this toggle like. We've just done the local values. So we didn't actually update it in Firebase. Okay, just to be clear and go over again what we did for the like value. We're going to store the initial values. We're going to try to update this locally first before we update it in Firebase, just to make it feel responsive. But now we want to update it in our database. So let's attempt the like in the database and revert back to the initial state if the update fails. So now we can go to our database, toggle like in Firebase, and so that will actually send our data to the database. And if anything goes wrong, just revert back to the original. Cool, so if I just save this and I restart it, and I like these posts, if I restart it again, hopefully it's all saved because we are saving it in the Firebase now. And beautiful. And just to show you the backend, if I come to my Firebase console, you can see in the collection of posts, for each post, you can see there is a liked by list and the like count as well. Cool, so if you have any questions about what we did for the like, just leave a comment below. I'm happy to help you out. But let's continue this on. So we got the like button working. Now let's display the like count. So let's listen to it in our provider. And looks like we have a little error here. It's saying null check operator used on a null value. So let's just get rid of this. If it is null, let's just return 0. Cool. So you can see the like count next to it. But something is not quite right. Oh, and I found a little typo. My God. In the initialized like map, when we update the like count, we're not doing the equality operator. We're just saying equals. Sorry, meant to have 1 equal sign, not 2. Cool, so that should fix it up. Let's just save it and rerun it. And cool, you can see the like count next to it. And it should update. Sweet. Now let's just style it up to make it look a little nicer and space this out a bit. And also, if it's 0, I don't want to show it. So if the like count is not 0, then let's show the like count, and otherwise just show a blank. Yep, so there we go. I like that better. And just to make sure that this is working fine, I'm going to log out and create a new account. Let's say Cristiano Ronaldo. And if I sign in, we can see that there's our first error. It's kind of remembering the like count from the previous state. So for the like post, let's just clear it every time at the beginning. And yay, we can like it, and then the like count goes up. Sweet, now that we got the like down, now the next part is the comment. So for this one, I'm going to create a new model called comment.dart. This is what every comment should have. So it's very similar to a post. Okay, we want the ID, the post ID, UID, name, username, message, and timestamp. And then we want to require these. And let me put some comments here just to make it clear for you. And like we did in the previous models, we want to be able to convert from a Firestore document to a comment object and vice versa. So the first part here is to convert the Firebase stuff to use in our app. And then the second one here is to convert our comment into a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and so let's come back to our database service and fill out these methods for the database. We want to have a method to add a comment to a post, delete a comment from a post, and also fetch comments for a post. So let's start with the first one. We want to add comment in Firebase. And for the parameters, I just want to know what is the post ID and what is the message. So let's try this. We're going to get the current user first. We want to create a new comment, convert the comment to a map, and then we can store it in Firebase. The ID for the comment, we can just leave blank because it'll be auto-generated by Firebase. But let's fill out all of the rest of this. Sweet, so we got the comment object. Let's convert it to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and while we're here, let's also fill out the delete comment in Firebase. And so for this, I just need to know what the comment ID is. Sweet, and lastly, we want to fetch these comments. So get comments from Firebase for a given post ID. Cool, so remember we stored it in the database under the collection of comments. And so let's go through the post IDs and only get the comments that is under this particular post. Cool, and then we'll convert it to a list of comments. Sweet, so that's the database service. Let's come to our database provider and let's process this data. So for the comments, just to show you how I want to store this in the local data, I want to have a big map and each post is going to have a list of comments like this. Right, so that's what we're going to create here. We're going to create a map with a list of comments. Right, so this string part of it is just storing the post ID, and then they got the list of comments. Sweet, and then let's get the comments locally. And then we want to fetch the comments from the database. We want to add a comment, and then we want to delete a comment. Sweet, so when we load our comments, and we go to our database, we can get comments from Firebase. And let's update the local data. And then we can update the UI. Cool, and adding comment is pretty similar. So we want to add it in our database in Firebase, and then we just want to load the comments again. And let's just do something similar for the deleting. So delete it in Firebase and just reload the comments. Cool, so we've done all the setting up. Let's put this together with our UI. So next to this like button, I want to have the comments. So currently all of our like stuff is in this row. So I'm going to put that in another row. Okay, so this first section is for the likes. And then the next row section is for the comments. So let's just start off with a icon. And one thing, by the way, just in terms of the UI, the way we coded this up, if I like the heart and then the like count, the number changes from like a 1 and a 2. Because different numbers take up different spaces like physical spaces, you can see when I like and unlike this, the message icon is kind of flickering, going back and forth, right? So to fix this up, what you're going to do, so what you can do is the first section, I want you to wrap it in a sized box. And let's give it a width, say like 60. And so that first section, you can see if I like and unlike, it doesn't affect the next widget. So that's good. And then let's start decorating this up. So I just want to see what this looks like first. And that's looking pretty good. Now I want to come up to the top and let's listen to the comment count. So we can do that by listening to the comments and just get the length of all the comments. Cool, there it is. And let's do something similar to the like count. So if the comment is 0, then I just want to show blank. I don't have to show the fact that there's 0 comments. Great, and then the last thing is the comment button. I want to wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so that when the user taps on this button, then let's open up the comment box so that the user can type something in. So when I show a dialog, remember we actually created this widget earlier. So my input alert box. So that comes in nice and handy. It requires us to create a text controller. So let's do that. And let's say type a comment. And the on pressed, if I press on this, then we want to add the post in the database. And so I'm just going to separate this out into a separate method here. And let's just check. I only want to add the comment if the comment controller actually has stuff typed in. Okay, so that's the first check that we're doing. So it does nothing if there is nothing in the text field. And otherwise, then we can try to post it in our database provider. Sweet, so now we should be able to post a comment, but now we need a way to load the comments so that we can read it. Okay, so we can go to our database provider, load the comments. And what I want to do is on the startup of this widget, so in the initial state, let's just load the comments for this post. Cool, and by the way, I just realized I made a little typo. If you come back to our database service, the post ID is actually a lowercase p. That's how we stored it in Firebase. So if you just save this and you rerun it, then yeah, you can see there's a comment under there. Let's put another comment and it becomes 2 comments. Awesome. Great, so it looks like the comments are getting attached. So when I click on a post and I go to this individual post page, let's display all the comments below it. Okay, so you can see on this page, it displays the individual post, and then below it, I wanted to display the comments on this post. So at the top, let's just grab the providers. And then in the build, let's listen to all of the comments for this post. And in our body list view, let's put it beneath this post. I'm just going to do a quick check here though. If the comments on this post is empty, then I'm just going to say no comments. And otherwise, the comments do exist, so I'm going to return it as a lists view. Okay, so let's get each comment and return it as a comment tile UI. And we should specify the item count. And also, because this is a list inside of another list, I'm just going to say the second one here is never scrollable. Great. Okay, so let's save this and I rerun it. And I go to that first post. Yay, you can see the 2 comments under it. So looking like the comments are all working fine. So now it's time to do my favorite part, which is just decorating the UI. So obviously we're going to create this in a new component because we're going to use a lot of these comments. So this is the comment tile widget, which belongs below a post. It's similar to the post tile widget, but let's make the comments look slightly different to the posts. So for the parameters to use this widget, you need the comment itself. And let's also have a function for when the user taps and wants to go to the user profile of this comment. So when we create this widget, let's just require the comment at the top. And since this is very similar to my post tile, I'm going to copy this part from the post tile. And let's just change this up slightly. And let's actually require this function as well on the top. So on user tap. Cool, change all of these to comments instead of post. Cool, and then all of this at the bottom, we can just delete. So we don't need the like buttons and all that. Cool, and the last thing is when I click on the more options, let's just execute nothing for now. And I just want to see what this looks like. So let's come back to our post page and return my comment tile. There it is. So hit enter to auto import. And let's give it the comment. And on the user tab, let's just execute nothing for now. I just want to see what the UI looks like. Cool, and if I save it, sweet, there's the comment tiles beneath them. Great, so now we can come back to our comments tile UI. Let's change up the color of this tile to tertiary. And then at the bottom, I think we can just get rid of this sized box. And that's looking pretty good. So coming back to the on user tab. So if I tap on the username or the profile picture, I want to go to the user page. So if I click on this, then yeah, we can go to Cristiano Ronaldo's profile and everything is working fine. Beautiful. Cool. And then now let's just lastly have a way to delete this comment. So again, that's very similar to what we had in the post tile UI. So I'm just going to grab that. And just post it here. And let's require the context and just import these ones. Let's change this to comment instead of post. Cool. And then if I hit the delete button, then in this one, I want to delete the comment. Sweet. So let's try this out. If I come back to my buttons here, it's right now executing nothing. But if I click on it, then let's show the options. Sweet. So if I save this and I click on the more options, there's the options. And if I click delete, I can now delete my own comment. Beautiful. Sweet. So we've done a lot of things so far. We've done the user profile. We've done posting a message, likes, comments, and now it's time for the account stuff. So reporting the post, blocking a user, unblocking a user, and things like that. Like I mentioned before, these are requirements, especially this account stuff is a requirement for if you want to publish this to the App Store. So let me show you how to put this in. Cool, so let's start with reporting user in Firebase. So I just need to know what the post ID is and the user ID as well. So let's get the current user. And then we want to create a quick report. So let's just say some of this information reported by the current user ID. And what is the message ID? Who owns this message? And also the timestamp. Cool. And then we can update it in Firestore under the collection of reports. So let's quickly fill out the blocking user as well. Block user in Firebase, given a user ID. So let's get the current user ID. And let's add this user to the blocked list. So we're going to go to our collection of users and we're going to go to the current user. And then we're going to create a new collection. So another list of just blocked users. Great. And then we want to have a way to unblock the user in Firebase. So this will be very similar to blocking the user, but what we're going to do is just go to that particular user and just delete it. Sweet. And then lastly, we want to have a way to get the list of blocked users from Firebase. Cool. So let's just go to those blocked users and just get it. And then we want to return this snapshot data as a list of UIDs. Cool, so that's everything to do with the Firebase stuff. So let's now come to our provider and try to process this information. So I want a local list of blocked users. And let's create the getter for this. And now let's fetch the information from Firebase. So let's fetch the blocked users. Let's have a method for blocking the user, unblocking the user, and reporting the user. So starting with the loading blocked users, we just want to get the list of blocked user IDs from Firebase firstly. And we're going to go through each of these ones and just get the user from the Firebase. So with the given ID, we can now find the actual user. And then let's return it as a list. And finally, update the UI. Cool. Now we need a method for when the user blocks the user. And so we can just call it in our Firebase. And then once we do that, just reload all of the posts and update the UI. And let's also make sure to reload the blocked users. So we're going to do something similar for the unblocking users. We want to perform the unblock in Firebase first. And then just reload everything. Sweet, and very similar for the reporting. Cool, so in our options here in my post tile, you can see in this section, the reporting post, we can now handle the report action. And for these type of sensitive information, let's actually ask a confirmation box to the user. So I just want to show a quick dialogue. Just to confirm, are you sure you want to report this message? And we'll give them a couple buttons. So cancel button. And then finally the actual report button. And so in this report button, we can, of course, close the box, and then we can actually report the user in our database provider. And it's always a good UI practice to just let the user know it was successfully reported. So closing the box, of course, just navigator.pop. And then let's go to our database provider to report the actual user. And then let's use a snack bar just to let the user know it was a success. Cool, so let's test this out. If I just save this and I report the user, it gives me the confirmation and then I can report it. And then it's got the snack bar at the bottom. Awesome. And if we come to our Firebase and I just refresh this, you can see there's a collection called reports now. So anytime someone makes a report, we can see it here. Now I'm going to have a similar confirmation for blocking the user. So let's create another one. And so when I handle the block action here, let's ask for the block user confirmation box. And let's test this out. So I want to block him and then user blocked. And if we come back to our console in the users, you can see under a particular user, you can see there's a list of blocked users and we're storing all of their UIDs here. Cool, so I'm just going to put some comments here on the option part just so it's clear what's happening. So there's two cases here. Case 1 meaning the post belongs to the current user, in which case we can delete and cancel. And case 2 is if the post doesn't belong to the current user, then you can report and then block. Awesome. So if you come back to our provider, when you block a user, when we load all the posts, let's also get the blocked users so that we can filter out the blocked users posts, right? So if I block a user, we don't want to show those posts. So once we get our blocked user IDs, you see here the all posts. We are just giving all of the posts to our local data, but instead, now let's also filter it out and only show the ones that isn't from the blocked users, so everyone else. So if you just save this and I run it, you can see a lot of the posts got removed now because I blocked someone. Cool, now what that means is I want to be able to go to the settings page and then unblock these users. Right, so now we can come back to our settings page and start filling this out. And so if I tap on this, I want to go to my blocked users page. Cool, now which we haven't created, so let's just create that real quick. So on this page, we want to display a list of all the users that have been blocked. And we can unblock the users from this page. Cool, so let's just come back and import this new page. And then coming back to our settings page, we want to be able to now navigate and go to the blocked users page. Okay, let's test this out. So I'm going to go to my settings and there's the blocked users, and then now I can go to this page. So let's start building out this UI. Now at the top, I'm going to grab our providers. And then on startup, so in our initial state, let's load all the blocked users. So we can do that by accessing in our database provider. And then in our build, when we start this, let's listen to these blocked users. Right, so in our body, we can just say blocked users. So if it's empty, then I'm just going to say no blocked users. Otherwise, let's display it as a list. So we're going to get each user, and then return it as a list tile UI. And we should fill the item count. So however long the blocked users is. Cool, so if I save this and I rerun it and I go to my blocked users page, yeah, you can see we blocked Mark Zuckerberg. And so now in the trailing, I want to have an icon button to unblock this user. Right, so I want to again have another confirm box here. So let's show the dialog. Let's get our dialog from earlier. So let's grab one of our earlier confirm boxes and just bring it into this. And let's change this up to be for unblocking. And also when I unblock this, let's actually accept a string for the user ID because we need to know who I'm trying to unblock. Right, so if I scroll down here, yep, when I do this, I need to pass through who the user I'm trying to unblock. Cool, let's test this out. So you can see in my blocked users, you can see there's that icon now, so I can unblock them, and user is unblocked. So if I come back to my homepage now, you can see that Zuckerberg is coming back to our homepage. Cool, so I'm just going to test this one more time. If I block them, Then user is blocked and now I can't see them anymore. Great, this is working really good. Cool, so let's keep moving on with our account settings. So I want to have an option to be able to delete my own account. So this is a requirement to publish your app to the App Store. You have to be able to let the user delete their own account. So in my auth service, I'm going to fill this out. So let's get the current user ID. And as long as it's not null, we need to delete the user's data from the Firestore and then delete the user's auth record. So when it comes to deleting the user, we have to delete two things, right? So the actual auth part, like their authentication details, but we also have to delete them in our Cloud Firestore as well because we saved some information regarding the user. So in our database service, I want to have a option here to delete the user info from Firebase. So with a given user ID. So I'm going to write a batch to do a bunch of things. The first thing is I need to delete the user document. And then I also need to delete the user posts. And then I need to delete the user comments. And then later, we need to update the follower and following records as well, right? We're going to do that later on because we didn't even implement this follow, unfollow stuff yet. But let's commit the batch now. Cool, so when I come back to this and I delete my account, we can go to our database service and delete the user info from Firebase. Cool, so let's now fill out my settings tile. And I'm going to put this in the account settings page. So let's put that in our navigation and also create this page real quick. And so this account settings page will contain various settings related to the user account, such as deleting your own account. Cool, okay, so I made the page. Let's just come back and import this new page. And if I click on this, yay, I can go to my account settings page. So now we can just start filling out this page here. So in the body, I just want to have a delete tile. So just a kind of container, which I'm just going to decorate up just to look like a regular button. And let's make it red. Cool, so if the user clicks on this, then we want to again confirm the deletion. So let's show a confirm dialog. Cool, let's come back to our post tile and grab one of those confirmation dialogues again. And change it all to deleting the account. Okay, let's try this. So if I come to my account settings and I delete it, it says, are you sure you want to delete? And I click yes. And it says this operation is sensitive and requires recent authentication. So we need to log in again before trying that. So let's actually log out and log back in into Ronaldo. And then I'm going to delete. And it looks like it got deleted, but it didn't navigate straight away to my login page. So what I'm going to do is in my main.dart file, I'm just going to specify some routes here. So you can say like a slash, which is usually used for the initial route. I'm going to say it's auth gate. And so the reason why I'm doing this is because once I delete the account, I'm going to then navigate to the initial route, which is the auth gate. In other words, the login and register page. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm going to create a new account. And then if I do a bunch of stuff, and then I delete my account, then yes, I want to go straight to my login page, which is what I want. Cool, and one thing I just realized is we deleted the user document, the post, the comments, but we also have to delete the likes. So I'm just going to do that real quick. We're just going to go through all the posts. And just get rid of the likes done by this person. Okay, let's test this out. So let's just say on this one here, so hello first message, if I like this, it's going to be 2 likes on it. And then I'm going to delete my account. And then let's log in with someone else. And hopefully it only has 1 like. Yay! Cool, so now we can delete the own person's account, which again, these kind of account settings are a necessity for you to publish this app to the App Store. But now that that's done, let's move on to our profile page. Now, one thing that I realized is, this editing your own bio, you should only do that when you're looking at your own page. Like, you shouldn't be able to edit someone else's bio. So on the profile page, if you find the edit bio part, I'm just going to do a quick check here and only show that button if you're looking at your own profile. Okay, so if I just save this, yep, you can see we're looking at Mark Zuckerberg, so you can't edit this. But then if I come to my profile page, whoops, looks like there's a bit of an error here. Let's just do another check. So let's just make sure that the user is not null. In other words, that there is a user. Cool, so if I come back to my home page, then yay, we can edit my own bio. Sweet, so everything's looking good. Let's continue on. Now the next big functionality is following and unfollowing. So in our database service, let's have a method to follow user, unfollow user, and also get a user's followers and following lists. So I'll explain each of these as we go along. But let's just start off with following a user in Firebase. So all I need to know is the user ID for which I want to follow, because I can get the current logged in user. And then what we're going to do is do this in lists. So we're going to add the target user to the current user's following list. And then we're going to add the current user to the target user's followers. So make sure to pay attention so that you understand what's going on. But let's start off with getting the current logged in user and their ID. So in this current user, we're going to add a collection of following. And that's where we're going to place this target user. And at the same time, we're going to add myself to the target user's follower list. All right, so we're going to update both lists. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now let's fill out unfollow user, which is going to be very similar to what we just did. We're just going to remove the user now from the lists. Cool, so that's how you follow and unfollow. Now let's also have a couple getters to get the followers UIDs given a UID, right? So let's get the followers from Firebase under that UID and just return it as a simple list. Cool, and we're going to do the same thing but for the following. And that's everything that we need. So that's the database service. Now let's come to the database provider and process this information so that we can display it in our app. So one note is everything here is done with UIDs, which is just a string. So each user ID has a list of followers and following UIDs. So for example, right, we got this big map and let's say this first person, UID 1, they will have a list of UIDs that are their followers or their following. Okay, so this is the kind of data structure I'm going to use. So a map like this. So the first string is for the UID. And then for each UID, you're going to have a list of strings that follow you. Okay, if you have any questions, just leave a comment below. But we have the followers and then the following. And I'm also going to keep track of the count. Okay, so let's create these methods for getting the follower count and the following count. And then let's list out the methods I want to do here. So I want to load the followers and load the following. And then of course we need the method to follow and unfollow the user. And one helpful method here is a boolean for is current user following a target user. So let's just start off with the loading user followers. So we're going to get the list of follower UIDs from Firebase and then use that to update the local data. And then finally update the UI. Cool, so let's copy this and do the same thing for the following. And then for the follow and unfollow, this is simple as well. So let's say I'm trying to follow a target user. So what's happening here is currently logged in user wants to follow a target user. Now, similar to our like and unliking stuff, I want to be able to optimistically change the UI, right? Because if I follow a user and then it sends a request to Firebase and then we're going to read that again, it's going to create some lag. So just while we send the request, I just want to optimistically change the UI first, just so that everything in the app looks and feels very responsive. Okay, so update the local data, and then we're going to revert back to the initial state if the database request fails. Okay, so we're going to follow if only the current user is not one of the target user's followers. And then once we get to this, it means the UI has been optimistically updated above with the local data. And then we're going to now, let's try to make this request to our database. So this is the plan of what we're about to do. So let's do this together. So let's firstly get the current user ID. And then let's just initialize the lists to be empty, just so that it's not null. And then let's try to optimistically change the UI. So firstly, we're only going to follow if the current user is not one of the followers. Right, so if that's the case, then let's add the current user to the target user's follower list. And then let's update the follower count. And we have to do the same thing, but add the target users to the current user following and update the following count. So we always have to update two lists anytime one of these happens. Sweet, and then we can update the UI. And so now when we get to this stage, the UI has been optimistically updated with the local data. So we're going to try to do this in Firebase now. So we're going to follow the user in Firebase. And then let's reload the current user's followers and reload the current user's following. And just catch any errors and revert back to the original if something bad happens and undo everything. Sweet. So we just did follow the user, and now I'm going to do unfollow user, which is very similar, but it's obviously just unfollowing. So again, I'm just going to write enough comments here so you guys can understand. And I'm not going to explain everything again in unfollow user. So I'm going to let this one just play out for the next minute. Great, so that's unfollowing the user. And finally, let's have a boolean for if the current user is following someone. Right, so I'm going to call this is following, and as a parameter, just accept a user ID. And so we're just going to compare and see if I'm one of the followers. Okay, so this is going to return a true or false. Sweet, so now that we've got the follow functionality down, let's connect this to our UI. So if we come to our profile page, this is where I want to place it, sort of below the profile picture. Now I'm going to create this in my components, my follow button. And so this is a follow/unfollow button depending on whose profile page we're currently viewing. To use this widget, you need a function. For example, we want to toggle follow when the button is pressed. And we also want a boolean for is following. For example, if it's false, then we will show the follow button instead of the unfollow button. Right, so I'm gonna just use a material button here, and you can see on the on pressed, it requires this kind of function. So I'm just gonna require that at the top. And let's just say follow, just to see what this UI looks like visually as we build this on. I'm going to come back to my profile page and you can start typing my follow button. There it is. Let's hit enter to auto import. And if I save this, you can see there's just the button. It's just a text saying follow. Cool, so let's start to decorate this up. So let's add some color and some padding. And I want to make the border kind of curved, so I'm going to wrap this in a clip rect. And let's just style this up. And let me just put some comments here for you guys to see. And actually the very important thing here is a boolean for is following. So if I come back to my profile page, you can see there's a red squiggle because we have to fill out this is following field. So let's just say it's false, right? So what we want to do, so for example, in the color, if we are following this person, then we want to just show a sort of gray color. And if we're not following them, then let's show blue. Right, so if I come back and I say true, you can see the color is going to change. And so I want to have same thing with the text. If we are following the person, then the text we want to show is unfollow, right? So just depending on if this is false and true. Sweet, so just coming back to our profile page, now that we've got our follow button, we only want to show the follow button if the user is viewing anyone else's profile but their own, right? You can't follow yourself. So I'm just going to do a quick if check. Just make sure that the user is not null. And also we're going to do this check. So this page's user ID is not the current user ID. Right, so if we're viewing someone else's profile, then let's show the follow button. Cool, and each of these fields, say if I press this follow button, what I want to happen is I want to toggle the follow. And I also want to keep track of the following status, right? So let's come up to the top and I want to create this boolean for the is following, which initially we'll just say is false. And so when we load the user at the very beginning, I want to also grab the following state in our database provider. Sweet, and then we can just pass this value down to the bottom. Sweet, so and then in our build, I want to also listen to the is following status, just in case it changes. Sweet, and finally, we just need the toggle follow method. So we're either going to unfollow or we're going to follow, just depending on our is following boolean. And when it comes to the unfollow, let's just add a confirmation box just to make sure that this is what the user wants to do. So are you sure you want to unfollow? Let's give them a cancel button and also a yes button. And so cancel, obviously we're just going to pop the box. And then if they hit yes, we want to pop the box, but then also perform the unfollow in our database provider. Cool, and otherwise we will follow the user. Sweet, and then just real locally, let's just set the state and update the following state. So in our startup, in the initial state, we're loading the user. And while we're loading the user, we should also load the followers and the following for this user. Okay, and let's try. So if I save this, I can now follow and unfollow. Beautiful. So now that we can follow them, it's time to fill out the profile stats. So this one is going to have the number of posts, followers, and following, just like any normal social media app would have. And so let's go to our components and create this profile stats. So like I said, this will be displayed on the profile page. And we just want to display the number of posts, followers, and following. So let's accept those three values as a parameter at the top. And then let's build out the UI. So this is going to be a row for each of these three things. And each item is going to be a column because I want to have the number on the top and then the posts or the text on the bottom. So let me just show you what this looks like. If I come back to my profile page and then I start typing my profile stats, let's import that. And for now, let's just give it some random values. Oops, this one should be an integer as well. And if I save it, cool, so there it is. That's what it looks like. Which means now we can come over here and start to decorate this up. Firstly, I want to access alignment to the center, but let's just pass down the values. But it doesn't look like it's exactly in the center the way that I want it. What you can do is wrap one of these guys in a sized box and just fix the width, say to be 100. And so if you do that for all three, then obviously all three widgets are going to be the same size. And so, yep, everything is spaced out nicely. Now I want to do some text style work. Let's just create this at the top so that we can reuse this. So the text style for the count. And also text style just for the text. And that's looking pretty good. So the UI looking really good now. If I come back to my profile page, remember these values, we just gave them fixed numbers. So let's give them the real numbers now. So for the post count, that's just going to be all users posts and however long that is. For the follower count, we need to come up to the top and listen to the followers and following count, just like we're doing for the posts. And just pass them through to the profile stats. And I think this is working fine. So you can see you got 4 posts and I have 1 follower. And if I unfollow this person, then you can see that the number gets updated. Yay, you can see everything's working. Cool, so now that we got these following counts, if I click on them, then I want to be able to go to another page that displays the list of these followers. Right, so if I go to my profile stats, I want to wrap this in a gesture detector. And I'm going to accept this function at the top. Okay, so if I come back, you can see the red squiggles on my profile stats. So if I tap on this, then let's navigate to a new page. I want to go to the follow list page. So let's just create that page now. So this page displays a tab bar for a list of all the followers and following. So let's create a stateful widget. And I'm going to use a default tab controller. Now, if you don't know how to use a tab bar, I made a separate tutorial just covering tab bars, so please check that out. But I can show you here real quick how to do it. So for the length of this tab bar, I want 2, and then we can start building the scaffold. So if you look at this app bar on the bottom, we can now give it a tab bar, which has tabs. And so the 2 tabs that I want is one for followers and one for following. Right, so let me just write some comments here. And then the last thing we need is in the body, we need a tab bar view. And so in the tab bar view, in the children, I'm just going to put 2 text widgets just to see how this looks so far. So if I save this and I click on the numbers here, then yes, we can go to this new page and you can see there's the tab bar. You got the followers and the following. So here I want to display the list of users under each column. So let's just separate out that at the bottom. I want to build the user list given a list of user profiles. And so for the parameter, like I said, we just need a list of user profiles and also just an empty message. And I'll explain what that's about. So if the user list is empty, then let's return an empty message. Right, like no followers exist, something like that. And otherwise, if there is stuff in the user list, then we can return it as a list view. Right, so we're going to start by getting each user and then just return it as a user list tile. So in our tab bar view, we can now return the build user list. And so for the first one, let's give it the followers and the second one, the following. So we're going to need our providers at the top so that we can access this information. And then in the build, we can listen to the followers and the following. Okay, so I just realized we didn't even do the provider part of the following for the map of profiles. So for a given UID, let's try to get the list of followers and the list of following. And then let's create our getters. And then let's load each of these lists. So let me explain one of these ones. So to load the followers for a given UID, let's get the list of follower UIDs from Firebase. And then we're going to use these IDs to create a list of user profiles. So we're going to go through each ID, right? And let's add it to our list here. Sweet, so once we've done that, we can now update our local data. And finally update the UI. Sweet, so I'm going to copy this and do something very similar for the following. And sweet, so now that we got that all prepared, we can now come back to our follow page and let's listen to those followers as well as following. Cool, now we need to give it the user ID, and it looks like we didn't even ask for the UID at the front. So let's just require that at the top. And do the same thing for the following. And then now finally we can build our list. So build user list will give them the followers, and the empty message will be no followers. And then the second one, we can give the following list, and the empty message is no following. Sweet, so we're almost done. Now on the startup of this page, so in the initial state, we want to load those lists in our database provider. Sweet, so let's try this out. If I save this and I go to the followers and following, yeah, you can see that Messi is a follower. And if I go to my profile, then you can see that he should be on the following list. So it looks like we made maybe a bit of typo. Yeah, when I come back to my database provider, I did make a mistake. This is meant to be following profile. Sweet, so let's check this one last time in Messi. If I go to this, then he should be in the following. Cool, sweet, so now that means we can start to decorate this up. So I'm just going to decorate my tab bar. And give the scaffold a background color. And just work with these labels and indicators. Sweet, and so now that we can display each of these users, I'm going to create a user list tile. And so this is to display each user as a nice tile. We will use this when we need to display a list of users. So for example, in the user list search result, which we'll do in a second, or right now we're viewing the followers of a user. So to use this widget, you need just a user. So let's require that at the top. And just to see what this looks like, if you come back to my follow list page, instead of this, let's actually return my user tile. And now we can start decorating this. So the color of the tile. Let's have some padding on the outside. Padding on the inside. curve the corners. And just do all my usual business. Cool, looking good so far. Now for the subtitle, I want to make this more gray. There we go. And finally at the end, I want an on tap. So if I tap on this, then we want to go to Mark Zuckerberg's profile page. And let's just put a trailing icon. Sweet, so if I click on this, then I can go to Zuck's page. And that's what I'm talking about. You feel me? Sweet, so now that we have a follow and unfollow system, what I want to do now is in our homepage, you can see we're just displaying all posts. But now what I want to do is I want to have a For You page and a following page. So if I come back to my database provider, you can see here we're just displaying all the posts currently, but now I want to do this something similar but store the following posts. Okay, so when I load all the posts, right, so let's come to our home page. And like I mentioned before, we can organize this page using a tab bar to split the page into a For You page and a following page. Currently we are loading all the posts, but let's also load the following posts. Sweet, so let's fill that out in our database provider. We want to load following posts. So we're going to get the current user ID and let's get the list of UIDs that the current logged in user follows. And then we're going to filter all the posts to be the ones for the following tab. And let's update the UI. Cool, so once we get our current user ID, we can use that to get the following UIDs from Firebase. And then we're going to filter this out. So what we're going to do is go through all the posts and only get the ones that the UIDs are from the following people. Okay, so this should be pretty good. Beautiful. And then in the build UI, so in the scaffold, we did this tab bar thing a bit earlier, but let's do it again. So I'm going to wrap this in a default tab controller. And I want to have two. I want to have two options for you and following. So let's actually grab the same tab bar that we had from before. And just change this up to say For You and then following. And if I save this, Yeah, you can see there's our tab bar. Cool, so in the body, we are currently building the post list, but let's just grab that and put it inside a tab bar view. And so the first section is the For You page where I want to display all posts. And then the second list, I want to display only the following posts. We are currently loading all the posts. And what we're going to do is in our load all posts, once we do this, then let's filter out the following posts. And let's save this and check it out. So you got the For You page, which displays everything. And then if I go to the following, yay, you can see Mark Zuckerberg's posts, which is the one I'm following. So if I test this out, if I unfollow Mark Zuck, and I come back in the following, it looks like it's still there. Cool, so once I follow and unfollow, I think it's working in Firebase, but when I go back to my home page, it's not reloading everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my navigate pages and I'm going to create one to go to my home page. But this one is going to be quite special because I'm going to remove all the previous routes and just reload the home page anew. Okay, so let's try this. So in our app bar, in our leading icon, we're going to go arrow back. And when I click on this, we're going to go to our home page. So let's test this out. So currently in our following, we're not following anyone. And now I'm going to follow Mark Zuckerberg, which means my following, yay, it's all reloaded. So I'm coming back to my home page and the whole page is just getting reloaded. So that's why this is working. And if I just test this again, if I unfollow him, and I go to my following page, yes, nothing's there. Yes! Cool, and I'm just checking dark mode and dark mode looks pretty good as well. Sweet, so now what we need to do is one of the final things is the search. So I'm going to create a search page. And in our drawer, let's fill out this search tile. So let's create the search page and then let's import it. And yay, there's our search tile in our drawer. And if I click on this, we can go to our search page. And so now we can just start filling this page out. So this page, user can search for any user in the database. So let's actually convert this to a stateful widget. And I'm going to need a search text controller. And I'm going to put the search bar in the app bar. So let's put a text field in there. And give it the controller, and I'm just going to put some hint text saying search users. And let's put no borders. So what we're going to do is we're going to search, and it will begin every time a new user types something. So we got the UI ready. Let's come back to our database service and fill out the logic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to search users by name, and it's actually quite easy to do so. Search users in Firebase with a given search term. So what you can do is go to your database in the collection of users where the username is greater than or equal to the search term. And we can do the same thing for is less than or equal to. And then get these search results. Then what we're going to do is just convert these documents to a user profile list. Sweet, and then let's go to our provider to process this information and give it to our app. So I want to have a list of search results. And let's get the getters. And let's just have a quick method to search for the user. Which essentially will just search it in the database. And so once we search for the users in Firebase, then let's update the local data and update the UI. Cool, so if I come back to my search page, let's get the provider. And on changed, if the value is not empty, then we can search for a user. Else, if there's nothing in the search bar, then we're just going to search blank. Sweet, that's looking good. And then now finally, we need to fill out the body. So for that, we're going to need to have a listening provider so that we can listen to these search results. And so if it's empty, then just say no users found. And then if it has found users, then we can now display it in a list view. So do the usual stuff. We're going to get each user from the search results. And just return it as a user tile. And whoops, I should give it an item count. And so if I save this and I search and I hit M, yeah, you can see messy, so it's coming up. And then now if I kind of delete everything and I have nothing, you can see all of the users in our app, which is really good. So now we can search users, and of course we can click on them to go to the user profile, and everything is looking so good. Cool. Now just to add some finishing touches to this, in our post tile, I realized I didn't even put in the timestamp. So at the end of this, let's put a text widget. If I just say hello, right, so that's the space it's talking about, but I want to push it to the very end. So let's put a spacer. Sweet, there it is. And then I want to display the timestamp. Now for this, I'm going to just create a new file in our helper just to help us format the time, because the timestamp will give it to us like too much information, like down to the millisecond. So what I'm going to do is, if the input timestamp represents like July 24th, 2024, 13, then you can control how you want to display this information. So let's create this method, format timestamp. And for the parameter, let's just accept the timestamp. And so when you do this, you can actually add in a package to make this a lot easier. It's a very popular package. I want you to open up your terminal and say flutter pub add intl. And so you can do this date format for years, month, days, hours, and minutes. So obviously you don't have to format it exactly the way I do, but this is just showing you how to change up what the time is going to look like. So then if I come back to my post tile, I can just give it the formatted timestamp. And there it is. You can see that there's the time. Dope. That's it for this one. If you have any questions, just leave a comment below. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't, and I'm going to be going on a grind and pumping out tutorials like this, so maybe the next one I'll code maybe Instagram or Reddit. Let me know if you have an app that you want me to clone. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.